Test, Test, Test. Hallo? Ja, funktioniert.
Alrighty, good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here on the Builder stage at Start Summit. I hope you all had a good morning so far. You didn't queue for too long. You made it to the stage in time, which is a good sign, means that you've been here early. I'm sure we're gonna gather more audience throughout the morning. I think the latest after lunch, when everybody has been downstairs, we're gonna have a very crowded audience here. I personally believe we have got the perfect location for a stage down here, very intimate. You see, we've got our own conference room, so just in case you should be feeling networking just in between of the sessions, feel free to book also that conference room, and obviously go and browse through the Start Fair and go and check out those different startup booths which we've got here today. Let me just get a bit of a feeling of the audience which we've got here today. Who's at Start Summit for the first time? Would you mind? Oh, wow, that's a lot of you. Okay, didn't expect that. It'll be my pleasure to accompany you throughout the day here on this stage. My name is Bastian, and I'll be responsible for making you guys feel comfortable, hopefully, as well as our speakers that we will have us joining here on stage. And yeah, let's just have a good time. Let's enjoy ourselves. Let's learn a lot from founders. I mean, you chose for the first session, I think one of the most interesting stages, obviously the Builder stage. I mean, the people that you will meet here on the stage are people that did walk the talk. They did not just think about building, but they actually built. They made it. So I think there is a lot of things that we can learn from them. We will try to cover pretty much the whole, let's say, startup journey, taking it from idea stage at university, how to spin off from university, also how to find the adequate co-founders, etc. And then we're going to take it all the way to exit discussions, building in crisis, talking about layoffs, the whole cycle that you may face when founding a startup. And for that, we're gonna have some expert speakers here on stage. I guess you've seen it. I mean, the Start Summit team did a splendid job. I used to be the head of speakers for the Start Summit 2013-14, I think, back in the days. We had a pretty nice lineup, I think, but it's nothing compared to what the team put together this year. So I'm more than happy to have you all here. Enjoy the first conversations that we're gonna have in the morning. Let me ask you a second question. How many of you are considering or are already kind of in a startup entrepreneurship phase, considering to join another startup? Okay, that's also quite a few of you. Anyone who's got struggles finding a co-founder for now, who came to Start Summit to meet a co-founder? Okay, at least a few of you. So take this as an exceptional opportunity to meet like-minded people, to meet people that are challenging the status quo and that actually want to make something happen and to build. And you might also take this very first session as a good starting point to learn more about how you can find the adequate kind of co-founders, what kind of help you can get also from investors, from other people that have joined startups so far. And I think we can just take it from there and learn from a fantastic panel that is put together of fantastic speakers. And the panel as such will be moderated by Katrina Nolan from Picos Capital. She's responsible for communication at that Munich-based VC fund. Please come on stage. Thank you.
Welcome to this first panel on the Builder stage. Quite exciting. I think we all kind of have to get warmed up first of all, but really great energy already this morning. So we're going to talk about all you need to know about co-founders today, and I'd like to kick it off with introducing our amazing panel here. To my right, first of all, we have Giri. She's a climate activist and leading product as a CPO at Tanso. It's a climate tech company based in Munich, and she has a background in AI engineering from TU Munich, from ETH and MIT. Welcome, Giri. We also have Franz. He's the Chief Strategy Officer at e-commerce logistics startup Hive. He's based in Berlin, and he's actually a HSG alumnus. He studied business here, so welcome, Franz. Great to have you here. And last but not least, we also have Vladimir. He's the CEO at creative suite company Linearity, and he studied business informatics at the University of Mannheim in Germany. Welcome, Vladimir. So it's really great to have you. And now let's kick it off and get you talking. So let's do a quick round of everyone briefly explaining a little bit about your company, but specifically more like what your co-founder setup looks like. How many founders are there? Yeah, what's the situation? Maybe Giri, you want to kick it off?
Yes. Does my microphone work?
Yeah.
Can everyone hear it well? Yes. Thumbs up. I like the vibe. Good. Yes, I'm Giri. I am the co-founder of Tanso, which is a climate intelligence suite for the industry. And my co-founder setup is that I have another co-founder wandering around somewhere here called Lorenz. He's a techie. We're studied at ETH. And then I also have another business co-founder who studied in Mannheim, and where I met him at CDTM in Munich, which you might know from someone here, an entrepreneurial program. And that's, yeah, our setup.
Hi, I'm Vlad. I founded Linearity, and we're creating the next generation graphic software together with animation software to pretty much make all the marketing assets you create super blazing fast and high conversion rate optimized. And I found a company alone. I had kind of somebody who helped me set up the entire structure since I founded with 17. But yeah, probably the contrarian opinion here.
Great to have you. How about you, Franz?
Good morning, everyone, and very happy to be back on campus here. My name is Franz. We're building Hive and are doing logistics for e-commerce brands who are usually based on Shopify and don't want to work with Amazon for their logistics, so they need an alternative offering. We're doing both software and operations, so there's a number of things to be done in the team, and therefore very, very happy that we started the company with 3 co-founders. One technical co-founder from ETH Zurich, his name is Leo. We met many years ago during university days. And then a second business co-founder called Oscar. We obviously have sort of a similar business background, but actually also quite complementary in terms of personality. He's a little bit more analytical, introvert. I'm a little bit more extrovert, people-oriented, and yeah, very happy to have this setup of 3 co-founders.
Super interesting. I think you already kind of dived into that anyway, this kind of question around whether skills should be complementary or kind of can be overlapping as well. And if that's the case, can that still work well? I think I would like to open up this question to the panel because it's something that maybe some of you are thinking about as well. You might be studying business, and have a friend that you want to found with, but actually maybe your skill sets are maybe too similar. What are your views on this? Anyone?
I'm happy to kick it off. I think that, first of all, it of course depends also on the type of business you want to build. There are some businesses where you need more technical skills, for example, where you need more extrovertism, more sales. There are other businesses that are more the opposite. I think no matter what, you benefit massively, I'm glad to hear your opinion afterwards, but massively from having a complementary team. And that does not only mean background-wise, that you look at who studied business and who did tech, but also in terms of personality types, in terms of qualities that you have, be it more analytical or more opportunity-driven. Anything is important to have. I will also put in a point when it comes to diversity also of nationality. And of course, gender, we all know it, that we should have more female founders. But there is definitely, based on differences of founders, not only of study background, but also personalities and background in terms of national experiences, a huge, massive benefit from having people thinking differently.
Anything to add?
I echo it, and I did underestimate the importance of personality traits before we started. Generally, I think on the skill side, a little bit of overlap is totally fine, but ideally among maximum 2 people, yeah, because otherwise you're just a bunch of people doing the same thing, thinking the same way. It doesn't really make sense, right? Rather, if you're 3 business people right now, rather kick 1 business person out and get a technical person in to simplify it in a stupid way. But among 2 people, it's fine as long as personalities are different, because people actually do come to different decisions, and then having that trade-off discussion between two decision pathways can be super, super valuable. So, for example, Oscar, my co-founder, is really deeply analytical, things on a 5-year timeline, always at huge scale. Spent like a good 5 years at McKinsey, working in a very structured manner. I personally didn't want to do more than 10 weeks at McKinsey, thinking in a more action-oriented, short-term, extrovert,
Right.
get the right team, and the structure will follow. And we benefit massively from these differences, and I underestimated that before starting.
I feel like in preparing for this panel, a lot of times something came up, these 50 questions to ask a co-founder if it works. Did you guys also do that at the beginning of your journey? Did you use this kind of template? Because that's where you also ask a lot about personality traits and so on, right?
I think maybe to build on that, we also did it. I went through the questions. And where you, of course, ask questions kind of more on this personality. Who are you typically? We even have these personality types and Myers-Briggs and so on. But what I think is more important is because it's tiring when there's always different opinions. It is annoying when you try to discuss something and someone is just thinking completely different. But it is also fruitful if you are able to get back to a decision, or you can kind of see and respect the other person. And I would say these questions are not necessarily to figure out exactly who is the other person, but more on a value basis of what do really drive this person, what does this person care about. And I think that's much more important. We have 3 completely different founders. We would never see each other on the weekend. Kind of, our hobbies don't overlap at all, but our values are very much the same. And we care about people. We are super ambitious. We're also very curious people. And that overlap makes us also see eye to eye.
Cool. You want to add something? Yeah.
Super interesting what you just said. No, I actually want to know more. So you wouldn't do private stuff at all, but you have enough overlap in your value system to make it work. Okay, interesting.
You want to add something, Vladimir?
Yes, and coming to your points, I think there's also one side where it's just too much different, that it just won't work, where opinions are completely being separated to an extent where it actually is damaging to the company if one ends up fighting all the time, which is why I think having no co-founder is sometimes better than a bad co-founder, per se.
Maybe that takes us actually to the next question I had prepared. So you've all got quite a few years already now into this kind of founding experience. So what is a little bit your verdict right now? And also, when do you think it makes sense to maybe start alone? I mean, we've been touching upon this a little bit. Maybe giving you the stage again, Vladimir. I mean, you've been building this on your own for a few years now. In what situations do you think, this kind of single founder setup really works well? Apart from maybe that you are not fighting or these kind of things?
Of course. I mean, I think generally the advice or the sparring partner you get with a co-founder can very well also be somebody that is, for example, an advisor that is externally sitting or somebody coaching you. So I don't think necessarily that not having anybody is a good thing.
Right.
But it very well can be somebody from outside who maybe already founded a company, exited, for example, and has a pretty strong opinion on several topics where one can help to get the company further, and not be necessarily biased by being an investor or someone in that circle. So I think there's a hybrid in between.
Mm-hmm. Any views on this? No? Yeah?
I can jump in. So the question was, what is the...
Yeah, what is your verdict in a way now? I mean, for you, it's been around 2 years now with the team. Lots of stuff happening, I guess. But would you do it again this way? Would you set up a team like you did?
I'm very bad at regretting stuff. So I have a tendency of just like, go for it. You don't know all the factors to the equation. So I would do the same, I would say. Mm-hmm. I think what I find super challenging still is to constructively fight with my co-founders, especially when I'm having a bad day. Mm-hmm. And it's really, like, we call it a marriage. I think it's more like you have a child together, because it's not only the marriage, you can't just divorce them. You have to still deal with the baby afterwards. But it's really tough when you're really low on energy, you're at your limit, like really for better and worse, you have to stick out with these guys. And I know them in and out. I can see the moment they get triggered by something, they do the same with me. And that's very transparent. You're very vulnerable when someone knows you that deeply. And that, of course, can annoy me when they exactly know which buttons to push. And I get fired up and really have these emotional discussions where
maybe tapping into exactly that relationship topic. I think we've also heard it a few times that co-founder relationships can be compared to marriages. So was there also a really tough moment or something, I don't know, that you could share that shows, I don't know, that you came through it, but still how tough this journey can be, as a founder? Is there anything?
Happy to go for it. I think obviously when you work together all the time, there's many high pressure situations, and you have many heated or intense discussions. But usually it only takes a few minutes to then look forward again. So I wouldn't say that's emotionally tough. It's just
But was there
business,
like a
everyone's passionate. You're very.
Was there maybe like a concrete situation, an example that you could share, or?
So I think when it gets a little bit more emotional is when there's a feeling of unfairness in any sense. So, for example, when someone feels unfair about the recognition people get for responsibility they take, or maybe for the distribution of workload, I mean, everyone is working non-stop all the way, but if you get the feeling that someone is working 90 hours all the time and someone has just 70 hours, and you gotta move to these levels if you want to build a company fast, then that can be tough. For example, Leo, my technical co-founder, he still wasn't finished with university for like a good half a year after we started the company.
Wow.
He had to travel back and forth between Zurich and Berlin all the time, and he was not able to give 120%. And then there can be feelings of unfairness. And that usually needs a little bit more time to resolve. But never that one do or die moment. Never something where I would have looked back and regretted doing it. Like 100% would do it again.
And how about you, Vladimir? Was there any time like a tough moment with someone like who was really close to you, maybe a close investor or someone from your network? Something tough or any other tough moment you could share from your founding experience? All going well?
I would jump in with a question.
For the last 8 years? That's good.
I would jump in with a question. Do you sometimes feel alone with the responsibility?
Yeah, I think
responsibility is a
good question in general. Yes and no. I think I really do wonder what it would be like if you have a co-founder where you can openly discuss things, but then probably not, at least from what I've talked to a couple of founders, it's not really 100% openness. It's more like 95%, and then the 5% you still need to keep to yourself. So I think by generally having a good friends network that are also founders themselves, it kind of takes off that part of being able to talk about things. And because they're outside, they sometimes have a better opinion than somebody being inside anyway. So I think there's a balance.
Maybe one specific question following on to that, because I'm curious about it. Who would you usually consult if you have a tricky decision to take? Like, let's say you need to decide if you want to hire or fire someone specifically, and you're just not sure if you're doing the evaluation right. Would you just trust your instinct alone all the time, or would you reach out to someone who co-founded a business, or reach out to an advisory board member, or what would be your go-to last resort if you're undecided?
I think there are multiple people who I would go to depending on the situation. Can go all the way to some of the very close board members, or one of our investors, for example, Chris Hitchen, who has a very strong opinion. Obviously, then the friend of mine who has IPO'd a company last year, who also has a very good opinion. So I think there are multiple islands of people where you can go to, and you get very good opinion about what everybody thinks, and you can make the decision. And I guess also always it makes sense to talk internally, because people also have opinions. If you talk to, let's say, the colleagues or the direct reports or the rest of the management team. So,
okay.
Cool. Maybe let's take it back to something more practical again. I know some of you are thinking about founding right now, and I just wanted to get like a quick answer question from you guys. So oftentimes there's also this kind of chicken or egg dilemma. What should be first, like the founding team or the idea or subject that you want to tackle? So maybe you go around and let me know what your answer is. What should be first, idea or team?
I would go for team.
Team? How about you?
I would go with idea because otherwise it might end up just trying to found something without a purpose.
Okay, how about you?
Definitely team first, because
Team
I
first.
think entrepreneurship in itself, founding something can be a purpose. Ideas can be swapped, but humans takes a little bit more time and pain to swap.
Did you also want to elaborate on that? I think Giri was the only one with one word answer, so well done you. But
I think I would never have founded something outside of climate tech. So, for example,
Outside of what, sorry?
climate tech.
Ah, right.
So, for example, for me, there was a topic there. Naturally, climate is the thing. That's what I'm going to do. And then team kind of was the first thing that came, but the topic was obvious. So I think I'm probably a little bit in the middle of having the purpose and the team.
Vladimir, anything to add? Or?
I think it's easier if you know what you want to do, it's easier to find the right people to add to the team than the other way around. Because
Yeah.
potentially, I mean, this is essentially what happened with me with the angel that helped found the company or helped set up the structures. You might end up having a very different opinion about what you want to do, and then suddenly you're kind of sitting in between, kind of on the highway, but not able to take an exit, but also not wanting to crash. So it can become more challenging versus knowing what you want and then getting people on board who are very aligned on what the whole mission, vision, etc. is.
Cool. Well, thank you. So maybe also, again, a question that's regarding, young people starting off right now that might have done some internships and startups, but also some other roles. Like, what would you say is like the biggest difference now to actually, being a founder, being responsible for a team? Just in terms of how you feel, how you grew. Is there anything, any tips or recommendations you might have, or just something you would like to share also with, lots of students here trying to embark on this founder and entrepreneurship journey? Maybe Giri, you want to kick it off?
I think in general, what also gives me a lot of energy is working with really smart and ambitious people. And I really thrive when you just ping pong ideas. I throw my 30% idea out there and someone picks it up and makes it a 50%, and then someone else comes in and makes it 70, and then it just built and the ball is rolling. And I think for anything, you should invest in those relationships or those professional relationships, by all means. We always have this saying that we climb a mountain with that person. So meaning do something together, try to work on something together, or actually physically go on a mountain. I'm an outdoorsy person, so I love to climb mountains. So take your co-founder or potential co-founder to Santes and see how it goes. Then you also get to challenge yourself a little bit and know how people react and know how you can communicate. That I think is the most important thing. Invest in those relationships.
Cool. Thank you. Good tip. Anyone else? Any advice? Anything you'd like to share?
Maybe one tip related to the topic of the panel: if you're still in a very early phase and your co-founder team is not quite clear yet, I think what I would do, and we've actually done that, I would just start a very simple WhatsApp group with the 5 to 10 smartest people you know, and you have to put the bar up here, so it has to be people who you really respect a lot. And then you exchange thoughts on business ideas and other topics throughout university or throughout your internships. And you hope that not all of them end up at McKinsey or Google, but one or two actually become your co-founders. And you have that stupid WhatsApp group for a year or so, and you somehow feel like you know each other. You go for a beer every now and then. And I think that can be an amazing filter and amazing way, a very simple, low-effort way to learn about how other people actually think. And
Cool.
that takes like 1 hour to set up. Just be rigorous with the ambition level.
Great idea. Cool. Thank you for sharing. Vladimir?
From my side, I think the most important thing is to get proper advisors on board and people who have done it before and can advise, coach, guide from outside. And very importantly, have the experience and don't rely on just your gut instinct, because it might be wrong.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I think we already ended now, but I really appreciate you all coming up here, coming to St. Gallen, discussing this topic with all of you, and also thanks for coming and watching. And I guess you can also ask them some questions later on. They'll be around anywhere at the conference. Thank you, guys.
There we go. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for that very first panel session here at the Builder Stage. It's awesome to see that it didn't take you long to come downstairs. We're very happy about that. Seems like we're having full house also for the first fireside chat here on stage. But let me just quickly ask you, I hope this first session was to your liking. Are some of you inspired already, finding the right co-founder? Like working in VC myself, I know how difficult it can be for founders or potential founders to find the right team. And just to remember, it still remains one of the top leading reasons for companies to fail if you don't manage to put together the right team. So be easy about it. Try to gain experience from people like the ones we had here on stage, but also like from fellow visitors. I think there is a lot to get from this conference also in that respect. Now, as we're getting ready for our first fireside chat here on the stage, I'd really like you guys to be active and to help us make this a good experience here on stage as well. So if you feel like also after one of the sessions, if there is any pressing question you would have or so, just try to give us a sign. So afterwards, especially also during the keynote sessions, we will make sure that you guys get the chance also to ask a couple of questions to our keynote speakers. Now, did we meet your expectations so far? What are you going for next? Fireside chat, right? We've got one of the leading mobility startups of Switzerland and probably fastest growing companies in the mobility space here next on stage. Lea Maggiacco will be actually introduced and interviewed here by a lovely investor, Antonia Albert, who's spent a lot of time in Berlin herself before joining Wingman Ventures from Zurich. She's probably the ideal investor you could be looking for because she's done it herself before she started investing. So she's built and grown her own company to 200 FTEs at the age of 25. So she knows what she's talking about, and I'm sure you'll enjoy the lovely panel that they will have both up here on the session, the fireside chat with Lea, and please come on stage, join me, and put all your hands together for Lea and Antonia.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Lea, it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you. And I think it must even be more special for you, given you studied here. So it must be quite a walk on memory lane that you come back here now. And ever since you graduated, I think you've been on a tremendous journey. You founded your own company, Carvolution. You scaled it to more than 100 FTEs over the last 5 years. You raised more than 50 million Swiss francs in venture capital, and you managed to stay alive. So can you maybe give us a little glimpse about your founding journey and also your founding team journey?
Yes, as you said, it's always really special to come back to St. Gallen. I mean, it's not so long ago that I was studying here, so it really feels like coming home. But the last 5 years, it has been nothing I have planned for sure. So I kind of fell into this thing of being an entrepreneur. And basically it was what you often read in books, like, oh, there was a problem and then they needed a solution. it was the same with me. So this is not too crazy, especially doing car subscriptions. I didn't have to do like crazy research. It's just you get a car, you get insurance, you dump it on the road and your business starts to grow. This is at least how I thought it was. And then I realized, okay, I don't know much about this business and I need really to find the best people on those areas. And even though today some friends are here from university, I didn't start my company with friends. I really had clear bullet points is this is what this guy or girl or whoever needs to get the job done. And then I just went to speak to people. I got introduced to people. It was massively weird because you go, you have lunch with somebody, you tell them about this car subscription thing. They're maybe like 15 years older than you and you're like, what am I doing here? And then all of a sudden you realize that they like the idea and they join you. And I think that here it's a big difference to other ventures you probably know where people have been knowing each other for 10 years, for 15 years. They know their strengths, their weaknesses. We didn't have that. And why I'm saying it's a strength, because we have very, very high respect for each other. We have very different backgrounds. So we don't waste time on having like pointless discussions where it's about opinions. We have clearly defined, this is your area, this is my area, and there we're not going to take a decision from anyone. Of course, we question each other, we challenge each other, but we're convinced if the other person takes a choice, it's going to be right, and I fully stand behind. And this is also what keeps me alive somehow, knowing that I have such a high trust in my co-founders. Like, if you ask me, nothing can go wrong. Carvolution is a no-brainer, and this is kind of the attitude that grew on me.
So, like on your way of engineering your team, so to say, you said you didn't choose friends, you didn't choose your neighbors, like your family, but you really engineered it together. You also took the decision to add a CEO, like, to the company at a very early stage. And I think hiring a CEO as a founder is one of the most courageous decisions you can probably take. And most of the times, like what we also see with other founders is that like you need a lot of like visionary capabilities to see that as a position of strength versus a position of weakness. So like, why did you take this decision so early, like to proactively add a CEO to the company? And how did it like help you to scale yourself like over the last 5 years?
Like by far I don't speak to as many founders as you do seeing those challenges, but for me it was never a question like after writing down the skills and the background a CEO should have, I was never an option. I mean, I was 23 years old back then. All I wanted to do is do some cool performance marketing, communicate the car subscription. So yeah, I also like the part of raising funds and doing all this investor relationship, but it would have really scared me. It would still scare me today, feeling like the captain. Of course, I feel somehow a little bit like the captain at Carvolution, but like being responsible for 100 people and clients and investors and this money, I think it helps to have some kind of experience. And also, you often see younger founders which are almost freaking out. And I think there I had the sugar version of founding, because I got this security by experienced founders so that I could really develop my strengths. I don't know, maybe with the next venture, I'll see it differently. But then for me, it wasn't even a question. I want to have the best setup for this company and not what you would maybe say the political setup where you think you need to be as a co-founder or the initiator of a startup, also the CEO. So yeah, I think I'm really happy we have Ollie. He's like my biggest mentor. And whenever I go crazy, I call him and he makes sure that I can go to sleep again. So it's awesome.
That's really great. And I think like scaling a startup and scaling a team is one of the hardest things you can actually do, because in my experience, like scaling comes with this unique set of challenges, and some of them can actually be funny. Like I remember when we had to like exchange every large table of every employee and take it away, like, and put small tables in so we can fit more people. Or we ran out of meeting rooms and we turned like every server room, cleaning dumpster and like shower into a meeting room. But it can also come with challenges, like you have to deal with emotions. People might not always understand it if you hire senior people to the team, and there's a lot of chaos and structure might be lacking. What were some of the challenges you experienced when you scaled the company to more than 100 people, and how did you deal with it?
So we also had this issue with the desks, but we didn't replace them. We just said, okay, now you're going to sit next to each other, so they had to share it. Yeah, scaling, I always thought scaling is cool and it's fun. But I think it's even more work than starting. Because as you scale, every person who's working in your startup, as well as yourself, you have to grow with it. Some people don't want to change. Other people maybe don't have the setup to change. So also people are going to leave. And this for me was my biggest shock. I think by now I know this is how a divorce feels. Like you kind of had a shared idea, you want to go somewhere, and then somebody decides to leave. And first, for me it was clear, we're a startup, we're doing this cool stuff, everybody's going to do that for the rest of their life. But then for some people at 100 person, you're just a job. And you have to accept this as a founder. All you can do is to keep their jobs interesting, to keep them part as a vision. But whoever tells you that with 100 people, everybody's going to feel like they founded this company, I mean, this is just ignorant, and it's not how it is in the real world. But yeah, I mean, I didn't have the experience. I was very disappointed. And then on the other hand, as a founder, your job changes a lot. It's the first months I was buying cars. I was calling insurance companies, delivering cars, doing everything. And all of a sudden you realize, oh, I'm not here to do anything. Like I can do to-dos and do check boxes. Which would happen with me, then I fell into this mode where I didn't feel like I was doing anything. Until I had to tell myself, okay, you're developing now in a leader, in a manager. Your job is not to do things. Your job is to help other people do their stuff and on the same time make sure they're doing the right stuff. But I went into a coaching because for me it was like, I'm useless in this company. Somebody has to explain to me what's happening here. And there's also something I can give as an advice. Just if you realize you become frustrated in your job or whatever you're doing, discuss it with people who have it as a job to help people with that issue. Because they have this job for a reason, and maybe they can help you instead of trying to figure it out by yourself.
I think that's super interesting what you just said, that you have to continuously, as a founder, like scale yourself with the company. And I remember, like I had one of my board members that told me one day, the only way how I can keep up with the pace of the company is if I accept that my job as a founder changes every 3 months, and to also like have the ability to explain to everyone in the company that that's how it is at a startup. Like the only way to grow is if you give away responsibility and focus on the next bigger thing again, and to take your management team, but also everyone in the organization with it in that philosophy, so to say, because it can be like very scary for people. So what has helped you to take your leadership team, but also everyone in the organization, and maybe even yourself, like through this personal growth journey of being able to give away responsibility and being open for a new job every 3 months?
So giving away responsibility, I had to learn it kind of the hard way, because it's something, it sounds very easy, but when you started a company, you have a very clear idea of how you want things to be done, and you're somehow It's going to sound terribly arrogant, but you're convinced nobody can do it as well as you can. This is like the first intuition, until somebody proves you wrong. So what happened to me, I had a surgery, I couldn't work for a month, so I was gone. I came back and everything was working perfectly. So how awesome is that? And this is where I detached and I was like, oh my God, my team is awesome. First, I mean, I hired them, of course they're awesome, but like, they can do it. And this is where also I think they developed a lot. So yeah, I don't know how other people do it. This was now my way how to learn it. But I think just give it a try, and if nothing burns down, try it again, go a bit further, and just delegate, and also accept if things are different than you would have done it, because usually as long as it's done, it's already pretty good. Yeah. And then what you said about change and having this willingness to accept the change, I think that it has a lot to do with what do people accept from a job. And there I believe there's no solution that fits everybody, at least from what I saw. With younger people, it's very, not easy, but you hook them differently. You hook them through a perspective, through a change. You can say, hey, today you're a junior, in 2 years, you know what you can be then? You can be here, and they see how they learn. With an older generation, they have other fears. Maybe it's more job security, it's a certain compensation, or yeah, I mean, at the very beginning, it's impossible to hire talents unless you have a network. Nobody cares about your company. And maybe this is also now kind of a marketing talk I'm giving you, but I think marketing and brand has a lot to do with also what talents you recruit, and also how you keep the conversation about your brand and your company internally. I believe this is a marketing job, because everything your brand, your company does, the communication that leaves, you should do it. And this is also important when it comes to people, especially when you scale. At the beginning, it's easy. You go and have a coffee every day with everybody and everything is cool. But at one point, you have to organize internal communication. You have to organize how you're going to treat those fears. People know maybe, okay, you're working on a financial round. And the fears you have as a founder, everybody of your team is going to feel that. So you can either choose to become a very talented actor and try to not show them, or you're just going to openly communicate what you really believe, why this challenge is ahead, and how you're going to solve it. And if you're somehow capable to do that, I think then you can overcome those challenges of a chaotic, changing workplace. But I would also just accept it's not something for everybody. There's some people who are not going to like it, and you can't sell it to them, and you can't make it comfortable for them. And then they're either going to leave themselves, or you're going to support them leaving, or I know.
And while doing that, did you have someone from the outside? Like, did you seek help? Did you have someone that supported you? Like, I remember at my company at some point, my co-founder and I, we were just drowning. Like, we had our current investors, we were just raising around. We had like our employees, everyone was just looking at us, and it was very hard to like deal with the emotions of being in a financing round, like also with your team. And then we decided we will get a leadership coach in, and for us that really like moved mountains. Like, I always thought, I communicate with my co-founder every day, but for some reason we communicated, but we stopped talking. And it really moved mountains, and I wish I would have started that much earlier, just to give myself and to create room for myself to grow. Have you experienced that, or did you try to get someone from the outside? And if so, was that helpful?
Yes, so I was struggling a lot with leadership, because at one point I was really like, am I expecting too much? What's wrong with me? Why are people frustrated? And I realized I was taking it all back on me. I'm doing something wrong with my team. And I felt it so much more extreme than they felt it, which was also then a result of this coaching. So for me, it was clear everybody was feeling terrible. I was a terrible coach, terrible leader, everything's going to go down, I don't know. And then I did those coaching sessions, and not many things changed, to be honest. I think it was more just by saying things, reflecting and giving the room in your everyday life to tackle such a challenge. So I did the coaching. The biggest change it did is really to create that space for me to have those conversations, which otherwise you wouldn't. You're not going to set a random meeting to say, let's communicate about our feelings. Maybe we should do that, but in a coaching, it's like it's a proper setup where you're going to do that. So I found it very helpful. And yeah, I also think that coachings are you should not only do them when you have an issue. Maybe it's also just, hey, I have this skill and I would like to improve it. So this also coaching. It's not like something has to be broken to start.
And like speaking about that coaching like can help you also like as a person to just develop yourself further and to just level yourself up. I remember like my leadership coach, he always talked about like you have the outer stage and you have the inner stage. Like you have you have the company version of yourself, but then you also like have your private version of yourself. You have to try to like create this healthy distance or this healthy balance to actually stay like afloat. How do you do that? Like how do you create a healthy balance but also distance like to your company while also ensuring that you take good care of your own personal well-being?
It's difficult sometimes, but what I try, I mean, there's times where I care about Corvolution and there's times where I just don't care about Corvolution. So I cannot always be worried or always trying to solve everything. I also need to rest, and I think there with a somehow balanced lifestyle with activities, you can set the right panel, but you also actively sometimes just have to tell you, okay, yes, I have this responsibility. Can I solve it today? No, so let's just put it aside. And this is like, I have this switch, I can do that. And if you can't do that, I would just really give you the advice, you can't be working 24 hours, 7 days. You're going to go nuts because it's not a couple of months, it's a couple of years. So I would just encourage people to learn that. And you can go on a holiday trip, you can meet friends. There's so many ways to switch off a bit, but you have to take that time.
And how do you manage to sleep at night? To create, this distance, like to have, like your good time of rest.
I'm a healthy sleeper, so I basically lay down and then I fall asleep. I mean, worst case, if you're laying in bed and you can't get it out of your head, then of course get up, do it. If it's keeping you awake, maybe then it's this last email, this last Excel, maybe just do it. So I'm also there not too strict with myself. If I can't sleep, then I can go to work later the next evening. But yeah, I just think it's never as bad as it feels. But it's also never as good as it feels with startups. I mean, every potential founder here is waiting for his launch day, the website to go live, and then you're going to sell, and you're going to become rich, and you're going to become successful. It's not how it works. You go live, nobody cares. The website crashes, nobody cares. So if you just learn to balance that out a bit, you're going to go to bed much better and have a healthy sleep and be more efficient the next day.
And last one, if now looking at the next 5 years from everything like you've learned and like with everything like you filled your own backpack with, how are you going to ensure that you further keep learning?
Well, by default, I have somehow a position which forces me to keep learning. I mean, founders, my team, clients, the marketing, everybody has expectation that we move and involve. And then I just think you always have to assume you don't know much, because really in marketing there's so many new things coming all the time. They hit you around the corner, they get thrown at you, and you have to somehow get into it. And I really enjoy that. So I like reading, watching things, and then also trying them out. And yeah, I think I also get bored very easily. So this is like my worst thing. If I get bored, I get sick. if I have nothing to do for one day, I immediately get sick. So yeah, this is kind of driving me to see that life has a lot to offer, interesting things to discover. So yeah, I think I have a pretty cool job overall.
I think we have to come to an end. But thank you so much, Leah, for sharing your growth journey, but also your personal growth journey with us. And yeah, I think we got to hand over now to the next exciting talk here.
Thank you very much, Leah and Antonia, for that great chat and letting us know how to mature both as a business, but also personally. That was very insightful. Thank you very much. All right, dear ladies and gentlemen, good time to stay in your seats for the next founder story, which we've got in store for you. Of course, we fully understand if you're excited about sessions on other stages as well, or if you just feel like it's the right time to browse through the startup booth here at the Start Fair. But then also make sure to be back for our next fireside chat that might be particularly interesting for researchers, for scientists that are interested in connecting with even more research from around the globe. We're having a very interesting conversation with a pretty ironic title, as I find myself, how to get out of your kind of laboratory coat and get into a business suit. I say ironic because the last few times I saw our next speaker somewhere in Berlin from afar, he's been everything except in a coat. I've seen this guy being a Superman in Superman coat and robes and stuff and everything else than a business coat, but I assume like he can do that as well, so it'll be particularly interesting to hear how he got there too. I hope the vibes for you guys are still fine. You got up very early this morning or not? Who of you guys arrived last night already? Some? Yeah, not that many. Okay, so many of you just came this morning from far away. Like, from where? Germany? Where in Germany? Tübingen. Okay, that's not that bad. It could be worse. Anyone else? Like, who's from abroad? Maybe just give us a sign. Like, who came from Germany, Austria, UK? Okay, a few at least. I'm very hopeful, and that's what we're making time for, that we will have a few more people join the stage. Very good. I hope you guys had a look at this exciting program that we're having. Just to remind you all, we're here on the Builder stage. So what we're trying to cover, like throughout the 2 days of today and tomorrow, is the whole founding story, so to say, right? We started off with finding the right co-founders. We went on, talking about how to mature a company, but also as a founder. And now we're going to see how you get like some exciting international investors as well on board for your venture at the right time. We will have this session actually moderated by one of the Start Summit team members, and you will hear the story of Iyad Madish, who made it possible being a computer scientist and a medical doctor, and based on that he started to build the leading global researcher platform called ResearchGate, and we are very happy to have him here today and to have him share his experiences, how to come from a laboratory kind of like into that business world and how to mature your company. Please give it up to them and welcome them with a great applause here to the stage.
So, as you can see, even though the title says from lab coat to business suit, business suits is not really what EAS is about. Would you mind sharing why? Why no suits?
So, this picture was taken when I was part of the Digital Council in Germany, and it was 30 degrees on that day, so it was very warm. So I decided to wear shorts as the only one. Yeah.
Amazing. The picture is legendary. So, doing medicine, business, and even professional volleyball, how do you decide what to spend your time on? Like, how do you do time management?
So especially in the early days when I started ResearchGate, I worked most of the time. And then step by step, you add more things to your life, and you start to organize this in more focused times. So you don't try to have a lot of things happening at the same time. But if I remember my time at the beginning of building up ResearchGate, I was honestly most of the time working. I don't think this is just a testament of not knowing anything, because this is why you try so much, right? Working so much is something where you just try to figure out things, and this is why you work more. But later on, I organized my life better, so I could do sports, beach volleyball, being a little bit in politics. Yeah.
Very nice, thank you. And having a background in medicine, what inspired the transition from being a medical scientist to being an entrepreneur?
So when I started, I was a medical student and a computer science student, and my goal was to be an academic. So I never wanted to be an entrepreneur. So a friend of mine said to me, one day you will be an entrepreneur. And I said, no, I really want to be an academic. I want to do research. But then I realized a problem which I had as a researcher, and I was thinking about building a network for researchers to connect, to exchange knowledge and know-how. And I'd start to think, what's the best tool to achieve that? And you either can do a research project about it, or you can build up a company. And this is how building a company became for me a solution for a problem, but not a means to an end. So it's a means to an end, but it's not like a goal. I want to be an entrepreneur, and this is why I'm doing this. But at the end, it wasn't easy because my parents come from Syria. We immigrated in Germany. I was in Harvard. They were like very proud of their kid, and this kid says, I rather want to be an entrepreneur. I don't no research anymore, no medicine anymore. So it was a not easy time, but a very important time for my life.
But basically, it was a necessity to.
Yes, I think I remember being a doctor, so I worked as a doctor for 3 months. And after 3 months, I realized that the safety of the patients is not there, because I worked on ResearchGate in the nights, and in the mornings I worked as a doctor. So I decided to go to my professor and ask him for a part-time position. So I was in Germany at the time. And I really had like this piece of paper and prepared this to say the right words for my professor, but he didn't let me finish my speech. He yelled at me. He said, get this, you are 27 years old, you are almost professor, get this bird shit out of your head, Firlefanz, get this Firlefanz out of your head. So I thought about this for 1 second, then I said, okay, then I quit. So I quit my job after 3 months, and then I called my professor in Harvard and asked him if he give me a part-time position as a doctor, and the other half I would like to work on ResearchGate. He agreed. He organized a visa for me. He also gave me money for the start. Then I went to the US, and that was the path towards being one of the first startups ever, as a German startup, getting Silicon Valley funding, getting Bill Gates as an investor, his first tech investment, et cetera, et cetera. So without that decision, without this professor, who I'm very good friends now with, he's a user of ResearchGate now, I would never have gone to the States and would never have went out on that path.
So you just talked about the important lessons you've learned by starting ResearchGate. Like, what would you say were the hardest challenges, especially when going to the US?
I think the hardest challenge is always your personal growth, because the company correlates with your personal growth as a CEO, which also means at one point you might have to leave the company, right? So if your higher goal is that you want to achieve something which makes science more connected, it might become the moment where you're not the right person anymore. In the US, I remember I wasn't living in Boston, and then a friend of mine in a evening party said to me, look, the idea you have is incredible, but Boston is the wrong place. You have to go into the valley. So I booked a flight, no meetings, nothing, just went to San Francisco, said, oh, here I am. How do I meet people? And I was very lucky that I met a couple of people who introduced me then to Matt Kohler. Matt Kohler was co-founder of LinkedIn and second employee at Facebook. Later on, or now still a very successful investor. And with him, he said, look, this thing can be big, but this is going to be a long path. And if you want to do it, I'm with you on that path. And I will invest into your company, and I will make everything what I can do to make you successful. And that was the time. So when he said it will take a long time, I didn't think about 15 years. It's now 15 years. But honestly, it starts right now. Like the stuff we have built over the last 15 years, it's all the strong and deep value, which is now paying off. And that is one of the biggest challenges, your own growth. And obviously, if you build, I'm not sure, like if you have ResearchGate, you upload your research papers and you share papers, etc. And then we got sued 6 years ago by Elsevier, which is the largest scientific publisher in the world. And also, this is a moment where you as founders start to think, are we in? And my investor said, look, this is not a game anymore, right? In the beginning, you have this playfulness, and this is just going away at one point. And that is a challenge to accept that.
All right, thank you. So you've also talked about getting money from people like Bill Gates. Like, how do you get the attention and then also the money from people like Bill Gates or Peter Thiel?
So I had Matt Kohler, who invested first, and Peter Thiel invested into our competitor at the time. And the competitor disappeared, so Matt introduced me to Peter and he said to Peter, Peter, listen to him. He will build this thing, what you invested in before. So I met Peter. He came a little bit late to the meeting. And then he came in and said, sat next to me. And then he went in and said, look, I have 3 questions for you. And he asked me those 3 questions. And then I answered those 3 questions. And then he stood up and said to one of the partners of Founders Fund, to Luke, who is still on our board, Luke, I want to invest into this guy. It doesn't matter how much it costs. So then he left the room. I said, OK, perfect. This sounds like a good round. But then after Peter Thiel, Matt asked me, who do you want to have next? And I said, I want to have Bill Gates. And he said, look, for me, Bill Gates is also tough to get to, right? But then through connections, I met a guy who is the investment partner from Bill. And he invited me to Seattle. And I came into the room and he said, look, Bill Gates doesn't make any investments into tech. He doesn't have any time in the next 3 months. But show me what you have. But the price you have is also very high. So I don't think this is the fit for us. I was like, fuck you. You could have told me this before. So I'm flying to Seattle for 15 hours. I presented. And then he became very nervous after 20 minutes. So he was looking on his mobile phone saying, he has to meet you, he has to meet you. And obviously I knew it's about Bill. And then he said, where are you next week? So I was trying to be tactical smart. So he's asking me right now, so I'm in the US. He thinks that I might fly back because we're right now in the US, I'm from Europe. And he asked, are you in the US or in Europe? So I said US. And he was like, he's in Europe next week. I said, okay, shit. I might call my assistant. So I went and met Bill in France then, not in Frankfurt. So they said, we are in Frankfurt and Bill. And then the meeting was one of the best I had. I presented with a Macintosh, not with a Windows computer. And when I entered the room, I opened my bag and was like, I have a Mac today, but he won't notice. So I presented, and his advisor told me one evening before, if Bill Gates is silent, you're doing something wrong. So he needs to be agitated, he needs to be energetic, then you're on the right path. So I started to present. Bill was sitting here, he was sitting Boris, and Bill was very silent. I was like, okay, I have to change the story. So I changed the pitch, which you do. Like if you do a startup, you have to change the pitch while you're talking because everyone reacts differently to the story. So then I said, look, if we are changing the way science is shared, this is going to be groundbreaking for any kind of research. Also you do in malaria research, polio research, etc. So he liked that answer. He stood up, ran around the table, and start to think what this would mean for the world if we are succeeding as a company. And then he came back, sitting next to me, and tried to slide back on my screen. So he tries to go back. So he uses his hand on my screen. And I was like, Bill, that doesn't work. And then he was tilting the computer. I was like, it's just a Mac. I said, yes, it's just a Mac. So a couple of weeks later, he invested 35 million. Yeah.
That's an amazing story, I've got to say. And so you've talked about like being in the US and similarly being in Europe. What do you say we can do in Germany, like also, of course, being on the so-called Digitalrat in Germany, what can we do in Germany or especially in Europe to make funding a startup more interesting?
I think the problem is that we have in Germany this BWL, right? Betriebswirtschaftslehre is a word which you almost cannot pronounce. That's our idea of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship only can work if you're part of an industry and you learn it during your studies. So you're an engineer, you're a social scientist, you're a musician. This is where entrepreneurship have to go into. And entrepreneurship is more like a skill than a study, in my humble opinion. So we need more founders coming out of the industries which they understand, especially if it goes from 0 to 1, like the first phase. And that's what I think we need to change in our system. And that was also part of my work in the Digital Council and the Digitalrat of Germany.
And how do you do that?
So what we did as a first step was that we created a Ringvorlesung, like a lecture for students in Germany, which every university can apply to and listen, and the students can listen to founders. So you need founders to tell you the stories, how to start things. So as an example, so end of last year, I had a problem with productivity, which it really annoyed me that I said, okay, this is so annoying that there's no app for this. So I bought a book again to code. I coded during Christmas time. So I had this app for me. Then I shared it with some of my friends. Said, look, what do you think about this? And they all liked it, so they're all using it. And I'm considering to build a productivity app, like a company around it. So that's the thinking you need, not the other way around. Oh, I want to be a founder, and now I'm looking for an idea which matches to me. It needs to come from inside you and the experience you have.
So let's switch the topic again. Like, you obviously are on the forefront of digital and medical development. What would you say are the most pressing and also the most exciting topics or research areas right now, and maybe over the next couple of years?
I think the most pressing topic is going to be how are we going to make use of all the data which is being shared right now. So as an example, when we started ResearchGate, our goal was that researchers are uploading their content to ResearchGate. So in the first 6 years, 2 million data sets were uploaded, and now every 2 weeks, 2.5 million are being uploaded. So the data is becoming is everywhere now. But how we are making sense, especially now in the AI times now, we see how AI or systems can understand data and extract and extrapolate out of that new information. I think this is going to be the challenge. This is going to change R&D, research and development, fundamentally in all companies in the world, because now it's not anymore about just having researchers who have all their knowledge in their head and saving this in their heads and their brains. It needs to be somewhere in a system that the company can work with that data and create new findings and new things based on existing knowledge. I think that's going to change dramatically the way we create new breakthroughs in research, generally.
So you've talked about AI. So AI being a hot topic right now. You've also integrated it in ResearchGate, as far as I know. How do you think will it revolutionize the research world?
You play chess? Yes. So chess, 100 years ago, human beings played against human beings. So one woman against one woman, or one man against one man, or one man against one woman, or one. You know what I mean. And at one point, the machine came and won against the human being. So then we thought the machine is the strongest player in the world right now. But now I'm not sure there are world championships, maybe you heard of those, which is called Centaur, so Centauri, where a group of human beings play with algorithms against other group of human beings and algorithms. That's right now the best chess players is a combination of technology and human beings against other human beings and technology. I envision this in science and in many other areas as well. Also, that's something we want to work on, that we're turning ResearchGate from a pure social network to almost like your assistant in research, which helps you while you're doing research and generate data to get the right hints, but you still work together because some intuition is, intuition is a strong word. I think the machines also have intuition, but a different intuition than us. And I think combining those two intuitions will create the best output for us as a human race.
And how would you describe the timeline on that one? Like, how long do you think it will take until research is fully intuitive, as you said?
You saw what ChatGPT done in the last couple of months, and now you also have seen what Google just came out recently. Facebook came out with their new language model. I think things will move now very quickly in these exponential times. It's not anymore linear. Things just move very quickly, and we shouldn't forget they worked on ChatGPT for almost 8 years, right? So it's not something they just did yesterday and then it worked. But still, the change which is inducing this, not only in production of information, but also the way human beings are seeing AI, it starts to be tangible. We start to understand what AI means. AI was very abstract before. Like, we didn't understand what does AI mean, what is it? And now we understand what it is, and this will change the way we interact with those machines.
All right, thank you. So as a last and final question, a medical student today like me, what should I do?
How strict are your parents?
Not very.
Okay, good. So whatever I say now, I won't interfere with your parents' plans. So, honestly, I was never such a big fan of treating patients. Like, it's good that doctors exist, right? But it's a quite sad place. So you always see sick people your whole life, and one day you also will be sick. So your whole life you see sick people. If you want to do it, do it. For me, it was at one point too much. I think understanding technology in your area as faster as the others will make a difference, also potentially for your happiness as a doctor, because I think there's also something where we need to use machines better than just being as a doctor and think we know everything.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Give it up for Iyad.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Iyad and Ricardo. Thank you for sharing these insights and being with us. Fantastic. Thank you. Cheers. So I guess you guys have learned bring your shorts to your next investor conversation, or in case you should meet any political leaders, you will definitely get a great picture out of that. Forget about suits. They're old-fashioned, not necessary anymore. All right, we're back at the Builder stage here. We're seeing that the rows are filling up again, which is great. Take your first coffee in the morning, I know, or second, I guess. Now it's when the first sleepiness kicks in. We heard some of you guys got up very early this morning. So even if you just want to take a rest, make sure you fill up the rows here. Got a lot of exciting stuff coming up here. Because next is going to be the question how to bring real innovation and technology out of the university context. Being in the investment field myself, there's just still too many companies or potential companies that I see starting up in the university and educational context that just don't manage to spin out and to get out of that world and to face the challenges in the business world. Still too many great innovations that are both be born at university, but they also die at university. And we want to make sure this doesn't continue to happen. And therefore, we got two fantastic speakers in our next fireside chat. First and foremost, we'll have the moderator of the fireside chat, who's Lauren Klaas. He's an early bird investor from Munich, and he's brought with him a founder from the second best university in Switzerland. No, just kidding. Obviously, one of the most amazing universities you would have in Switzerland, the ETH, among the top 10 global tech universities. Very glad to have them both here. Please, Julian and Lauren, join us here on the stage and tell us about your founding story and how you're planning to spin off from university. Please give it up to them.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the session on how to bring your research to life. I think it's a great fit to the story we've just heard before, so I guess you're all warmed up for what comes next. Maybe quickly zooming out before we start, what are we covering today and why does it matter? From a VC perspective, I just see tons of talent, great founders from universities thinking about starting a company. And by now, we also see a lot of people first going into an operational role, gaining 2-3 years experience, and then heading back for a PhD specifically to start a company right out of that. And yeah, I'm also talking to the BCG McKinsey friends here. Maybe who am I? I mean, my name is Laurin. I'm an investor at Earlybird. We are an early stage venture capital firm, as the name suggests, especially investing in pre-seed to Series A. And we're doing this throughout all industries. Who have I brought you, and why is Julian the perfect match for this talk? He not only public research really at the forefront of science and even won academic awards for that, he still decided to become a founder when everything pointed towards a career in academics. What is more, he basically raised a successful pre-seed round with our friends from Wingman Ventures right at the founding date of the company, and then in record speed, only 1 year later, raised a successful seed round with us and La Familia, which amounted to $6.8 million, which I believe is quite a success. So ETHNAI's mission is all about detecting, monitoring, and preventing quality losses at scale. So thanks for being here with me, Julian, and great to have you here.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you.
So before we head into the actual topic, I would like you, the crowd, to get to know Julian a bit better. So I would say let's start with some rapid-fire questions. Rule here, only one or few words as an answer from you. Ready?
Ready.
Awesome. So Julian, what's your academic background?
I'm an industrial engineer.
And why did you leave academia?
Because it was too slow.
And what's the single most aspect that you would like to outsource as a founder?
That's a good question, but I would say everything that someone else can do equally good as myself.
A bit long, but I'll take that.
Thanks.
What's the best piece of advice you've received so far as a founder?
To keep a laser focus and avoid any distraction, and that unfortunately also involves like missing out on great events like this one.
So focus. Good. With that, let's get into ETHNAI. Same rules apply for now. So how large is the team right now, and where is it based?
So we are 24 people, most of them based in Zurich, some of them in Eastern Europe.
Okay. And I mean, we've mentioned you're a research-based company. So what share of people hold a PhD?
Should be around 40% of all people. Yeah.
That's high. Okay. And who are ETHNAI's customers?
Big manufacturing conglomerates such as Siemens, Lind & Sprüngli, and Roche.
Cool. So we've heard the punchline about ETHNAI already. Now from your own words, what's the secret sauce that makes you unique and then also hopefully succeed?
I would say we allow laymen using state-of-the-art technology without having any prior experience.
Awesome. With that, I hope you all have a better sense of who Julian is and why he's qualified to talk about that topic. Now, I would like to also get to know you in the crowd. So just some quick questions, and please give me a quick sign. First, if you are still in university or in research. Okay, student-run conference, that makes sense. Who of you is considering starting a company? Also many hands, interesting. And now, who of you wants to combine it? So basically do a spin-off right out of uni, just like Julian did, or out of research. Okay, also a couple of hands. Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Now with that, what I would love to do is, together with Julian, walk through his journey and basically give you a recipe on how to bring your idea to finding the right team, to building a product around it, and then eventually also to raising a funding round. So let's start with the idea. Where did the idea for Ethan AI come from? Was it a result of your research, or did you basically try to do a research in a field where you already had an idea?
So this is no rapid fire any longer, right?
Not rapid fire anymore. You can take your time.
Okay. So I think I was always very open-minded about becoming a founder. That has always been a clear goal of mine. And during my master's studies, I tried out to found a startup, and it kind of failed because I was pushing too hard. So I went back and thought doing a PhD in an area that really interests me is certainly a good way to kind of explore opportunities and find product market fit for something that might deliver real value to customers. So I did my PhD, and that's where essentially I would say most of the substance that we're now working on originated from. So I would say it's a little bit of both, but obviously I didn't start my PhD with the finalized product in mind. Otherwise, it might have been better to go to market directly.
Okay. I mean, you already touched on a couple of advantages, but what would you say is the biggest advantage of starting or finding your idea in your research field?
So I think as a researcher, you can really work on product market fit. So in the end of the day, everything that matters as a startup is finding product market fit, fine-tuning it, and then go from creating value to actually scaling it up and growing it. And if you found a company and you start trying to find that product market fit, you might run out of money or not even get any money before you reach that point. And I'm still comfortable. We haven't reached product market fit yet. This is something that you need to fine-tune over time. But I think as a researcher, you are on the payroll of someone else. You actually paid for trying to find product market fit. And I think that's the main advantage of doing a PhD if you really want to found a deep tech company. Obviously, if you want to build something in the consumer space, B2C, obviously, a PhD can also make sense, but I would say it's not the same as if you're really building solving technology and bringing that to the market.
Okay, so my takeaway is you have time and still no investors or whatsoever to annoy you when you finally reach product market fit. Cool. So I think we have an idea. Every one of us also knows that a startup success falls basically with the right team. And to be quite frank, investors, especially institutional investors such as Earlybird, La Familia, Wingman, we also want to see an outstanding team where the skill set really complements each other. So I have team questions for you. How do you best find the right co-founder? And is there an advantage of finding a co-founder from your same research institution, same research field, versus bringing in someone external?
I would say it has a lot of advantages of going with someone that you know. In my case, it was Bernhard, who is now the CTO in the company. We were friends at university. We did research together. We knew each other for a very long time. And I was very confident about founding a company with this guy. I couldn't think of a better co-founder. I think if you bring in someone external, you might not know that person that well, and you don't have time to kind of explore. Once you have like this initiation point where you really want to go to market, bringing in someone else, you don't get the time to get to know this person. But I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense in certain cases. If you have two highly technical founders, And both of them feel like that they would prefer to work on product, on technology. It might make sense to bring in someone from the commercial side, right? In our case, we both have very technical backgrounds, but we still complemented each other quite well because I had a background in manufacturing, and then I did a lot of AI research. Bernard is a computer scientist, so he has software engineering experience and did his PhD on AI as well. So we had kind of overlaps. And
question here, I mean, you both did research in AI before. Was it always clear who's going to become the CEO and who the CTO?
Yes, that was no discussion, because I really suck at software engineering.
That's a good reason. Okay, so you got a good co-founder, and I mean, I know Bernhard, he's great. So at some point, you also had to hire a first employee, right? So when did you know that it was the right time to hire that first employee, and what was the most important criteria for that first early hire?
So actually, it was, I mean, quite hard with the first couple of hires, because when you start founding a company, no one cares about you, and you have a terrible website online, and you try to get applications, and there are like 1 or 2 applications a week. And I think sometimes founders tend to make a compromise. Luckily, we were told to not do so, and we were patient and waited, and I think did 30 or 40 interviews with 30 or 40 people until we hired.
Wow, that's a lot. I asked you before about the share of PhD holders in the team, right? Was that first employee someone with a PhD?
Yes.
Of course, okay. Cool. Now we have idea and we have product, and team, sorry. And now it's the next step to actually build a product around it. So when did you have that insight that now is the right time to productize your research, your idea? And how long did it take you from that insight to having a sort of working MVP?
So in terms of my research, I would say, a bit lucky, because our department worked a lot with industry. So we did quite theoretical research, but the goal was always to apply it somewhere in the real world and not only writing up stuff that just academia cares about. So we were clearly not sitting in this ivory tower, and I worked with companies such as ABB and Siemens, and actually deployed my research there, and started to see that we're saving these companies a lot of money. And at some point, Siemens just told me and Bernhard, look guys, if you build a product around your research, we're going to be your first customers. And I think that was the signal we needed to actually be confident enough to found a company, raise our first round, that was late 2021, and go to market.
To be honest, I mean, the product you're building is quite deep techy, and it sounds like a lot to build. So where did you find the time to build all of that while still being at university, while doing your research, maybe also teaching a little bit?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't pleasant. We worked 7 days a week trying to get a prototype. Obviously, the technology was validated, so we just needed to kind of hack together a prototype that looks somewhat like a product. We did that next to our PhDs. We were also lucky that our professor, who then also became a co-founder in the company, helped us a lot, and he knew that we're not willing to continue a career in academia, so he gave us a lot of freedom to also work on that, which obviously was very helpful and important to found the company. And certain tasks we outsourced. So we started, we got the ETH Pioneer Fellowship, which is a 150,000 Swiss franc grant. And then we had a little bit of money to actually hire some contractors that built user interfaces for us. So but mostly was done by us.
Okay. Now you've already mentioned Siemens and other large customers that you could sort of leverage through the university network. I mean, companies in, I would say, irregular setups or not doing a spin-off usually have to first find some early partners, some design customers. Would you say that is a big advantage, or was it a bit of an exception for your case to get this good access to potential customers who, in your case, even asked you to please build a product for them, which I believe is a good market signal?
Yeah, I would say it was quite a game changer in the beginning. Obviously now your network is dry relatively fast, no matter how big it is. And also if you do B2B SaaS, it's very slow in terms of the sales motion. So you need a pipeline that is bigger than your network. But obviously starting to explore opportunities and working with these companies helps a lot. And a name like Siemens as your first customer also helps you attract investors and kind of help them build conviction around that. And I think, yeah, that was quite key for us.
Is this first customer, Siemens, still one today?
Yes.
Nice. Okay, great. I think we have idea, we have team, we also have a product by now. So let's get into funding, which I, as an investor, obviously am quite curious about. So when did you feel like it was the right timing to raise a first pre-seed round?
Yeah, when...
And maybe, I mean, is there even a right timing?
I think the answer is it depends. I think if you're building hardware and you have a longer go-to-market, it might, make sense to get some university grants and try to survive on that until you know that you can go to market. I think if you're building software, you need to be very fast. So for us, we got this grant, but at the same time we realized, okay, this 150,000 Swiss francs won't take us that far. We really need to pick up speed, and this is why we immediately started racing a round. In our case, it was also a VC-led round, so we did not do a family or angel round. We decided to raise at least 1 million, that was the goal, and we ended up raising 1.2 million Swiss francs. And yeah, I think that was the absolute right decision.
Okay, that's what I obviously like to hear as an investor who also invests in pre-seed. Then I've already mentioned it was quite the short period of time until you also raised your seed round, right? Pretty much 1 year. So how did you manage to not only deploy all this money in a year, but then to also be ready for a seed round, to hit the milestones you need until then?
I think we hired a great team that built an exceptional product in a very fast time. This is what makes me most proud of our journey so far, seeing what the team has accomplished in such a short time. And that product was used by several big names, and they really liked it and started us also to pay like substantial sums that would justify raising a new round. We didn't deploy all the money. We would still be alive 1 month, I think, now, if we wouldn't have raised the round with you guys. But at some point, it makes really sense to raise enough money so you can plan ahead a little bit longer. Not only 12, 18 months, but perhaps 24 months, especially in this turbulent market environment. And we knew that we have enough traction today to actually raise that round. It became a little bit bigger than we anticipated, but I prefer that to raising less than anticipated. Yeah.
Sorry for that. Were there any investors you talked to that had any major concerns about this whole spin-off situation, either in the pre-seed round or in the seed round, or was it not a topic at all?
Yes, yourself? No. No, I mean, I think ETH is very reasonable when it comes to spin-offs, and they're also known for that. There are studies globally showing that ETH has a quite good model in place. They're not taking any equity stake in your company, which I think is really important because that makes you less attractive to investors. And I think in our case, yes, it's a concern, but when you show investors the framework that we had, then it ended up being not a problem at all.
Okay. Now a last and a bit of a tricky question from my side, since I sit with you here on stage. How did you decide on the right partners for your pre-seed round, but then also for the seed round?
I think it's two components. So first of all, it's all about the people. and a founder-investor relationship is, I would say, on average longer than the average marriage. And you really need to be sure about the people that you work with. So that's, I would say, the absolute most important part. And the second part is VCs have portfolios of startups, but I also think that startups should have a portfolio of VCs where the VCs can complement each other. And that's how we decided, right? So when we raised our first round with Wingman, we went for an investor that is based in Switzerland, so geographically close. But a main argument for us was also that they are ex-operators, so they were founders themselves, which I think is the best advice that you can get really in the really early days. And then in the seed round, it was a lot about, you know, being confident that this fund can help us, understands the product, and really believes in what we do. And if we feel like a mutual connection, and that was clearly, in that case, La Familia and Earlybird. And we were super happy to bring both funds together in the round, which was also not expected by us, that we will get two such great names into one round. And that's how we decided.
And I can say we're also very happy about that. Maybe now to wrap up, I hope all of you who raised your hands in the beginning and who are planning to do something similar, spinning off from university, bringing your research to life, I hope you now have a sort of a playbook, a recipe you can follow. I know we don't have much time left, but I would love to maybe also allow 1 or 2 questions if we have a microphone. If you have any for Julian. We do have a microphone. Is there anything you'd like to ask him before our time's off? Okay. Even better. Then I think everything was clear. With that, I would say thank you all for listening, for your attention. Especially thanks to you, Julian, for sharing all these insights. And with that, all that's left to say from my side is happy summit, everyone.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Lauren and Julian, for joining us here on the stage and for sharing all these insights. Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy your time here at Start Summit. Now, before some of you head off to the lunch break, which has started meanwhile, I mean, there is at least 11 good reasons to stay here or to join the audience right now. More precisely, there is 11 life lessons that you can take from our next speaker. And we're just gonna give it 1 or 2 minutes so you guys can settle, you can sit down. And meanwhile, I'll do something which they actually prohibited me to do. They told me don't ever leave the stage, and still I'm gonna do that because, as you guys know, don't ask for permission, but ask for... Okay, guys, that was very poor. I did expect more from you guys. So once again, don't ask for permission, but ask for a gift. Opinions. Okay, so tell us about your opinion on Start Summit so far.
Honestly, I came here to get an internship. If anyone needs a marketing intern, let me know.
Oh, there we go.
I actually really like it. We have something similar in Austria, but this one is more on steroids, so I fucking love it.
There we go. Nice. Which industry, what kind of internship are you going for?
As I said, marketing internship. I'm open for everything, so...
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so this has become a job platform as well, so we can take it live from here. If there's anyone interested in hiring this guy, he's sitting in the first row, huh? Let me just quickly ask some of you guys your impression so far here. Did you enjoy St. Gallen? Where are you guys from?
Oh, we're from WHU. WHU.
Okay, very good. In Germany, right?
Yeah, exactly.
First time here at University of St. Gallen? Or?
Yeah, in my case, yes. I'm not sure about others.
Okay, and how is that? I mean, we're rivals, aren't we? No, but
yeah. Exactly.
Still enjoying it?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, just spying around a little bit, figuring
just
out.
checking out how you guys are doing.
Fantastic. No, very good. Happy to have you guys here. Anyone has been traveling lately, by the way? By any way, like to Morocco, by any chance? Yeah, you've been to Morocco? Okay, like you gotta answer me that question. What have you been doing there? Because your travel plans might be challenged by our next speaker. You know that, right?
Well, I was just in Morocco traveling around for a bit, surfing for a bit, and yeah, in February.
Okay, but you didn't ride like a children's bike or anything like that? Okay, so you might get inspired by the next speaker to see that, how that could come about. I'm very excited because our next speaker, he's going to be the first keynote speaker here on the Builder Stage. I mean, just to recap again, Builder Stage is all about bringing your company and your ideas from A to Z. So we're going to cover throughout today and tomorrow, like the full life cycle of every founder. So we started with finding co-founders, with how to spin off from university, how to mature as a founder, but also as a company. And now next up on stage is a serial founder and nowadays also investor who's actually been part of the Start Summit team a couple of years ago. And as he told me earlier today, he's missing the Trishli Club, which is probably the most famous and greatest club we have in St. Gallen, and I think he's very much looking forward to tonight's party as well. So make sure you catch him during the party and ask all the questions you should have, or you just make best use of the time we have here on stage right now. So Sebastian Pollock, he's not just been a Start member, but he's also one of the co-founders of Amorelie, which is probably the preferred online shop of some of you guys. Thereafter, he started off one of the coolest, I guess, also VC funds in Berlin. It's called the Visionaries Club, just to make sure like we have a promising name here. And he actually gathered 40 of the most prominent speakers, not just speakers, but founders actually in Europe that we have. A lot of unicorn founders from what I know, and also some of the leading family offices that are backing his fund. And now he's giving life to a lot of new innovations in Europe. And we're very happy to have him share not just his inspiration from Berlin, but actually also from, I guess, one of his latest travels, like through Morocco, and why you should maybe take into consideration for your next travel to do it on a children's motorbike, and what you can get from that for your entrepreneurial journey. Enjoy his talk. Thank you, Sebastian, for being here.
Okay, I guess I went on a bit too early, so that was the Berlin vibes here. More Berghain than St. Gallen, probably, and more Berghain than Trishli. But let's see. So, before we get started, actually, a quick show of hands. Who has done, within the last 12 months, something so ridiculous you're, at some point, when you have kids, you're going to tell them about? Okay, so Mark. How many of you? So not too many hands, maybe 5, 6. And don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to tell us what that ridiculous thing was. But so I would say out of a crowd of, I don't know, I'm very bad at estimating how many people are sitting here. Out of 100, maybe 5 or 6. So let's see. I'll get back to that point. So what I actually want to do today, and it's a little bit of a minimum viable product. So it is a bit of an MVP. Actually, I don't really want to talk about the things that most people talk about on stage at Start Summit. So I don't want to list the things that I learned from being a founder, or how do you get venture funding. Because I think there are amazing speakers here who will do all of that, or have already been doing all of that. So actually, I was thinking, what could, and I was, well, not sitting here, but I was actually 13 years ago, as part of the organizing team of Start Summit, I was in your shoes. I also studied here, did my master's here, with this faint idea of at some point maybe starting a company. So actually, I imagined, rewinding a bit, 13 years, and I don't think I've really changed. At least visually, I have not. Hopefully, but so I asked myself, what would really make sense? So that's why. Yeah, today I'm actually going to talk about something very different. And I'm only going to do like a quick, say, 2 minutes of who am I? And then I'm going to do another only 2 minutes of what is it that Visionary Startup is doing. So I think we can all bear through those 4 minutes. And then I'm actually getting into the actual topic of this speech. So yeah, it pretty much all started here, actually. So I did my bachelor's at WHU, and then went to St. Gallen. Amazing time, as mentioned earlier, spent lots of time at Trischli next to studying a bit, spent lots of time at the lake, had a really, really amazing time. And yeah, as you see, so this was me 13 years ago. I don't think I've changed. Please don't step any closer, otherwise you will see the wrinkles. So yeah, that was actually me on graduation day, I think in 2011. Then from there, I headed to San Francisco, worked at Headline, so for a venture capital fund in San Francisco from 2010 to 2012. Amazing time. Also with some good investments, some investments that I should have probably made back in the day. I met this guy, Kevin, very early. He was running a photo sharing app named Bourbon. And I kind of dropped the ball on that because I said, yeah, whatever, photo sharing, cell phone, doesn't really make sense. So yeah, a couple of weeks later, they rebranded to Instagram. And we all know how the story went from there. So, stories like that. But I had a really, really amazing time. And then returned because I wanted to start my own company. And why you see this amazing, nice-looking building there is because I actually decided that I can't spend the money that I saved. So from internships, from working at a supermarket back in Home Sweet Home Bremen in my very early days, and also from being a VC, I need to do what all of you are founders are doing today, every day, ideally, which is cash management. So I needed to keep my runway as long as possible. So AKA, I needed to keep my burn rates, what I'm actually burning on a monthly basis, I needed to keep that low. So if you find yourself in Berlin, I don't know if you've been to Soho House in Berlin, very fancy place. Go there, nice summer day, picture yourself, you're standing on the rooftop of Soho House with a nice drink, then turn 45 degrees, take a good look at a building that looks like that. That's where I lived. 200 euros a month rent in a student dorm. That was my little room. And in this room, I sat for 9 months, or I think 10 months, every day working on ideas for a company. It almost didn't go anywhere, but then fortunately I had the idea for Amorelie together with Lea, my co-founder. And yeah, that's how we got started at the end of 2012 with Amorelie. I think you all know how that story went. So I think we did make quite some people happy and hopefully also saved some relationships. And yeah, it overall had just a very good time. And yeah, if you want me to talk about market penetration and stuff like that, then yeah, happy to do that. And then from there, we sold the company in 2018. So we had raised some money along the way, then sold the company in 2018 to ProSieben, the large European media company. And then I did 9 months of bucket list, pretty much. So climbed Kilimanjaro, meditated in silence for 10 days, worked at a restaurant in Berlin for a month. So that was me. I'm a terrible cook. I was even worse before, but still after this 1 month, I still suck at cooking. And my thinking was, if I work at a restaurant, they would probably teach me how to cook. That was a very bad and very wrong assumption, actually. So they taught me, well, on the one hand, how to cut lots of vegetables. So I'm probably world-class in cutting vegetables. And at some point they saw, okay, this guy is, I mean, he's not amazing at what he's doing, but we will at least show him how to do select dishes from the menu. So now you will think I'm an amazing cook because I can make, let's say, for example, octopus on black quinoa and shellfish foam. So I can do that, but I still can't do spaghetti bolognese. I still can't do salad sauce. So yeah, it was kind of so experience. I loved it. I don't think they did. And then from there, after 9 months, at some point I felt it's time to do something proper again, leave the vegetables behind. And that's when we started Visionary Stuff. So yeah, we are a pan-European fund. This is the team. We're 16, based in London, based in Berlin, investing all over Europe and having lots of fun while doing that. As mentioned earlier, because we're all former founders, actually, I would scratch out the former, we're all founders. So what we decided to do is that we wanted to raise a fund that only has amazing people as our fund investors who we like to work with and who we can learn a lot from, but also where our portfolio founders can benefit immensely from having these people pretty much as part of your extended cap table. So you need to get visionaries in, then you have access to those people. And this is just a small selection of the people that are backing us. And these are just a few of the investments that we've done. Many of them actually here today. So very proud that I think it's 6 or 7 portfolio founders of us that are also at Start Summit today. And what I'm now spending most of my time on, because traditionally we have invested in B2B SaaS. What we then, over the course of the past years, and I think especially me, I became a dad 2 years ago, and what I'm super, super passionate about is the Tomorrow Fund, which we're launching now as part of the Visionaries Club. So same investors, same amazing value add, same unfair advantage. But now we're only focusing pretty much on, hey, what's next? What are the next decades going to be known for? So if we talk to our kids or grandkids at some point about 2023 and the next decades, I think, yes, of course, digital and internet and mobile and AI, all of those things are going to matter. But what are the other things that are going to matter? And when you just look around, when you take a look at how our planet is, how things are developing, I think then it's not all great, to say it in a very euphemistic way. So this is exactly what we're focused on. So we're focusing on the intersection of mission meeting moonshot, so anything that is very science-driven in the frontier tech space. So that was it. So that was my more or less 2 minutes on me and then 2 minutes on Visionaries Club and what we're doing now. So now, I'm actually as mentioned, I'm super excited to be back. It's been 13 years. And as mentioned earlier, so this was the original idea that we had for the presentation. Lessons going from founder to VC life. Presentation and a title that you could probably read many places, and I think you're going to get lots of that during those 2 days here. So what I decided to do instead is to scratch out a couple of words here. So we actually ended up with just lessons from life. That's what I'd like to talk about, and I'm actually going to jump right in. The slides are mainly for my own memory, and so please actually don't take a look at them, because they look horrible. And I just need them for myself. So you can ignore the slides. I'm going to jump right in. So number one, I think it's actually super crucial to think about death. And yeah, fortunately or unfortunately, I think actually fortunately, we're all going to die at some point. Hopefully that's not within the next, whatever, at least not tonight at Trishli. It may happen, but let's hope it's not very soon, but it could be the case. So I think that's one very, very important realization to make, that all of you, including me, we're all going to die. So what does that mean for our lives? I think that means that every moment, every minute, hour, day, week, we should be spending on things that really matter to us personally, that ideally also matter to the world. So that's why my number one life learning so far is that it's super, super important to really go for deep purpose. So really go for the things that truly matter to you, that maybe mattered even when you were a kid, and that fascinated you even before LinkedIn, when you weren't thinking about your resume. I think it's those things that really will ultimately lead to happiness when you at some point reflect upon your life. One concept that I keep in mind, that I kind of came up with, I called it the North Pole exercise, is I know, and I've been there myself, those moments when there's lots of ambiguity. You're at a critical junction in your life. You don't know if you're going to study at St. Gallen or somewhere else. You don't know what you're going to study. You don't know what you're going to do next. This job offer to take, that one to take. In those moments, the first instinct, oftentimes, because as humans, sometimes we have a hard time dealing with this ambiguity, with those question marks, with that, oh shit, actually, I don't know. Actually embrace that moment in time. That's the North Pole. That's, yeah, you're standing barefoot on the North Pole. It's very cold. It's not pretty. But if you picture the North Pole, you have 360 degrees of where you could move. And that's, on the one hand, that's an amazing opportunity. But it's, if you just start moving without thinking about it, where you actually want to go, then you will probably end up, after a day's worth of traveling, you may end up, because you just went for it. You just said, yeah, I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand the cold. I'm just gonna start walking. But after a day, if you realize you actually wanted to go the complete other way, then you have to track back another day, and then even after a further day, you get to the point where you could have been after just one day if you had dared standing on the North Pole a bit longer. So I urge you, don't worry, I've been there, I've been in those North Pole situations myself. Actually, I love them, but they're also scary. But stand the cold, super important. Then focus or fail. I think it's very easy to think about all the opportunities that you have and just start saying yes to all of them because you don't want to miss out on any of them. But I think actually to me, in my personal learning, is that, so pretty much the Michael Porter approach, strategy is deciding what not to do. So I think it's super, super important to be very focused, to double down on the things that really matter to you, where you're good at. So strengthen your strengths. Don't try to be great at everything. It's impossible. I'd rather have all of you find your super skill, your secret magic thing, and then double down on that one. And last one on this one, I think dreaming so big that it makes others feel uncomfortable. You only have this life. You're not living it for somebody else. So you really think it's for you to embrace the notion of, at some point, I am going to die, and then make the most of your life. So this is actually my, hopefully, assuming I will turn 90, so 1 year is a checkbox here. And so this is where I stand at 37 by now. So you see, it may not seem like much, but at some point all those dots are going to be filled up. And in my case, they're probably, they're halfway filled. So think about that when you think about your own life. 2, I think we as humans, we actually have an amazing superpower. And that superpower is completely free. Doesn't cost you anything, and that is smile. Actually look people in the eye, smile, give them all your attention, don't look on your phone, and smile. In my experience, I think that has opened so many doors, and it has actually showed me that there are doors. I think otherwise I would have just gone by without noticing that there is a door. So I think that is a superpower that all of you have. You don't need to study to have that superpower. You don't have to pay any money. You just have it. Use it. And the same one is actually cry. I think it's very, so my parents got divorced when I was 12. There's lots of crying. And I noticed, I think I could have gone either way. I could have gone the typical, I'm just going to, all that pain, I'm just going to put it inside of me. Or I could have gone, and that's the path that I went, I could have gone actually let it all out. Let the emotions be on your tongue. I think it's very uncool to be cool, actually. So I think you're losing out on the fidelity of life if you don't embrace your emotions. And I think crying here and there, watching whatever, Forrest Gump, and I definitely cried during Forrest Gump. And if there are any good recommendations for movies to cry to, I'm very happy to take them afterwards. But I think it's amazing. It's such a cleansing of the soul. So that's on that one. And I think these guys, I mean, they just, one of them being Swiss, I think they showed it. And that, I still get goosebumps when I just take a look at this picture. I think crying is such an expression of passion and of, I really care for this. And I think these guys actually embraced that quite well. Then 3, be curious and ask questions. I guess by profession, I've told my personal story lots of times. I'm very bored by my own story. Actually, I don't want to fall into the trap of the typical human behavior. If I'm insecure, I'm just going to blurt out things. I'm just going to blast out my own life story and what I think, what I feel, whatever, those things in a preconceived notion. But rather, I think, to me personally, it's so much more interesting to learn about other stories, to learn about Mark's story, looking for a marketing internship, why, how did you grow up? I saw you nodding when I talked about my parents getting divorced, so I'm assuming the same is the case for you. So you learn so much more about people when you actually observe them and you ask them, when you're truly curious. And I'm not talking about textbook curious. I'm not talking about, oh, I read the definition for active listening. I have to repeat what the other person said, and then I'm going to bring my point across. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm really talking about being interested, being curious. I think all of you bring so many interesting stories, and being able to discover that, I think it's one of the most magic things, and you will see that there's so much coming from it. Then 4, thinking about, and this goes a bit back to the notion that our lives are endless, and the time that we have on this planet also is not infinite. So in order to really experience and enjoy all of that, I think the one thing that is needed is health. So putting health first, always. And if you see me tonight at Trischli, I won't be doing that. But I think generally speaking, if you don't have health, you can't be a great founder. You can't be a great student. You can't be a great kid. You can't be a great parent. You can't be a great friend, whatever. So I think putting health first. And then these are my personal buckets. And I try to think about my life also in this order. So that doesn't mean that I'm spending most of my time on health, then on love, then on family, and only then on business. I am probably spending most of my time on business, but if it comes down to it, if I need to make, am I doing this, am I doing that type of decision, and it's a must-have decision, then I will always try to prioritize my decisions and my time based on those buckets. Then 5, ultimately it's all about the people. And there's one anecdote. So after we sold Amorelie to ProSieben, my co-founder Lea and I, we decided we would take the entire team, so we were more than 100, all in one EasyJet plane, fly them to Mallorca on our own, pretty much we paid for it. And ProSieben was freaking out because it ultimately meant we were putting the entire company, including us, on one plane. They didn't like that idea. We still did it, but they made us sign, if their plane goes down, then we can take over right away type of notes. But that's not the story. So we had an amazing 3 days, and I knew that this last night, when I had to say goodbye to my company and to everybody, to the team, was coming up. So I did a bit of, let's say, daytime Trischli with the team. So I had an amazing long speech prepared for the night. Yeah, and quite frankly, I wasn't really sure about that speech anymore. I thought I had it memorized, but since there were too many drinks involved during the day on all of our parts, the only thing I could remember, which ended up being the essence of what I wanted to say, was ultimately it's all about the people. So every interaction that you have, I think at some point will kind of come back to you in an ideally positive way. So I think everybody that you meet here today, everybody that you meet during internships, during working, during studying, it doesn't matter. I think ultimately those are the things that you will remember. I think it's less the things that you do, but it's actually more who you do them with. So I just wanted to bring across that ever since I realized that I really try to embrace those moments when I meet somebody, when I work with somebody, because I know, and in positive karma, it will come back to me at some point. And yeah, Christmas parties, especially at Amorelie, were my favorite time of the year. Seeing everyone hugging, being proud of what we achieved, I knew exactly who was living together, and lots of other things that I also knew. But so that was always my favorite time of the year. The Christmas party itself, but also the next day, the day when everybody was still hungover, but they made it to the office. I made tea for everyone, so I always bought this big chamomile tea then went across and everybody got their serving of tea. And then latest at 1 p.m., we turned on Love Actually. And then the entire company watched Love Actually together. Definitely my most favorite time of the year. Then, and I'm not sure if the light means I have to hurry up. Don't worry, okay, because I obviously lost complete track of time. But I'm going to hurry up a bit more. Okay, 2 minutes. Oh, easy. I can do that. Just 5 more to go, no problem. So number 6, principles are only principles when they hurt. And what I mean with that is, I think many of us, we talk about our principles and we make lots of fuss about it. But that very second, when actually sticking to a principle means you can't hire somebody, you can't make a deal, you can't make an investment, you're going to lose money, you're going to have to stay up another 2 hours or so. That moment of truth actually decides if what you were talking about was truly a principle, because if you end up going for that principle, then it will hurt, or if it was just something that you said, but which is actually not a principle. I think very important learning that I made. Then 7, the Facebook test, or today, whatever, Instagram, TikTok test, New York Times test, whatever you want to call it. So I try to, and we as company, both at Amorelie, also at Visionaries Club, we always try to adhere to this principle, which means all the things that we do, all the things that we say, all the things that we write, ideally, if they were leaked onto, whatever, Instagram, then maybe I won't always feel 100% great about it. Maybe I won't always feel 100% proud of it, but the maximum thing that should happen is that I blush. Then I'm like, oof, this is a bit uncomfortable. Mark and I need to have a good conversation now, but Mark is not going to hate me. I don't have to flee the country for the things that I did. So this is my kind of test of principles in action. Then number 8, I think it's super, super important to front-load tough decisions, front-load tough conversations. It's very easy to drag on those conversations, to drag on those decisions. But ultimately, so I know many of you are already founders, want to be founders. As a founder, that is amongst your jobs. This is probably one of the most critical ones, because at some point you won't have anybody left to make critical decisions, because at some point it all boils down to you, and you have to make those decisions. So I can just, from my own experience, and I did the exact opposite too many times, front-load hard decisions. If you do that, then so hard now will mean easy later. Then 9, meditate, go off the grid, be in nature, write. I think it's coming back to my cell phone example earlier, I think it's just look around you, listen, how much noise there is. And this isn't only the case at a conference, this is the case in whatever we do in life. There's so much noise, there's so much things that may distract you from the actual signal and from the things that you shouldn't decide in a second's time, but you should actually take and do a walk, where you should meditate on it, where you should write, whatever, go off the grid. It's something that I do every year. This is in the Bavarian mountains. It's a Zen, how do you say that? Zen cloister, I don't know how to translate that, but it's like a monastery. It's not religious, but it's a place that I have a drawing to it, like on a yearly basis, that I spend 24 hours there. I don't need more than that. And it completely resets kind of the signal to noise filter that I have. And I think especially in today's world, this is such an important skill to have. It's very easy to be reactive to things, to open up your inbox in the morning and to start answering your emails. And then at the end of the day, yes, you have answered 200 emails. But ultimately, if you think about it, an email that you get ultimately is the priority of somebody else. So it's not your own priority. Then 10, think about energy adding and draining activities and purposely spend time accordingly. And this also goes for the people that you spend it with. So I think you can really classify activities and people in, do they give me energy or do they drain energy? And I think it's such an easy thing to do, but also, once again, hard to execute. And then, now this is where I want to close the loop here. Do weird stuff. I think life is it is too short to just do regular stuff, do stuff that you won't remember, that others won't remember. So my notion is, I actually, and all my friends know that, I want to create memories. So, and yeah, actually, one of the memories that we created, so 2 friends of mine, we took 3 kids' motorbikes, so a Honda Monkey. They're this tall. If you fall, it doesn't matter, because they're so small, you can't hurt yourself. It's very high. If you crash into a tree, that's probably the only, or into a palm, that's the only thing that can hurt you. Otherwise, it can hurt yourself. We were dropped off at the Algerian-Moroccan border in the middle of the desert. We purposely said, let's not take Google Maps. I ordered a print map of Morocco on Amazon. Then we had a compass. We had no clue where we were going to go. We just knew in 1.5 weeks we want to be somewhere close to Marrakesh. We hadn't planned anything. We didn't know where we were going to sleep. I took a very small backpack. It was the size of a shoe carton, or whatever that's called in English. I'm not going to tell you how many T-shirts I had. And that also went for the rest of my clothing. And then we just, if we said, hey, on the right here, that looks amazing, then we went to the right. If we said, oh, on the left, it looks amazing, let's go to the left, then we went to the left. We didn't follow the streets, sometimes we did, but most often we did not. We just went through the desert on these little kids' bikes. We slept in the desert. So this is me waking up in the morning, completely frozen. I didn't realize. I kind of knew this before. It gets cold in the desert. Everybody says that. But you actually only know once you've tried to sleep in the desert, which we did. But it was very cold. Yeah, so I would just encourage you, do stuff that's weird, that's crazy. Enjoy life. And also happy to hear from you if you have obviously amazing startup ideas, if you want to start something, if you want to work at Visionaries, if you want to talk about life lessons. Yeah, super happy to hear from you. Thanks.
There we go. Thank you very much, Sebastian, for being here with us and opening up in that such an open way, an authentic way also to the audience. I think that's quite unique. Guys, we still have a few minutes, if you don't mind, to ask questions in case you should have. I mean, Sebastian definitely added some energy here to the audience, I hope, and I guess the weird stuff is going to happen at Trishli tonight, then maybe, yeah, we'll see that. Is there questions, guys? Anyone who wants to? Yeah, it seems like there is a question over here. Try to be quick. And tell us your name and where you're from before you ask.
Hi, my name is Shu. I'm originally from Singapore, but in Munich Germany for about 8 years. So you've done a lot of weird stuff, Sebastian. What's your favorite memory?
Marrakesh in Morocco was pretty amazing. We also we went with a tuk-tuk, so we drove the tuk-tuk. It's that, yes, I know what you're thinking. It's the little car that doesn't have any horsepower. It's open on the left and the right. We took it to the Himalayas, and we crossed the highest motorable road on the Himalayas. And I think that took us like 2 weeks on 4,000 meters high and something. I mean, Morocco was amazing. That one was also, I don't know, many memories.
Man, that's inspirational. I already should book my flights to Morocco. Not too sure about the motorbike stuff. We'll figure out. Second question over here. Oh, could you turn on the mic? Yeah.
Thank you, Sebastian, for your interesting talk. We really enjoyed it. I'm from WiHAU. My name is Josie. I actually wanted to ask you about when you start your company, did you have an end goal in mind when you first started?
No, unfortunately, I didn't.
Did you have an end goal in mind when you started your company?
Starting Amorly?
Yeah.
So I think one of my big drivers in life has always been independence and freedom. So I think that was the general decision to start a company. I tried this corporate thing, and I really failed at it. I was always the intern who kind of went, okay, I'm done, but my work, I'm done with my project. My boss is on vacation, so I'm just going to speak to his boss. That was never good. So I realized very early on, I want to get stuff done, but I can't do it in this hierarchy thing. That doesn't work for me. So I think that was one thing. And yeah, quite frankly, and I think this is also not something negative, independence also means financial independence. So I think that was also not the key driver, but I think that was also a driver to ideally get to a point where I could pretty much do whatever I wanted to and where I didn't have to listen to anybody else telling me what to do.
Okay, apparently there's a lot of questions. Unfortunately, we only have time for one more left, but make sure you catch Sebastian. We've got a question from Stefan here.
Hi, Sebastian. I'm Stefan from Switzerland in Germany, and I have one question for you. Having worked with about 130 companies and 8,000 leaders, every one of them regrets pushing back tough decisions. One of your lessons learned is hard now, easy later.
Yeah.
What did you learn how to get yourself to be better at taking tough decisions immediately?
I think it's part is actually being reflective and reflecting on one's own decisions. So also being very purposeful about it as VCs. So we document every decision that we make. When we go into investment committee, we write down what everybody's decision is and why they would either vote to invest in a company or not. We also do that at critical junctions of companies, and I think the retrospection, the looking back at things, but this also goes for your personal life. I think if you're actively journaling, if you reflect on those things, if you start meditating, at some point you will just realize those. I think it's very basic psychology. And we as humans, we are wired to ignore those moments, but we can't, for example, through reflection, through meditation, we can get very knowledgeable of this one, or once you can observe yourself in a much better way, and you will notice bodily reactions, brain reactions, thinking, emotional reactions to, oh, this is one of those points where I can either go the easy way now, then it's going to turn really ugly later, or I could turn the other way and go hard now, and then it's going to be a walk in the park. It's going to be a Honda monkey ride in the Moroccan desert later on.
Very good, thank you. I think we'll take one more final question here.
Sure.
Just trying to do you a favor, guys.
Yeah, hi. So I totally agree with you about the whole thing, and it's also about the mindset, and meditation can help you with that, definitely. So I was wondering, is there maybe a phrase or a mantra that you wake up to every single day that you have as like, for you as guidance in life from your North Star?
To be quite frank, there isn't one thing. I think it's the general spirit, and also an amazing exercise to, even if you've only been awake for an hour, you can already look back at that hour and think about what am I grateful for that happened in this hour. And we do that in the team here and there, when we on a Monday morning, when if it's early, but so what are you grateful for? I think that is something that will teach you being grateful, but also teach you, I think, optimism, because most of the time there's always something positive. Even if it's the sun that woke you, yes, it may have been 6 o'clock in the morning, but it was the sun that woke you, or it was your kid, or whatever, or that amazing thought that you had. So I think that combination, trying to believe in optimism, and at the same time being thankful and grateful, I think that's a good combination.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. Please put your hands together for Sebastian. Thank you for being here, and catch up later at Trishli, huh? Awesome. Man, I hope one day you'd invite me over for that amazing, what was it, octopus on black quinoa or something? Holy shit, that sounded yummy. Man, I don't care about the spaghetti bolognese or anything. Anyway, speaking of food, guys, it's time for lunch. We'll have a little break here on the Builder stage. Make sure you come back at 1 p.m. because this is where you get your main course. This is where you get your food for thought. So take the starters over there in the food corner. You should have all received like some vouchers for your meals. Make best use of them, and see you later here at the Founder stage. Thank you.
checks her cell phone for the 32nd time. Slips into her Jimmy Choos. Perfect pink 3/4 skirt and lilac leather purse. She's a page from W. She grabs the only coat she owns, sprays the room with French cologne, just in case she don't come home alone. Well, she's on stage tonight in Angel Town, where how you look's what matters. Things are looking up, so don't look down. And she should go home, but she never will. She'll ride her broken wings until she flies so high she shatters. I love this town. Fat Boy Roy's a would-be king with offices at Fox. He's sipping on his Veuve Clicquot, sending drinks to movie stars and hoping that his date, he's hoping that she likes the Fat Boy dinner show. He gives the maitre d' a nod. They bring his food like he was God, but Roy just sits there knowing he's a fraud. Well, he's on stage tonight in Angel Town, where how you look's what matters. Things are looking up, so don't look down. He should go home, but he never will. He'll ride his broken wings until he flies so high he shatters. I love this town. Driving down from Heaven's Gate and winding through the hills. Just can't wait to hit the streets. Tattoo Venus waits for us with all her neon thrills and many more delicious treats. Well, Norma Jean, I think I see how you lost yourself in fantasy. Just like Maisie, Fat Boy Roy, and me. We're on stage tonight in Angel Town, where how you look's what matters. Things are looking up, so don't look down. We should go home, but we never will. We'll ride our broken wings until we fly so high we shatter. I love this town. I love this town. I love this town. We should go home. I love this town. I love this town. We should go home. Just like Philadelphia, freedom means a lot to me. In between the place I've been and where I'm going, I can see America, trying not to show her age, even though the winds of change keep on blowing. Remember Philadelphia, when the world was young and warm, so in love and living for everything new. But I know Philadelphia, the winter winds will slowly take your heart and soul until it makes nothing of you. And I would lay your body down to rock your tears away, but it's much too late for now to be like yesterday. And the time is running out, and we still have to say flash a peace sign, take a bow. Though we may not know it now, things are never gonna be the same. Here on 7th Avenue, I tip my old top hat to you. I hope you find somebody who will love you like I do. 'Cause I would lay your body down, rock your tears away, but it's much too late for now to be like yesterday. And the time is running out, and we still have to say goodbye. Goodbye. Her name was Juliet, some girl that I just met for dinner at this place on Lafayette. When it was time to go, she gets the check and grabs my coat, and then she tells me, now I'll walk you home. Well, I'm not liking what I hear. In what kind of hemisphere do the lions all get led around by deer? You gotta be careful fooling with nature, 'cause pretty soon nature start fooling with you. He talk a mouthful of a little red apple, but that mouthful was a little too much to chew. I like equality, but if you're telling me that equal means the same, I disagree. Girls are sugar, boys are spice. Mix them up you pay the price, never thinking what you sacrificed. And now it's just too late, so how can you complain that every Tarzan in the jungle acts like Jane? You gotta be careful, fooling with nature, 'cause pretty soon nature will start fooling with you. He took a mouthful of a little red apple, but that mouthful was a little too much to chew. My apologies to all concerned, but it's a lesson every child has learned. If you play with fire, your fingers might get burned. Door and let me keep you warm. Why take less of me when I could give you more? You gotta be careful, fooling with nature, 'cause pretty soon nature will start fooling with you. So make me work harder at getting you closer, 'cause the harder I'm working, the better you'll do. April snow blowing around in Gramercy Park. The two of us were never meant to last. You left your traces and drove away like a circus in town. A three-ring show that comes and goes too fast. Best of friends have been divided by a kiss, and if we can't love again, I can always reminisce. Cinderella beautiful, this one is for you. We almost made our fairy tale come true. And happy ever after was unavailable now. 2 years after midnight, I'm still thinking of those yesterdays when I was Prince Charming and you were Cinderella beautiful. You know I don't like Christmas, but thanks for the holiday card. I didn't know you moved so far away. The winter months were the usual mess back here in New York. Every day, another shade of gray. I'm doing fine, but sometimes, every now and then, I miss who I was with you. And I wonder where he went. Cinderella beautiful, this one is for you. We almost made our fairy tale come true. Oh, and happy ever after was unavailable now. 2 years after midnight, I'm still thinking of those yesterdays when I was Prince Charming and you were Cinderella beautiful. And I know our time has come and gone away, so why do I waste my nights dreaming of you and me that can never be again? Oh, and happy ever after was unavailable now, 2 years after midnight. I'm still thinking of those yesterdays when I was Prince Charming and you were Cinderella beautiful. Cinderella beautiful. Cinderella beautiful. Oh, well, he had nothing to lose. It was time to cruise, and he got out of that place. He knew just what to do and made every move without leaving a trace. He jumped over the fence and hit the ground, running as fast as he could without making a sound. His feet were flying through dirt and mud, each step propelled by a rush of blood. And all he wanted to do after all those years inside was make it out alive. Make it out alive. Well, he's been running away ever since the day he dropped out of school. He never did what they told him he should. He just was no good at following rules. But he learned how to get what he wanted all right by using a gun and a switchblade knife. He'd start a fight and kill on a whim and take your life like it belonged to him. And he always thought if he ever did get caught, he'd make it out alive. Oh, make it out alive. Oh, when the cops came around, they put him under arrest, but he couldn't care less. He didn't even blink when they threw him against the wall. He didn't think he did anything wrong at all. So they locked him up and they put him away, but he knew that he was gonna escape one day. And so he did, and ever since then they tried, but they never saw his face again. Right now he's bumming around in a small town down in Mexico. And every day he tells himself he's free, but he doesn't feel it though. He still falls asleep with just one eye closed, looking over his shoulder wherever he goes. He's got a boat and a house on the beach, but he hasn't lived one day in peace. 'Cause you gotta do much more than just survive to make it out alive. Oh, make it out alive. Oh, make it out alive. Oh, make it out alive. Make it out, make it out, make it out alive. thinking about you, and I remember everything, all of us. I look at the ocean, but still I can't see anything but all of us. The time of open hearts, the time before the rest of life begins, the learning who we are, what I'd give to be December boys again. Nothing was easy, but I would do it all again and never change a thing. It's all about choices, but I couldn't watch you walk away without following the lines of broken dreams, the lines dividing strangers from your friends. We live in you and me. Oh, what I'd give to be December boys again. Oh, in between a man and child, homeless horses running wild, everything on earth was worth a try. It took me by surprise, it felt so good to be alive. Sooner or later, we find the end to everything, but life goes on, twisting and turning, forcing us through every day until it's gone. At last I think I know, the past is where we keep what might have been, but it's best to let it go, 'cause we'll never be December boys again. We'll never be December boys again. Oh, never be December boys again. Never be December boys again. Standing by the bedroom door, leaning on the wall, watching how you brush your hair like a waterfall. Dusty galaxies dance around the sun. Nothing moves pretty
Guys, it seems that we are ready for the afternoon sessions here on the Builder stage. Welcome back. Great to see that apparently all of you finished lunch in time. You did better than I did because I still got my salad dressing here with me. Didn't get to that one, but we're extremely excited to have you back here for another bunch of interesting sessions and fireside chats here after lunch. I hope that energy levels are great. Did you bring some of coffees over here to be ready for the afternoon? So just to remind everyone, or for those who are attending the first session here on the founder stage, we're trying to kind of cover the full cycle sort of a founding story. We started off by figuring out how do you find the right co-founder, how do you spin off university, and so on and so forth. And now we are tackling the question, how does your startup, once it's been founded, like how does it survive the first 24 months? And I couldn't imagine any better fireside chat speakers to tackle that topic and to tell us more how that works than actually we have here with Sylvain Krembühl, who's the founder of Swisspreneurs, one of the leading platforms for entrepreneurs to exchange in Switzerland. Great to have you on stage and moderating this fireside chat, Sylvain. Used to be a co-student with me. Man, you made a hell of a journey. That's awesome. Great to have you back here. And obviously, the main speaker of the session, we got Fred Destin here with us on stage. He's one of the most renowned investors in Europe. He's been general partner of some of the most well-known VCs in Europe before he founded his own investment fund, which is based in London. They are investing out of their second fund, from what I know. The third even, second, fine, 124 million pounds, I heard. So that is amazing. He's actually covered by all sorts of metas and Forbes lists, and we're very happy to have him here on stage today at Start Summit. Please put your hands together for Sylvain and Fred.
Hello everyone, great to see so many faces. Fred, thank you for coming all the way here from London. It's great to have you.
My pleasure, always love coming to Switzerland.
You have been a board member at just about 25 companies. Your portfolio value has more than 20 billion US dollars in value. So you've seen a lot. And I just wonder which startup or which investment has helped you to grow the most as a person, but also as an investor?
My favorite journey is probably PillPack, because PillPack became Amazon Health. And the thing I like the most about it is we ended up with a very small group. So the two founders, TJ and Elliot, and myself and David Frankel, and we became like a mini think tank for the company. And I just absolutely love the energy of those meetings. All the core decisions we made to build a pharmacy operating system, to go free, we made them together as a small unit. And it showed me what's possible when you work out of a place of trust and very deep trust and appreciation for each other, because we kind of lived in truth all the time. And it was fun, it was stressful, it was exhilarating, and also I made some lifelong friends.
Amazing.
And I'm going to take my jacket off because it's good for my brand, but it's very hot up here.
The second question I want to ask you to warm up a bit is, what has been the most creative or most unique contact that ever a startup did to reach out to you for a potential investment? What was the thing that really is still on your mind from back in the days?
I mean, we've had a bunch of weird approaches, from people sending a singing chicken to the office, to people showing up with their product at the door, to people sending full samples. I don't know that creativity is particularly a trait you look for in how you approach people, to be honest. I think creativity in the project. But look, we've had all sorts of crazy things over the years. There's not one that stands out particularly.
Fair point. But here, today, we are here to talk about how to survive your first 24 months as a startup. It usually all starts with the mindset, so I want to talk about this founder mindset. You've been quoted often saying that startup founders share a lot of similarities with the samurai. So what are these similarities? What do they have in common?
So I love thinking about samurais because you effectively go back to Zen Buddhism, and the abstraction of self. And if you think about when a samurai goes into battle, first of all, they might lose their lives on the day, and secondly, they're probably going to be on the battlefield for 18 hours, which is a little bit like the reverse marathon that founders have to run, where you don't know how many miles they're going to run, but you know it's going to be long. And so there are two things I like from the samurai, which I think are applicable. One is, before they go into battle, they meditate on their own death, supposedly 1,000 times. And what you're trying to do there is actually to master your fear. You don't push your fear away, you embrace it. And in their case, it's the fear of death. You can apply the same to a startup and say, if I'm, when fear moves from here to your brain, if you're a startup founder, you can't operate. No. So you have to learn to live with fear when you're responsible for people's salaries and you might run out of cash. And so the best way is to meditate on what might happen if you fail. Well, if you fail, you might have to explain to your mom that you lost her money, and you might have to fire people. But at the end of the day, if you can live with the worst outcome and you're comfortable with it, then suddenly you get back to a place where you can think clearly. So that's number one. Number two, how do the samurai fight? So the samurai go into the battlefield thinking, today may be my day, the day I die, today may not be the day I die. And everybody else is high on adrenaline going, oh my God, I want to see my wife and my kids again, and they can't operate, right? So the second thing is, if you look at how samurai fight, they usually do a parry and a hit, and the other person's dead. Not that I love using war analogies, but the equivalent in startup land would be to focus on impact in everything that you do. A lot of startup founders become unbelievably busy, and they start getting eaten up by the level of busyness. I have to run payroll, I have to run accounting, I'm going to a conference, whatever it is, and then you end up being swallowed by things that don't move the needle. So if you think like a samurai, it's like, what's the most elegant gesture that moves the ball down the field? Mm-hmm. And the best founders I've worked with are people who are unbelievably good at taking critical decisions and then moving the ball down the field in very simple ways. So Alex Chesterman at Zoopla, when he wrote the original vision for Zoopla, the original document still stands after 6 years. The original set of KPIs basically did not change except for a couple of lines for the 5 or 6 years I was on the board. And Alex would make decision after decision after decision, always thinking about impact at very high speed. If you can do that well, you're already in a good spot.
Nice. And talking about startups, we hear that term here many, many times today at Start Summit. But what actually is a startup based on your perspective and experience? Yeah, so Stephen Gary Blank has probably the best definition of a startup, and I think it's useful to think of yourself that way. So he says a startup is a temporary organization in search of a scalable and repeatable business model. So you might say, well, that sounds very abstract. So I'll give you very practical examples. Don't give titles to people early. We all get obsessed about COO and VP sales and whatever. At the beginning, none of this matters. The only thing that matters is whether you're accomplishing tasks that move the needle. So people have completely the wrong debates internally as to who's going to run what. And you're like, the real question is, are we doing the right things and are we moving the needle? And if your original role within the company is to be, I don't know, head of running operations, and after a period of time you realize that you're actually really good at product, you don't want to move to product, or you realize that you need to hire somebody above you who's exceptional who you can learn from, you just got to be in the mindset where none of this title, status stuff matters. So everything about you is about being a learning organization, including understanding your own zone of excellence, including understanding your shortcomings. And I think if the entire team is thinking, we're not quite sure what we're doing, we're not quite sure what role we play, or we're just going to go figure it out, you're leveraging your key differentiator as a startup is simply that you can make decisions faster and morph faster because you have less capital, fewer engineers, no brand. So you actually have there's no reason why you should succeed except for your metabolism speed. And so everything you do at the beginning is all about metabolism speed. And you mentioned the founding team. So usually there's a team of co-founders in place. Let me ask you the question, can loners or single founders also start successful companies based on your experience? So I have zero issues with single founders. I think there are a lot of great companies started by single founders. The question with
those men or women is, were you able to attract the right quality of talent right from the offset? So effectively, are you building a co-founding team with the right level of discipline? And secondly, how generous are you with your equity? But I don't have a problem with single founders at all. I just think you have to realize that for us, one of the first tests is, were you able to get people to join without cash and without a VC behind you, etc.? The founder of Siebel famously managed to get 25 people to work for no money for a year when he started Siebel. It was an unbelievable story, including his EA. And if you have that level of people skills and that level of compelling narrative, you can build anything. So we have a number of our companies that have single founders, and I don't have any rules when it comes to that shit. I think rules in Startup Land are bullshit.
And when you have co-founders or you don't have co-founders, but you focus on the early employees, what are some tough conversations that you should have that often get just postponed or procrastinated a bit too long? What are these tough conversations you should have early on with your co-founders or early employees?
So at the end of the day, every company needs a leader. And there are certain decisions that somebody needs to make which are not going to be consensual. And if you're kidding yourself about distributed leadership, it will come and bite you in the ass. So when you start a company with a co-founder, you kind of want to go and sit down and have this incredibly honest conversation about where's our zone of genius, our zone of excellence, our weaknesses, what are we passionate about, who has the best qualities to lead a business, the ability to define the focus, tell the story again. There's these qualities that you'd expect a CEO to have, and I think shying away from what that means, it gets people in trouble. So what that also means is you probably don't want an equal equity split, because it's just not possible that everybody contributes the same. It may be, but I think these cases are quite exceptional. Usually there's somebody who's there with the original vision, with the original drive, somebody joins them early. Reflect that in the shares, it's totally fair. If you don't, over time, resentment might start to build, or you're not clearing the field, so to speak. Mm-hmm. So when I started Stride with Harry Stebbings at the 20 VC, we spent 4 to 6 weeks just talking about how do we feel about money, what are our ambitions and objectives, how do we relate to each other, how do we deal with the age difference. Harry was 20 when we started, right? He was like less than half my age. And how do we feel about that? So we spent a lot of time, sometimes in uncomfortable places, also digging into our own shadow. What's the trauma we lived as children? How does it show up? What's the dark side of our personality? And how do we deal with that? So some of it was honestly deeply uncomfortable, but I've learned from experience that these foundational discussions are extremely important.
Did you also talk about your core values to align them there in that part of the conversation?
So values is an overused word, but well-designed values are unbelievably powerful. And so I think that spending the time to understand the uniqueness of the DNA of your founding group is extremely important, because it's going to give an imprint to the company. Mm-hmm. So in our case, we have one of our core values is dissent, hence my cap. And it's the duty to speak up and the duty to dissent. And it applies to everybody inside the organization, including our younger people, which is like speak up because you hold a version of the truth that's valuable. We have another one which is always have impact. And if somebody's being busy, but it's not moving the needle, we don't need to have a one-on-one personal conversation that gets acrimonious. We can just ask the question, are you having impact? And most of the time people go, oh yeah, shit, you're right, I'm just being busy. And then, you haven't gotten into some kind of argument, because you can go back to the principles to have much more grounded and healthy discussions.
Another thing you focus on early on is understanding the customer problem. How can I tell if my startup, if I as a founder, really deeply and truly understand my customer's problem?
Yeah, so this can never be repeated often enough. Most of the time, we are not close enough to our users and customers. If we're an engineering team, we don't feel comfortable selling into enterprise, or whatever the reason is, we tend to sort of shy away from real engagement and prefer to stay at home and design the product thinking that we understand what our customers want. And that is the difference between success and failure in a lot of companies. So there's one of the playbooks you can apply if you're a SaaS company, for example, is find 5 customers and say, you know what, we're only going to have 5 customers for as long as it takes, and we're going to make sure they're successful. Like no matter what, we're going to co-design with them, we're going to go deep into the guts, we're going to give all our senior resources to them. By the time we finish that period, we will have a product that by definition has product market fit, 5 happy paying customers, and we'll have learned a ton. This kind of thing can absolutely kill you. I used to be involved in a French company, I mean indirectly, but it doesn't matter, and they were doing this super complex time optimization for worker shifts, and they were mathematicians, and they were brilliant, and what they were doing is complicated and value add. They forgot timesheeting. They forgot the most basic function, and it was unbelievable. By the time we went out to market, they managed to sign a bunch of clients, and then when they went broader, outside of the niche use case they were in, they realized they forgot one of the core features of the company, and it was really hard to back engineer into their product. So, you know, that's an example of just, we are just biased and blind. We just have to accept it. And, you know, everything you hold as an accepted truth about your market and your customer, you have to go challenge. You know, the things where you will excel are the things you don't know about. The things you already know about, that's fine. So it's like, what is it that I'm not seeing? What is it that I'm not understanding? What am I missing? What's gonna railroad me? And being that obsessive mindset about, you know, in which ways is this not gonna work, I think is a very healthy way to look at developing a startup.
And one not easy balance to strike for there is to keep focusing on what you're focusing on and building to try to deliver value to your customer, but also seeing new potential and new features that your customers might request. How do you balance staying focused and also still developing new things and new features?
So I would say for early stage startups, there's a period of what you might call spray and pray, where you go broad and you talk to as many customers as possible and you're taking a lot of input and you have a lot of noisy data back. Yeah. From spray and pray, you then go into your focus, your wedge, and you start building. I cannot tell you the number of times that we had highly requested features that customers actually didn't need. And this is where the art of product management comes in, which is what are really the core features we need to deliver? Let's focus purely on that. And you know, the fact that our customers request something doesn't mean they need it actually to buy and use the product. In particular, strong salespeople are dangerous because they want to get sales through. They'll say, oh, our customers request feature X. And then you sit down with them, it's like, how many customers? 2. Okay, what kind of users do you have? Oh, we have this super creative, you know, people in the innovation lab, they really want this. You're like, okay, so now we're starting to get a basis of fact to understand whether that feature request is something we need to do. But look, this is why I think European startups need to overinvest in product. In America, I used to live in Boston and invested all over the US. They're way better at putting a lot of resources into product, and the product function is the heart of any organization, and you need talented people. They're hard to find, by the way. We don't have enough of them. In fact, if I was a student, I would say, freaking go into product. You know, everything is already product-led and will become increasingly product-led.
And this leads back to the customer problem, because maybe the feature that your customer is requesting is not solving the right problem, or not a problem that you want to solve with your company, right?
Correct. So in early stage companies, if your sales or business development people don't have a deep appreciation of and understanding of product, you're more likely to fail. Because you're creating, one of the worst disconnects is really what the sales team is bringing back from the field versus the reality of what you're able to build or should build. And so the more you have salespeople and BD people that kind of have a deep appreciation of both engineering and product, the better off you are. So I would always skew towards these kinds of profiles. Yeah. Don't ever rely on salespeople to solve your problems. There's a reason why we insist on founder-led sales, because at the beginning you have to go get the information firsthand from the market.
Don't outsource that.
Yeah.
One other important point is your own energy along the way. You need to wisely manage your energy. Some people start a startup to escape the 9-to-5, but then actually end up working 24/7. Do you think that it's underestimated how much work and effort it needs to actually build a startup?
Yeah, I mean, building startups is an unbelievable grind. And it's a grind for one reason, which is nothing can ever be delayed. Because velocity drives more velocity, And there is a compounding effect to acting and executing fast. And so a startup is like an infinite speed treadmill that you're going to have to run on for 50 miles, right? And so if you think about it that way, your energy, your ability to go back into yourself and find out what you need and how you can sustain becomes one of the most important assets. Because if we lose a founder to burnout or to panic or to whatever it may be, or disconnection from their passion, we have destroyed or damaged our most valuable, quote-unquote, asset or talent. And as a founder, you really have to think, it will be harder, longer, more scary, more extreme than you think, and every single founder says that. I was once with the founder of MySQL, and at an award ceremony. He was at our table, and he got this Next Gem award. It was actually in Switzerland, and he said, a diamond is carbon compressed really, really hard. And he said that's how he felt in his journey as founder. And that phrase kind of always stuck with me. It's just fucking painful. So your family needs to know what you're embarking on. Your partner in life needs to know that you're going on quite a special journey where your availability to others and your, the absolute need to be available to your company is for quite a period of time going to overtake everything else. And so you also need to have very honest conversations with your parents, your spouse, your partner, and say like, I'm about to enter a zone of extreme. And I'm not saying you need to do that for the rest of your life, but people are telling you can be very balanced in an early stage in a startup. They honestly don't know what they're talking about. It just creeps up on you.
How can you as a founder avoid to burn out when you're running a marathon at the speed of the sprint?
I mean, I think, so a lot of founders are unbelievably driven. They can be driven by trauma, obsession, a chip on their shoulder. So their worst enemy in terms of sustainability becomes themselves. Because if you don't understand your needs, your energy, where you come from, you're more likely to run into the wall really, really fast, which is why I think there's an increasing realization that, doing therapy that relates to early childhood, doing, just being able to connect to your feelings, to your emotions, to your body, what's your body telling you, is very important, because if you don't keep things in balance, you're unlikely, well, you might make it, but you might kind of kill yourself in the process. And, we are all keen on powering people up in a responsible way, in a thoughtful way, where both founders and their teams don't end up getting burnt, getting damaged, having broken families, or whatever it may be, because the cost of this amazing adventure is pretty high, right? So the question is, how do you then leverage, if you look at the internal motivation stack, it's passion, I'm forgetting it now, mastering your craft, autonomy, you have autonomy over your work and you can see the output, passion, curiosity, and then the one that cements everything together is purpose. Now, purpose is kind of an overused word, and we can talk about that some other time, but if you manage to harness these 5 motivators, then grit and determination and the ability to be resilient, they come from a place of that's quite deep inside of you, because your passion is ignited, your curiosity is ignited. Now you're in a place where you're like, when shit goes wrong, instead of blaming the rest of the world or panicking, you go, that's interesting. I didn't see that coming. That's like an interesting challenge. How do I deal with it? So now you can be in a place of curiosity, which is a much better place to be emotionally than feeling like the world's coming at you or you're getting hit from the side, right?
Yeah. Another thing you also don't want to run out of is cash, liquidity. Many startups don't pay or don't seem to pay enough attention to this. Why do you think that's the case?
Yeah, so it's amazing the number of times we find startups that run out of cash, quote unquote, unexpectedly. And it is simply because the founders are in the weeds, running super fast, trying to manage customers, clients, retaining that talent, blah, blah, blah. And most of them have not been trained in cash flow. And the way we present from an accounting standpoint, financials doesn't make sense to anybody. But at the end of the day, you have to manage cash. The only thing that will kill you with absolute certainty is running out of cash. And I can't tell you how many times we had to pull someone's head up and go like, the cliff is coming, we're not reacting early enough. So that's one. Number two is don't necessarily trust your existing investors. I've seen so many times that people say, we got your back, we got to go, we got your back, you know? And then you come to the point where you need money, and they're like, yeah, actually your metrics don't look that great, and then they pull. Or they put a term sheet in front of you that's awful. So I think as a founder, you kind of always have to think plan B. You're the survivor of your company, don't outsource it to anybody else. And so I think I've also learned the hard way the need for founders to constantly be thinking about plan A, plan B, plan C, and have that as one of their core activities. You know, I need cash in 6 months. I need to be right now in market today, figuring out where my existing investors are and try to get them to be honest, and then what my plan B, my plan C are going to be. And then be unbelievably honest, because, man, I mean, especially in the last year, we had people go like, I'm going to raise 20 million at 100 pre. And I don't know what the markets are, but I'm like, I think you might raise 6 to 8 at 60 pre, but, you know, if you're really keen on trying that out. And we have so many companies that went out with these inflated expectations and had to just pull the brake so hard. And, you know, it's like who provides you with impartial advice in difficult markets is also very important. So you need mentors, you need people who've been through shit and crisis before, so that somebody can kind of help you see the bigger picture. Because the VC world is awful, it's opaque, people play games. I mean, there's a lot to do. Well, it's not awful across the board, but there's a lot to do to make it better, for sure.
Time is flying, Fred. I have one last question for you. What role does fundraising play in all of that in the first 24 months? Because we talked about the risks that you should avoid or the key areas to focus on. Is fundraising just a logical conclusion or next step if you avoid these risks or do a good job in mitigating them?
Well, so there's sometimes a misapprehension that I see in founders, which is they say, when I raise money, then I can do X. And I respect it, because if you have no money, you're like, how am I supposed to hire engineers? However, the reality is fundraising tends to be an outcome of moving the ball down the field. And there's a commonality amongst most of the great founders we worked with, which is that somehow they move the ball down the field even if they don't have any money. So I know one guy who used to go to Starbucks every morning. He'd buy someone a coffee, and he says, I need feedback on my app in exchange for me buying you a coffee. And he used to do 20 of those a day. So I can't remember how many weeks he did this. A founder of Faircast. But I think he ended up with 160 customer interviews for the price of coffees. And you know, that's an example of not using cash and then going and say, I have very deep market research. He didn't use a market research firm. He just showed up at Starbucks in South Boston every morning, and every fucking morning he was buying people coffee. The Starbucks people loved him because he was driving good business. So that's an example, but the point is fundraising is an outcome of you moving the needle. If you start thinking the other way around, you're going to get frustrated, disappointed, you're going to have difficult investor conversations, because everything is about momentum. Everything is about linking dots, you know, towards a line that shows progress. And so very often we might say no very early. We like the concept, we like the people, but you know, it will take a while for some key risk aspects to kind of get to the place where we're comfortable. So you have to put the dots and build a line. Otherwise, you're just going to keep running into a wall called fundraise, or somebody's going to take advantage of you. Somebody's going to say, I'll buy 10% of a company for 100 grand. And you know, that's not a place you want to be either.
But I love that key takeaway. Fred, thank you so much for coming all the way from London and joining us here. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for showing up.
Thank you very much, Fred Destin from Stride VC, Meet Us List investor here at Start Summit. Thank you. Thank you, Sylvain, for hosting this fireside chat. Sylvain, also founder of the leading Swiss startup podcast. Lovely people, what a lineup here on the Builder stage this afternoon. Actually, as a matter of fact, 5,000 people at this year's Start Summit, the largest Start Summit that we have ever had. 2014, back then when I was still part of the team, we were having this conference back at the university on the hill. I must say, compared to this, we literally suck at event management. I mean, nothing comparable to what we have here today. People, it's actually funny enough because I was betting with some of my moderation colleagues earlier today, and I told them after a lunch break we'll have the most crowded audience, just because we're just nearby. And look at you, I mean, the stage has not been as crowded as it is right now, never before. So we're very happy to have all of you. Take your time to switch in between of sessions, of course, as well. I mean, there's great speakers and sessions also on other, let's say, stages, and some also taking part and happening like on the booth. Take your seats nonetheless also for the next session. I think an extremely important topic because, I mean, let's face it, right? Problem-solution fit, that's one thing. Hard enough to get. Nonetheless, to achieve product market fit is then probably like the even more important discipline. And while we give you a half more minute kind of like to take your seats to be ready for this next panel session, let me just look into your faces. I wish you had the same perspective as I do here from the stage. It's lovely. I mean, once you guys sit down again, I think we should also take a stage selfie at some point just to demonstrate like the great interest we have here in the builder stage. So if you guys don't mind and you would just help me, we can do that right away to warm up a little bit like for the next speakers that we're gonna have. So if you wouldn't mind like to raise your arms or do something crazy as we heard from earlier, I think that could be great fun. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. Thanks for that. So are you guys ready? Energy levels high enough for the next session? Okay, fantastic. So then please be ready for our next panelists, which we're gonna have a lovely session, which is gonna be hosted and moderated by Maja Markowski. So she is from B2 Ventures, actually a fund that most of you probably still know under the name B2V, which was founded here in lovely St. Gallen. However, they got an even more important office in Berlin, and that's where they are joining us from. So Maja Markowski, and she brought along 2 founders from their portfolio, or one I understood is a 2B founder from their portfolio. So very happy to have them here and to discuss the matter of go-to-market. Thank you very much, and give it up for Maja. Thank you.
The lights went on. I think it's our time to kick off. Hello, everybody. Thank you for taking the time, probably being all full after lunch, and still having some of the patience to listen to us ramble about go-to-market, product messaging, or whatever that means. As you've already heard, my name is Maja. I work at B2 Venture, which actually has been kind of a spin-off of Start from roughly 23 years ago. I studied myself at the University of St. Gallen, was also involved with Start, so it's a huge pleasure to be back here. And it's an even greater pleasure to not only share the stage, but actually just being the facilitator for hearing more about these 2 amazing individuals that are sitting with me on stage. Now let's give them a name and not call them just individuals. And I'm very, very happy to have Patrick von Procuras with us here today and Henrik von Comstruct. So please a round of applause.
Yeah. I think Pepsi Cola invested or something in the company. Yeah.
So let's kick this off like any other panel. Very boring, straightforward. Patrick, would you like to introduce yourself?
Of course. Yeah, super excited to be here. My name is Patrick. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Procuras. I'll explain a little bit more what we do. First time in St. Gallen, so really excited to see so many faces here, and also excited for this panel, but also the after party tonight. So we'll see you there.
I can only recommend the after party tonight. But anyhow, handing over to you, Henrik, please.
Yeah, amazing to be here. It's not my first time in St. Gallen. I actually studied here during my bachelor's. So it's kind of a bit coming home, seeing all those cows again outside on the lawn. That's quite a unique sight if you live in Munich now. So that's amazing, I would argue. And I'm the co-founder and CEO of Comstruct, but we'll go into that a bit deeper soon.
Okay. So you're going to go a little bit deeper into it. How about you just kick it off here? We did a little experiment, or I have prepped the boys already before. Since we have quite a diverse audience here, I would assume, if you had to explain to your grandmother what Comstruct does, how would you do that?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good question. Quite difficult, I would argue. So I would go like grandmother. No, not specifically
That's
you.
fine. I'm the oldest
I'm
on
pick
stage.
somebody else. So you like grandmother. I think right now you get all your invoices per mail, and you have to sort them, and then you have to file them, and you have to pay them at some point, hopefully. And what we do is we provide all those invoices digitally that you can actually automate the process of paying your invoices more efficiently. And we do that for the construction space. So we handle all the procurement process, especially the operative procurement process for large contractors in Switzerland, Germany, and also Austria.
Same question to you, Patrick. What would you tell your grandmother?
Yeah, it's an interesting one just because it sounds very similar to what you guys are doing, even though my grandma is probably very different from yours. So I was thinking about this on the way down. My grandma actually had a little store. And so when she procures her goods and her candies and everything from the suppliers, a lot of that is a manual process. And what we do is we provide a platform so that all this ordering can be digital. And then when she receives shipping notes, invoices, whatever document or data point from her suppliers, then it arrives digitally. And of course, we do this at a much larger scale. So for companies like Rewe, Edeka, and large retailers, so to say.
Thank you so much. I might be a little bit biased and also a little bit more familiar with what Procuras does, since you're a portfolio company of us, but I hope you don't mind that I would also like to quickly talk to Henrik. You have had some good news today, so maybe you want to share these news also with the audience.
Yeah, I'm happy to announce our pre-seed round of 1.2 million that we announced today, like 20 minutes ago. I think that's a great milestone. Also, welcoming Patrick to the board. So there's already a connection here. But yeah, I think that's major, and we're going to tackle the German market with that, going from Switzerland.
Congratulations, that's amazing. So to keep this a little bit more engaging, by show of hands, who of you is a student at the university at the moment? All right, all right, all right. Who of you is a startup founder? Not bad. Venture investor, business angel? All right. Cool. Then I think it's really good. I think 60%, 70% students, rest were founders. Some investors got lost, and now I feel pressured that we actually have to provide something useful here on stage. So, I mean, you see the messaging. You see, we wanted to talk about product messaging and go-to-market strategies. This is, I think, 4 buzzwords just put behind each other and very tough to really grasp what this actually means. So, kind of, Patrick, in your own words, how would you describe what is a go-to-market strategy?
Yeah, so I think in this case it's interesting because the two product messaging and product positioning and so on and go-to-market is really intertwined, especially for early-stage startups. But if we just talk about go-to-market strategy, so to say, I would say it's why you sell something, what you sell, and how you sell it. And so the why is really what pain are you solving for what user, and really understanding that deeply. Then the what is really your product, so your solution, and how does that address the user's pain. And then the how, that's where it gets really interesting, because that's the channels you use, it's the pricing you have, it's whether you have a direct model or an indirect sales model. So anything to get that product and that solution into the hands of users, basically. So lots of stuff to uncover for sure.
So when you started at ideation stage around Construct, I mean, I'm quite sure you read some blog posts on how to build your proper pitch deck and how to build your idea and how to, get the first product out. But when it came to the go-to-market strategy, how hard was it for you at the beginning to get a grasp? Why did you choose the construction industry? What were the things that you didn't understand before in terms of go-to-market, and then you learned the hard way?
Yeah, I think understanding the industry that you work in is really, really important. I actually worked at one of the biggest concrete suppliers globally, Heidelberg Cement, and that's where I saw the problem very to my face. I couldn't overlook it actually. I think that really helped to discover the problem. But I think, and now I'm talking from a B2B perspective, like selling enterprise sales. I think that's very specific. It might not apply to other companies. But I think what helped us a lot is to talk to the customers very, very frequently. The first thing I did when I came to St. Gallen, I found 2 companies here, really small suppliers, a big small contractor, 50 FTE, and we just iterated. We built chatbots where they could order concrete from Telegram and stuff, like really, really out there. But they used it, and to some extent we got feedback, like what can we improve? What is the actual pain point? Because in the beginning you don't know, like who do you serve and what is the real problem in the market? Because I'm not a construction expert, so like I think developing very customer-centric is ideal for every startup.
How did you approach this user research?
Yeah, as I said, like in the beginning it's a bit hard because you don't know what problem you're solving. So you're talking to people and they are a bit confused, like why do you talk to me? Like you don't understand my industry. How do you want to solve it? So I think you need to be quite extroverted to do that job quite successfully. Just approaching people, taking a lot of no's in the beginning because you don't know what you're doing. But I think that is part of being a founder, to understand what you don't know and to be very thorough and very persistent when you talk to people. Yeah.
I mean, you just raised your pre-seed round as you've talked. I think Procuros is a little bit further down the road. Can you tell us a little bit about your history of your go-to-market strategy from when you first even thought about starting a startup to where you are today?
Yeah. So the good thing is, since we're a little bit further along, we sure have a lot of learnings to share. I would say a lot of things we really messed up over the course of the last 2 years. And we kind of started in a very similar situation and didn't really know what we're doing, and approached it from the perspective of let's talk to as many people as possible. Which was a terrible mistake, just because we spoke to everybody who picked up the phone. So within 1 week, we would speak to Bosch, and then somebody who works at a bakery, and somebody else who has a pet supply store, and yet somebody who's doing something totally different. And if you do that, it's really, really hard to understand what the signal is that the market is giving you. So the more focused you are in the early days, the easier it is to understand, oh, here's a group of users, for instance, mid-sized companies with up to 50 employees who sell to retailers. And these guys have a specific pain that we can address. And so that was one of the things that we didn't do well in the beginning, of just being super, super broad. And so what we try to do now is have these very focused discovery sprints where we look at one specific either persona or use case or something and do 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes 8 weeks or so, of deliberate outreach on those and really understanding the user pain points.
What would be the downside of going to a very small group and then, identifying the persona and the use case and then build the product along? Like,
I don't think there's a downside, just because I think you can do a lot of iterations and you can do them faster. So sometimes it requires a lot of discipline, because if you're further along, there's more opportunities. So every time you see a certain segment, you're like, well, there's a problem to be solved, and then there's the next segment, you're like, okay, there's a problem to be solved as well. And so if you're not focused at all, then there's a lot of different things you can try to solve. And so the downside, of course, would be, hypothetically, that you lose out on a couple of opportunities, but in reality, I think it's still a lot faster to decide on a certain segment, whether it's good enough or not good enough, and then go on to the next one.
So you can always solve a problem, right? But what a very important thing is, and what we venture capitalists are looking for, is not only do they have a problem, do they want it to be solved, do you build the right solution to solve it, but is there a willingness to pay, right? I mean, there are certain things that people would like to have, but we would never pay for that. How did you experience that essentially at the beginning, talking a little bit about pricing strategy in the early days?
Yeah, totally. I think the first advice that I got from people like funding us in the beginning, like never give your product away for free. I think that's a pretty good advice, because that directly tells you, is there actually a pain that people are willing to pay for? But I would always tell people to do it as simply as possible. You can build very complex pricing models later on. That's what we are currently doing right now after our pre-seed, to think about like how can we extract as much money as possible. But in the beginning, to do it as simple as possible that users understand it, but like try to figure out where they actually stand, like what pricing can you actually ask for. So what we did in the beginning, we priced per construction site, which is a bad pricing model in the end now, because then some people don't want to deploy it on certain construction sites because they're too small. But in the beginning, this was quite valuable, and then we charged 100 euros per construction site per month, and it was a starting point. And now we are, I think, like at 300 or 400 in the end, like just to reference it. So I think like iterate as much as possible. Do something in the beginning and then change it as often as you like, and you will get there at some point.
I mean, we touched upon pricing strategy, and when touched then also upon business model in itself, right? How would you describe, or from your experience, how flexible in your go-to-market strategy do you also have to be, not only with regard to how much you charge, but how you charge your customers?
Yeah, it's also one of the learnings we have. We did an analysis at some point in time. We had 100 customers, and I think we had 24 or 25 different pricing models, which there was somebody on our team who had to manage all of that in one Excel, which was pretty painful. And so I think what Henrik said in the sense of it doesn't have to be super complicated. And sometimes it's an interesting one because you want to have it transparent for people so that they can plan, but people perceive value very differently depending on how you price it. So one example that I always use is if you take the Bolt scooters, they cost 9 cents in the beginning, and then they went up to 12 cents, 15 cents, 21. I think they're now at 25 cents. So every time it's a 3-cent increase, but it's now almost tripled, and yet people don't perceive it that way. And so it's really playing around with how do you package something and what feature do you put in, what feature do you take out. And really what we try to do early is we put the price too high. It's a really, really good way of understanding the user pain and the value you bring. If you price something 2 or 3 times the price it's supposed to be, then somebody's going to tell you, oh, this is really expensive. And then it's always good to follow up with expensive in comparison to what? What is your comparison that you're comparing it with? And then you can have a really good discussion, and you can still give a discount afterwards and say, okay, for you guys, because we had such a good time, it's 70% off. But that's really a good point that you get, or data point that you're getting.
In your pitch, I mean, there's 2 ways how you can typically also justify the return on investment to your software customer or not software customer, or marketplace customer, in this case, marketplace supply side, whatever. There's typically either you tell them you can save costs with us or you can make more revenues with us. How did you approach that? How do you approach that? What are your recommendations to the fellow founders here in the room?
Yeah, totally. I think that really depends on your product. Because we are basically we are trying to optimize the operating purchasing process. So we're definitely saving costs. I think that's a very clear sign here. But we're also going into strategic buying now, and there it's more about value creation, like how many projects do you actually get, how many more projects can you get with this new pricing model. So I think it really depends on the product, how you're going to tell the story.
Funnily, I have this theory that whenever you sell something that is there to cut costs, your buying persona is going to be different than when you try to sell a solution that creates more revenue. Do you maybe want to delve into that a little bit more?
Yeah, I think the buying persona that we have in the beginning, we always talk to people in the purchasing department. I think that's quite obvious because they see the pain. But sometimes it actually also then gets up to the CFO who makes the decisions about budget and everything. So I think the CFO always has in mind, how can I cut costs? That's his main objective. So I think we are on this side of the track when you want to phrase it like that. Yeah.
On your end, do you have a different buying persona than the actual user of your product?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes you would have somebody like a head of sales, for instance, who wants to use the product, and then you have a head of IT who's deciding, it makes it harder sometimes, but it also gives you an opportunity to convince different people. And so we have usually kind of targeted value props for each of them. So we would say, hey, you in sales, you can really increase your revenue. And for a head of IT, it might be the ease of integration, or that all the errors, they don't pop up on his desk anymore, or her desk. And just really being targeted in how you position your product.
How did you find out who is essentially the buying persona? Because I mean, the user persona you built the product for. How was that at the early stages of Procuros? What were the pitfalls? What tips would you give to other founders?
Be comfortable to ask a lot of questions. So usually what we didn't do in the beginning is we didn't specifically ask who is making this decision, what are the factors being taken into consideration, who has the budget, and all of these. And it's like these are uncomfortable questions. And so really forcing yourself, we did this in kind of like our call scripts or meeting scripts, where in the end we had all these questions and you couldn't leave the call until you had solved them. And one of the last questions was then, hey, can I have a meeting with X? Either a follow-up meeting with you or a follow-up meeting with a decision maker, and just really like making sure that you use also the kind of internal connections you have with the customer to then speak to somebody else. all of this that I'm saying is B2B sales. So this is going to be very different if you're selling directly to consumers, where it's of course always the decision maker is the buyer in a lot of cases at least. Or you might have a user that's not paying for the service, but then you have a kind of a sponsor, you could call it, or somebody who pays the ads and so on. So it depends a lot on the scenario, I would say.
When we look at certain business models, or what I really like on stage is that actually, I mean, I would never say that you're doing the same thing just in different verticals. But I mean, there might be a reason why you have invested into his startup. But the question, you also can sometimes distinguish companies in terms of their go-to-market strategy, specifically what kind of size of customer are you serving, right? And how do you approach that, right? I mean, is in the construction business, do you then also have to say, we go into a vertical, and then within the vertical, we look at either enterprise, SMB, or very like small companies, to cater to that in your sales strategy?
Yeah, I think it's very different. Like, there's always the trade-off. Do you go for enterprise or do you go for SME? And there are a lot of companies out there who choose one of those sides and then they stick there. I think for a lot of products, you see that there are two products. One is for enterprise, one is for SME. For us, we started with enterprise because we have salespeople on our team. A lot of like two salespeople in the co-founding team. So I always say, like, co-founding teams that are more product focused, they're going to do like product-led growth, for example. They're going to focus on the SME part, on the small firms, because the product sells itself. But co-founding teams that are stronger in sales, they actually focus on the enterprise sales. They're going to start with the large clients that you have to convince. So I think it's the co-founding team that pushed us to the enterprise focus that we currently have.
That's actually a very good point to my next question. I mean, you're quite early. I assume you still do a lot of founder-led sales, whereas you at Procuros, you're in the next step where funnel-led sales is slowly shifting over essentially to your sales team. Am I right?
You would hope. You would hope.
You would hope,
yeah.
Okay. But essentially, at least in the early stages of that, and in terms of how do you not only have your go-to-market strategy as the founder in the head, but you can commit a whole organization to it to really nail it down. What are your tips there? What are your thoughts? What are your fears also for yourself at Procuros? What could go wrong there?
Yeah, so I think there's what's interesting about go-to-market strategy. It sounds very prescriptive, right? It sounds that you can have a framework and then you can figure out, okay, here's elements that work or that don't work. And I think what's an interesting learning is most of the things that work are very, very limited in number. So you have a few things that work and you have a lot of things that don't work. And so the only trick is really to figure out what works and do more of that. That's like, it's as simple as that, but it's so difficult, but it's really simple. And so I think the challenge when you hand over sales to somebody else is to keep that mindset up, and also to make sure that when we're still in the phase where we're developing the product and we might in 1 week be focused on this feature and then 3 weeks later it's a totally different feature, to have alignment all the time. And so that the team understands at all times what are we really doing and why are we doing it, what's the pain we're solving, just having clarity. So I think that's the biggest one. We try to just communicate all the time. Sometimes I feel like we need more kind of communication with ourselves rather than speaking with customers just to tweak things. But it works quite well when you have this mindset of, okay, let's focus really relentlessly on the user. What's the problem they have? What's the value we bring? And then everything else is kind of easier.
Sometimes the challenge, I think, when we did the prep, I sent you like some questions around, and there was one thing: how do you make sure that you don't build a product for 2 customers, but then not for the next 1,000, right? I mean, find your focus group and build a product for them, especially in the pre-seed stage, where you don't know your next 1,000 customers yet. How do you approach that?
Yeah, we also had 2 large customers for a long time, for 4 months. But I think what helped us a lot is that we did a lot of sales. So there you also get a lot of feedback. You get feedback from customers that you already have with your CSM team, hopefully also a co-founder in the beginning, that actually sees how your product actually does impact. But on the other side, we also did a lot of sales, so we had a large sample size already. And then we granularly understood, like, where are we heading? And I think, pushing for as many customers in the beginning is also a good thing to do, even if you then struggle to keep up with developing. But this is, I think, a very positive thing in the end, if you can't keep up with the pace that you acquire new customers. I think that's good.
Okay, so to keep you on your feet, some questions that I haven't prepared you for. key learning number one, what would you have loved to know before starting your business in terms of go-to-market? One tip, the one thing you needed to know.
Do less. Do less. That's it. Because I think we did exactly that. We had a lot of customers and a lot of really bad ones, and it's always easier to not get somebody on board than to kick them out afterwards. So I think doing fewer things, doing those better. It's also really easy to say that in retrospective, just because some of the learnings you make along the way. But I think just being more focused.
And you?
I think for go-to-market, the thing that we would have changed.
Or things you would have loved to know.
Love to know.
Before you had, this naivete of starting the exciting founder life.
I think I would have liked to be a bit more involved in the industry that we are now working. I got the glimpse of Heidelberg Cement for 3 months, but I think it's very valuable to actually spend 3 months, for me, for example, on the construction side. It would have been a very, very insightful internship. And I think that would be also somebody I would tell everybody, if you want to work in fintech or whatever, go there, do the job that you want to solve a problem for, do it for yourself, see the problems. And you're going to have it so much easier because we spent 2 years next to university just going to construction sites once a week. But it's just not enough. You need to see the pain and you need to have a responsibility in the company to see the problems. So that's I think, the thing that I would have changed.
And then maybe just looking at the time, I think one last question, and now going a little bit deeper just also into the whole topic of tech and data. Where do you think data can really help you to optimize your go-to-market strategy, respectively a very good tech stack? Or do you rather say, throw that all out, it's way too sophisticated, and just talk to people?
Ideally both. Ideally both. It's everything to some degree should be data informed. So for instance, if you do outreach through LinkedIn and then you get a response rate of 3%, that's really good to know. If you get a response rate with another message of 13%, then that really helps you. And I think it's important to have that data just to not only rely on gut feel, but I would say there is an infinite amount of decisions that you make every day, and you're not going to have probably not even 1% of the data that you need. So a lot of it in the early days is instincts, and also just listening to the user and just really understanding what is the market telling you. And I think for us also as founders, humility of, we in the beginning tried to sell a product that was really cool, but nobody wanted it. And so it doesn't help anyone. And so just also when the market is giving you a signal, then to listen to it.
The time has been up. It has been lovely with you on stage. Please, a round of applause for Henrik and Patrick.
Awesome. Thanks, Maya.
Thank you very much, Maya, Henrik. I know it's cozy, but still, unfortunately, we need to move on. Thank you very much for that engaging session. Pleasure having you here at Start Summit. Now, dear ladies and gentlemen, again, a bit of time for you to switch in between sessions in case you wish. And else, please stay here for our next session, which promises to be quite exciting as well. I mean, again, quick recap. We started by finding co-founders. We went on by trying to figure out ways how to get out of the academic context. We continued by asking ourselves, how can we further build the team as well? That will be also prioritized in our next talk. And don't we all dream of putting together the best team possible or building the team everyone wants? I guess certainly many of us do. It's quite of a challenging task indeed, but I'm sure we can learn a lot from our next speakers. We will have once again stellar investor from B2 Venture from Berlin. It's Anna Bosch, who's going to moderate this next fireside chat as well. Actually, Anna and I, we used to be co-students. Now she's that stellar Berlin-based VC investor, and I'm still here, but yeah. Anyways, now very nice to know that she's here actually with one of their portfolio company founders. It's an ad tech company based in Munich, and the name of the ad tech company is Edurino. We're very happy to have you here. Please join me on stage, and everyone, big round of applause for Anna and Irene.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having us here. And first of all, big congratulations, Irene. You just announced your Series A a couple of weeks ago, a 10 million Series A. I think I can speak for all of the new and existing shareholders that we are super happy and very much looking forward about the next step, next chapter of Edurino. And before we start to deep dive a bit more into how you currently deal with your growth from a hiring and also team culture perspective, maybe you can take us a little bit back and tell us about yourself and what you do at Edurino.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here today. So first of all, Edurino is a Munich-based edtech company, and what we're doing is that we are teaching children 21st century skills with the power of games. So what we are creating is a hybrid learning platform for parents and their kids from the age of 4. And how it works is that we have these, and this is a great thing about a hardware product, you can always show it very nicely. So we have these figurines that are the keys to digital learning worlds. So this one, for example, is Luca for logical thinking and coding for the ages of 4 to 8. And we have different figurines that unlock different learning worlds. So it's classical school skills as well as 21st century skills. And yeah, maybe also a few words regarding myself. So before I started with Edurino, I was working at Boston Consulting Group. So I was working at a strategy consulting before. And I've always been quite active in the educational space before, but always more on the voluntary basis. Because if I'm being frank, it was always a big no-go for me to be selling in these large processes, to be having to sell to the government or to larger institutions, very long processes, and I've always really liked to get things done and see results quickly. So therefore, the moment that we started with Edurino was in the first lockdown when COVID started, so in the beginning of 2020. This was the moment when we started to dive much deeper into how far behind Germany really is in terms of digital education. I mean, I remember quite well that at that point in time, there were teachers that couldn't use their own laptops because they weren't registered by the state. So the entire situation was just very unstructured and unsystematic. So you had teachers that created an own YouTube channel at that time, which was amazing. But then on the other hand side, there were also teachers who were bringing the materials to the students by bike. So it was just a huge, huge range. And then when we started talking to parents, when we started talking to educators, when we started to going into people's homes and interacting with the kids with digital media, we realized very quickly that this gap between the kids being able to use digital media from such an early age onwards nowadays, I mean, it's becoming even earlier, but this fascination starts extremely early. I've seen a baby back there, but I'm sure the fascination is already there. And on the other hand side, parents, and especially even still young parents, I mean, even I grew up completely without digital education in the school system, so therefore this gap was huge, especially before kids enter into the system. So this was the moment that we said that we want to create a product that already builds a solution for kids before they enter into the school system, and this is when we started Edurino.
And I mean, like, one of the core elements of the team, of course, is the founding team. So how did you meet your co-founder, Franziska, and how also did you decide that you want to start a business together?
Yeah, so we both worked at BCG, so we met at day one. And from day one onwards, we talked about entrepreneurship, we talked about new ideas. And there was quite a long time when we discussed ideas a lot back and forth, where we were more or less each other's sparring partner. And then when we had this idea with Edurino, I don't think there was any way back. And I think this is one of the most important learnings, that you have to go for the idea that really sticks with you. So if you wake up in the morning and you know you want to interact with that, you want to dive deeper into that, then it's definitely the right road for you to follow. And I mean, I also believe that not only the product, but also the timing for Edurino was quite useful for us. I mean, B2 Venture joined us 2021, so a little bit over a year ago, and now raising the Series A and being able to reach even more families, it's just amazing for us. And of course, we're going to talk about the team in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a great journey so far. So, I mean, one of the main challenges we also hear from almost all of our portfolio companies is about attracting and then retaining great talent. I assume it's also like top of mind of many of the founders here in the audience. And when I look at your team, I always have the feeling that you're really good in actually attracting great talent. So how do you do it?
So I think, first of all, it is very important that you have this larger vision, you have this purpose, But having it is one part of it, but then being able to communicate it is the other part of it. And what we always do in our hiring process is when we approach people, we always write down our vision, our larger mission. We link an article where you can read a little bit more about it. And then also the first call, which is usually either by our HR team, but historically has been done a lot by me myself. And this story and the vision, the mission, and also the values at Ederino, it's a huge part of that. So in this first meeting, we don't understand it as an application only from an applicant to us, but we understand it really as a mutual getting to know each other. And therefore, we also believe that it's very important that we also pitch ourselves. And we have been doing that rather from the beginning. And I think it's very important to get this goal alignment, this vision alignment, and to show what we are all working towards and what is really the higher goal we want to achieve. And then how the process is structured at Ederino. So we have our first hiring call, again, like a mutual getting to know each other. Then the second point is always some kind of case study, some kind of practical task, because also there we like to see very much in this then following meeting with the direct report how a conversation, how a brainstorming, how a workshop would look like in real life, because ultimately this is also how it would be in the workspace. So we would like to mimic that already in the hiring process. And then the last step is always to talk to Franziska and myself. So either one, to meet the founder, to ask questions about Ederino, still have this possibility. And then in key hires, you would still talk to one of our advisors, one of our board members, and we always do reference calls, also something very important.
Yeah, super interesting. And also looking at your current team, I think it's actually one of the most diverse ones in our portfolio. I think with like 10 nationalities, 18 languages, almost 50% female to male ratio. So what role does diversity play in your recruiting process? And maybe also what kinds of steps have you taken in order to create this inclusive workspace?
Yeah, so it is true. So we do work in 3 countries. We have 10 nationalities, speak 18 languages, so they're completely correct. And we have over 60% women in the team. But of course, diversity is much more than only the gender. And so I would say that probably the most important factor for us is this representation factor. So since Franziska and we are both it happens to be female, so I think this has also a huge impact in the representation in the outside world, so who is applying for us. But then, of course, we're also taking measures internally. So, for example, we have a very flexible model. We are remote first that allows a lot of parents, for example, to work at Ederino, which is great with our product because a lot of people can test it, can use it at home with their kids, and also see this greater purpose of using it at home. And for example, also our VP People, she works 80%. She's an ex-founder, she's 100% committed, her time management is excellent, and so therefore it works brilliantly. And I think being able to offer these things is very important, but at the same time it's also important for me to mention that for us it's not mutually exclusive to have a good culture, a flexible culture, but on the other hand side also have a very strong performance culture. So we are very goal-driven, we work towards 1,000 milestones, very structured, this larger goal always in mind. And so for us, it's not mutually exclusive, and this is also what is valued very much at the company, that you have the flexibility, you can have a family at the same time, but also we work towards a performance-driven culture.
I mean, you already touched on this quickly, but I mean, it's not only about attracting great talent, but of course also about retaining it. So what do you do like in a broader context in terms to create this loyalty among your employees and the team, and also to foster this team culture?
Yeah. So I think both my co-founder and I mean, having worked in consulting before, we've always been very perceptive of what culture we would like to see, what feedbacks we would like to see. So we try to take all of that in, of course, talk to a lot of people and establish a culture accordingly. And the first factor that I would like to mention is development opportunities and feedback. Mm-hmm. So with all the direct reports, we always have bi-weekly meetings at least. And then also a very structured feedback process. We work with a framework called SBI, so it's Situation, Behavior, Impact, so everything is always very objectively, a lot of feedback is given, and that's very, very important for us. But at the same time, of course, also development opportunities like career paths, next step you can take, also responsibility, etc. The second thing, I mean, we've touched upon that in the hiring process already, but it's always goal alignment, vision alignment. So you need to have everybody behind you working into the same direction, and we're using all hands and these kinds of things to make sure that everybody is aligned. And then also the third thing that I would mention is the ownership, which is extremely strong because everybody in the team is so intrinsically motivated. And what we do at Ederino is in our VSOP structure, so in our share structure, everybody has VSOP. So really everybody from leadership team to junior position, and that's something where Franziska and I said right from the beginning, it's important for us that the moment that we strongly benefit from Ederino, the team also benefits from it. And I still remember one of our very early angels, Jens Begemann, he told us that he was so proud, like when he exited his company Vuga, that one of his first employees, he like got a large amount out of it, and it made him so proud, and I could very much relate to that, and that's something that we definitely want to have for our employees. And the last thing is also transparency. So we are very transparent in terms of dashboards that we're sharing with the entire team when it comes to revenues, when it comes to burn, when it comes to our important KPIs that we are sharing. And this transparency, especially in a remote-first company as we are having it, is valued very highly.
Maybe to quickly deep dive a bit more into the second point you mentioned, like vision alignment. Was there like any specific you looked for in your early crucial hires, which are of course also shaping the culture you're building?
Yeah. So I mean, what you have to be aware of is that the first people that you bring into the team, they're going to be the multiplicators to everybody else that you're going to hire, because you're going to hit this point where you're not going to be able to have all one-on-ones by yourself anymore, where you can talk to everybody frequently anymore, and you're not going to be the direct contact person. So therefore, you have to find people that believe in the same values as you do, that believe in the transparency, that believe in the values that you created in the company, and also, very importantly, the values that you jointly create, because values are only then valuable when you really live them and not only when you write them on paper. And there are a lot of things that you can upskill, that you can learn throughout the process, but cultural fit is something you cannot really learn. So therefore, you have to be extra aware that the first people you bring into the companies really live up to these values.
Yeah, and like, do you have any advice for other founders how to assess this cultural fit? Because I assume it's quite tough only doing like interviews and yeah, getting it right.
Yeah, I totally understand that, and I think that's a rather tough question, because I think it's also a lot of gut feeling and a lot of like very thin nuances, because most of the people, they can sell themselves in interviews, right? But then really listening to what they're saying, and this is why like two of the factors that we have established in our hiring process are so important there. The first one is this workshop environment, because it's a bit more than only presenting something or only showing something, a skill or so that you have. So I believe that especially in this workshop scenario, you should listen very carefully to the nuances. And the second thing is also the ref calls. And we like to do ref calls, like let's take a lead position or so. Then we always take ref calls with somebody who was on the same position or higher, but also in their teams. Mm-hmm. And that's also then something very important where you can get a lot out about the person. But I think it's a rather tough question, because a lot of it you will ultimately find out in the working environment then.
Yeah, and I mean, it sounds like that you place like a lot of focus on this topic around like, yeah, vision alignment and so on. Do you have like any best practices to share when it comes to onboarding? So if you made the hire, and then make sure that these values are carried on through the teams and also the team leads.
Yeah. So we have very strong structure in when these values are shared again and also reviewed again. Mm-hmm. So it's usually so maybe taking one step back, how our structure in general looked like in the remote-first setting, because I believe that more and more companies are having a more flexible setting, not everybody in the office every day, and also a lot of people are requesting it, which I totally understand, but I think you need to be able to build this structure around that. So what we are having is, first of all, the entire transparency when it comes to, we're using Confluence, for example, for an internal wiki, but we're using also all our dashboards for the number transparency. And then how our structures, because we are ultimately, everything that we do in the app is more or less a game production. So we're coming very much from this sprint-based game production. So we have like Monday kickoffs, we have bi-weekly all-hand meetings, we have retros, all of these things. And we use both the all-hands meetings and also we get together in person at least 4 times a year. And we also use that every time for a company/vision workshop. And these are the moments that we bring everybody, again, behind this vision, remind them of that. But again, I don't think that it's like this one thing or this one measure you should take, but it should be something that's constantly discussed again, constantly questioned also, because again, it also needs to be lived in the culture.
Yeah. And now maybe looking a bit back like to the last 2 years, are there any like major lessons learned you can share with like also other founders and like other best practices you want to share?
Yeah, so I would say have a very, like, culture, it's nothing that comes by itself really, or if you don't take any measures, there will be a culture, but it's usually not the culture that you want. And especially when you have a growing team, when you have more and more people joining your team, and I'm not 100% even involved with all of them, because if Franziska does the last call, there may be people that I've never ever seen before. So therefore, establishing the structure, being very aware that everybody has the responsibility to be the multiplicator into the organization and that everybody has to live up to them. And then really thinking about it, but also talking to other founders, talking to other organizations, what could work for you. Because in some settings, if we only hire in Munich, of course it could work that we have 3 out of 5 office days or so. But for us, we knew, because we have very specific requirements to a lot of roles in our company, we knew that we need to have the flexibility to hire outside of Munich and to be able to hire even outside of Germany. And to make that happen, you have to build this very groundworking structure that everybody can always be reminded of the values of the bigger vision, etc.
And maybe because this is also a topic we often discuss with different portfolio companies, especially in the beginning when everyone is a bit cost conscious, like junior versus senior hires. Because also looking at your team, I had the feeling that you really focus very much on getting like senior people on board in the days. So looking back, would you do it in the same way?
Yeah, definitely. And I think it was a little bit of a special situation at Ederino, because both my co-founder and I, we both come from business backgrounds. So therefore, we knew when we want to realize the product of Ederino, we needed very specific hires in that. I mean, none of us could code the app. None of us could create the assets for the app. So therefore, we knew we needed those people, and we also knew we have not worked in a gaming company before, that we need to have people with experience and people that can build the structures, but can also build the teams themselves. So you're completely right, and this is probably the only factor in terms of diversity that is not too strong is age diversity. So we are all more or less around 30 years old. And, but I would always do it again this way, because now, of course, it's easier to bring in juniors to upskill them. But at the very beginning, we needed people that owned an entire department, that owned an entire topic, to be able to be at the point where we're at, and now we can build more junior teams below that, but I would always do it again this way.
Yeah, and do you have any advice how to attract senior hires as an early stage startup, especially being the first or second hire?
Yeah, I mean, coming back to the beginning, because I think I've talked a lot about what we do in the processes, the most effective way for us was definitely direct outreach via LinkedIn, because even, I would say, at the moment, it's a perfect time to do so, because you see a lot of news of who is laying off, who is decreasing the team sizes, and this is where you can very strongly target towards these positions and people. And with the key hires and with the very senior positions, I would always recommend to have the founder reach out directly and then also do the first call, because nobody can convince as well as the founder can. And I know it's very time intense, and it can take up 50, 60, 70% of the time at some stages, but I believe it's extremely important. So with key hires, we would do direct reach out via LinkedIn, and then I would do the first calls. And maybe just a reference to show how effective this can be. Last year we signed 48 positions, including interns. And with 8 of them, we used a headhunter, but for the remaining 40, we had a spend of 8,000 euros. So it's like probably as lean as you can be. And this has a lot to do with this direct reach out approach and then really having us talk to them.
Yeah, it's super impressive. And now we have talked a lot about the past. Maybe now looking a bit into the future. I mean, you have like great growth ambitions. The team is growing. Like, what's next for Edurino? What are the next big topics?
Yeah. So in my head, I always like to structure it a bit across the kids axis and then also across the family axis. So for the kids, we're going to produce more products, meaning more of these figurines, unlocking more of the learning worlds, also being present in more and more retailers. We're now also here in Switzerland, for example, in Müller, in Thalia. We're growing tremendously now also in the DACH region, and then also going international, so the next markets for us. And then on the family axis, we are now working on a subscription/loyalty program to provide also the parents with all the tools that they need to support the kids in the best way possible growing up. So this is the next step in that regard. And of course, we need a great team and a great culture for that. And definitely one of the next challenges is going to be to retain this culture also in the growing team, because again, you're going to have more structures, you're going to have more people into the teams, so therefore it will now show how well we really communicated all of that and how well everybody lives the values that we established at Edurino.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I mean, as mentioned at the beginning, we as investors, we are also super excited what comes next. I think going to be an exciting year, and thank you so much for all of the interesting insights. And I think you will also stay around for the day, so in case anyone has questions about team building, education. So I think please feel free to reach out.
Please reach out. And we are also filling a lot of positions currently as we are growing so strongly. We're always looking for entrepreneurs in residence, for example, to directly work with us and our chief of staff. So if you are interested in shaping the future of education with us, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Irene and Anna. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Fantastic, lovely people. I hope you're ready for a next session. Sure, take your time, switch sessions. Go and check out also like the Start Fair, which is just next door, so to say. We even got this lovely kind of like conference room here next door. Kind of interesting. Must be fun to have a meeting while people are having a session just right here. How do you feel? You good? Any special takeaways like from that last session? Let me make best use of this time we have here in between to maybe just join you guys in the audience to just quickly ask you what you enjoyed about Start Summit so far. No? Prefer not to answer? Okay, good. Okay, I'll try it over here. Oh, people are fleeing actually. Man, have you been to Start Summit before, or is it your first time? Okay, don't worry. We'll manage this. We'll play this easy. Okay, people are just so concentrated all of a sudden that I jump into the audience. That's the usual way it is. And nonetheless, I'll just try to be lucky over here. My dear, let me just ask you, have you been to Start Summit before? Is it your first conference?
No, it's my first time.
And how do you like it so far?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah? Is it good? Any expectations for the rest of the afternoon?
No, just that it continues like this.
Okay, fantastic. Well, we can certainly handle that. Let me ask here, one row behind. What do you, like any special takeaways so far from the day?
I'm very new in this branch, so it's very interesting to hear people who are directly working speaking about their topics and their experiences. So there's no key takeaways, but I'm very interested in sitting this stage right here because I like the interaction. For example, when Sebastian Pollock was speaking a couple of hours ago, this
that was amazing.
Perfect speech, and very much enjoyed this one.
Very good. Seems like the founders stage and builder stage here starts to get some fans. We're very happy to hear that. And we imagine that some of you will return after you got a little break. So we are ready like for the next few sessions. those of you like who would say like they learned something so far while they're here at Start Summit? I did, certainly. Okay, some of you would agree. That sounds good. Seems to me that some others are already kind of like marveling about Chennai and Trishli and the bar crawl and all of that. We will have that certainly coming up quite soon. And then nonetheless, like before we do that, we will focus on a topic that most of you would probably not list among their top 5 favorite topics, or like the sexiest topics you could think about in entrepreneurship. And nonetheless, I'd claim it's probably among the top 3 most important topics that you should at least every now and then like start to think of. I'm obviously talking about compliance and the way your company should, at best always, play by the rules. And I think there is a lot to learn, like in an entrepreneurial journey, depending obviously also the industry in which you're active. There is larger differences for sure. But we have 2 fantastic female speakers with us on the stage that will talk about Compliance 101 for founders, how to build and grow a business that does play by the rules. For that sake, we've got 2 amazing speakers joining us here on the stage. We got the moderator of the fireside chat, who's Geza Michaika from AUXO, the Female Catalyst Fund. And secondly, with her on stage today is Lisa Grado from Fides. And please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for both of them. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this fireside chat without the fireside. We just came from a small talk about spirituality, which we both have in common. But let me introduce to you Lisa Grado. Lisa Grado is a serial founder. Formerly, she also founded Usercentrics. She's an angel investor, has invested into 14 companies so far. She's the deputy president of the German Startup Association, and recently she founded Fides, which is a governance as a service company, which I'm a proud investor in, and you have been able to acquire Sequoia as an investor as well, Lisa, right?
We did. That was a life goal bucket list.
For us as well, so it was a really good uptick in our investment portfolio. So, but we're here today to talk about compliance. Most people think this is a super boring topic, and you want to fall asleep when you hear it, and also when you hear about governance. Why did you found a business in this really, really boring area?
Yeah, that's a pretty good question, I guess. It's very unsexy, and we keep hearing that, even from our customers. But I originally studied law, and therefore I have a love for rules. But it's actually a bit strange because I'm a rather creative, chaotic person, not very structured. But I think it's good to know the rules because that enables you to go around them and find other ways. So compliance is interesting because basically if you look at our life, everything is structured by rules. There's no area in life where you can go to where you can just do whatever you want because there's a law for basically everything. So we thought that especially when you want to found a startup, you're in that mode, like I want to do whatever I want and what comes to mind, but that is especially risky if you just do whatever you want when you have a company. So we thought that would be interesting to build a tool that enables you to just go with the flow, and the tool tells you when to do what and how legally, but without having to worry about it or without having to pay a lot of money to lawyers to tell you what to do.
I'll come to that later and ask you more about what exactly Fides does. But first of all, why is compliance so important, especially for startup founders and for investors?
The tricky thing is that the smallest mistakes when you're a founder and when you're a managing director can cost you your head. So in the first years, you're basically just building and you don't worry about governance, but that can bite you in the ass at a later point. It starts with the duties that you have as a managing director. That, especially in Germany, is pretty much regulated by law. And then also these contracts that investors give you, like an SHA or rules of procedure, there are a lot of things in there that you need to think about. For example, there are certain things that you need board approval for, that you need a shareholder resolution for. And if you don't get that, you're personally liable for the activity that you did without the consent. And even a travel expense report that you did wrong can at some point lead to the fact that you become a bad leaver. And if an investor doesn't want you on board anymore, those things can be used against you. So it's very important that as a managing director and founder, you don't produce your own Achilles heel that will cost you your head at some point. And then also, in every due diligence, investors take every stone and look under it, what you have hidden there. And that goes from data protection to tax law to do you have all the IP rights. And if you have a red flag in the legal part, in the legal due diligence, then a whole deal cannot happen. And of course, you build that up over time. You build the legacy, you take the corpses from one round to the other, and then at some point, you eventually have to clean up, because latest, before an exit or before an IPO, you have to prep the bride, that's what they call it, so you can actually sell the company, and all the corpses and the legacy lives with it. So actually, it's good advice to take care of your house, that's why it's called corporate housekeeping, as early as possible, because you will have to deal with it at some point. And better you do it on the go than when it's already too late.
Yeah, I agree 100% also in terms of what an investor is looking for. And for me, if a founder at least knows all the risks that they might be taking, it gives me a lot of trust into the company, and this business is all about trust, you know, and this is one of the elements that basically will make it easier for me to make the positive decision of actually investing into a company like yours if you have all your risks assessed and maybe mitigated, but at least the assessment part of it. So what are the most important steps? If can I have a show of hands? How many startup founders do we have in the audience? Yeah, we have several ones. Okay, thank you. So for these startup founders, what are like the first 10 things that they definitely have to do at the beginning when they start their company?
The first thing probably that you would do on a legal perspective is found a holding company that doesn't have too many compliance implications, but more like tax implications. So it makes sense to become a shareholder in your startup with, not personally, but with your own holding company. And then when you set up your contracts, your SHA and everything, you should definitely take a very good lawyer by your side. I really like to work with the very big ones, the big corporate law firms, because even though they have a higher hourly wage, it means that they're 24/7 available. They will work through your term sheet on a weekend if it has to be, and are just there for you. And you should definitely make sure that you pick a law firm that has lots of experience and is doing venture all the time, because that actually enables you to get a recommendation from them, like, this is market standard, you should not accept this clause, or I have never seen something like that. And they can only tell you that if they're doing venture 24/7. So I think that's something that you really have to do in the first place, get a good lawyer. And then, of course, the SHA, like what comes in there, you should take care of not having too many, not being too bound to these rules. And as a founder, you should fight for having as much freedom, of course, as possible. But that is always subject to how good you can position yourself. And then it depends in which industry you are, of course. If you're regulated, then you probably have to hire an in-house counsel much earlier than you would have to if you're an e-commerce startup. Then you can really wait until you're 50 employees or around that size until you get the first full-time lawyer also in-house. And I think actually it makes sense to hire a lawyer a bit earlier, because even if you might be an e-commerce company, there are so many legal parts to a business, like your terms of service, the contracts that you have with your customers, the employment contracts. At Fides, we have 7 lawyers in total, but also because we're a legal tech. But it helps so much because every NDA that we sign, everything has a legal aspect to it. And I'm laughing because with one of the guys in the audience, we just closed an NDA last week that took some legal expertise. Yeah, so these are some things. Then data protection, of course, from my previous company, which is called Usercentrics, that was all about privacy. I can tell that I've seen some startups having real issues with data protection authorities in Germany. And you might think, oh, they should pick the big ones like Siemens or whatever, but they're actually also going after startups. It's pretty random. So there are some boxes that you should check, and I've also seen startups that I invested in that did not do GDPR compliance, that during a due diligence, the investor just dropped out because they were so shocked that the startup hasn't taken care of any of the GDPR regulations. And this is something that a lot of stakeholders are afraid of. Like if privacy is not done right, you can really risk the whole business. Not in terms of necessarily the fine, but more in terms of reputation. So compliance and non-compliance has a lot to do also with the reputation and what you said, just building trust with all the stakeholders.
Can you give some examples of what mistakes you've specifically seen where the GDPR hasn't been taken into account with?
I mean, the most obvious is if your website doesn't have a cookie banner, but by now most websites have that. But some examples include that, for example, you keep all the data of the users until they already ended their account. And if you get to the point that you have an audit and that comes up in your database, then you can be fined up to 4% of your revenue. And I've seen that with one company, and of course not all fines are public, so you never hear about them, but they happen. And other examples are, for example, if you are not careful with the data of people that apply for a job at your business, if you don't delete their CVs until after the process, that can also really lead to problems. And I once talked to the data protection officer of Bavaria, and he said most of the complaints they get come from ex-employees and ex-wives. So these are the two enemies that you have that could make a complaint. And I actually recommend you to go to the website of the Bavarian Data Protection Authority or any other in the states of Germany, because it takes you 2 minutes to file a complaint. It's so easy. And basically anyone could do that has something against you or that wants to make your life more difficult. So that is something that you should avoid if you can.
When you incorporate your business, does it have any compliance implications, the type of business that you're setting up, if it's a GBR, GmbH, UG, is there differences in terms of compliance with these different setups, or is it the same?
I would say there are implications to all of them, so they all require a certain set of administration. But definitely GmbH is the best legal entity form for a startup in Germany. It just protects you, it reduces your personal liability. But of course you have to go to the notary oftentimes if you want to change something. If you're an AG, actually it takes a bit more of knowledge and you will need more legal advice from the outside, but in some parts it's a bit more easy with your shareholders because you don't need consent from them every time. But actually, I think if I found a startup again, I would just found a US Inc. and then build a subsidiary as a German GmbH, because then you don't need to go to the notary at all anymore. But since we're
That's a great hack.
It is.
You have to make it more public. Okay, and maybe you can give us a little bit of an insight of what the areas are that Fides covers. Like I'm a company, and I have entities in different places, and I want to set up an account. What exactly happens, and how does that prevent me from going into some kind of compliance issues?
Yeah, so I mentioned in the beginning the term corporate housekeeping. That's the term that mostly lawyers use when it comes to keeping your house in order. So it starts with the very administrative things that stem from, for example, the GmbH law. Like once a year you have to do your annual resolution, you have to relieve the managing director. So all these legal things we took from the law and retranslated it into conditions. So the tool now knows the GmbH law, and it will tell you what you have to do. But then on top, we also extract information from the Articles of Association, from the SHA, from the Rules of Procedure. So all these complex documents that you get after a funding round and once you have investors. And we take the information and the deadlines and the duties from that and also implement them in the tool. And after that, the tool will just tell you what you have to do, when, and how. So it's basically for managing your legal entity, but then on top also we put workflows. So if you want to make decisions with your shareholders or internally, you can do resolutions, shareholder meetings, approvals also within the tool, and you don't need to buy DocuSign, you don't need to download it from DocuSign and upload it somewhere, you don't need to ask your lawyer, do you have a template for a resolution? You don't have to ask your lawyer, do I need a resolution for that? But it's all within the tool. So all things corporate housekeeping, that's the term for it, is being automated by Fides.
Asking for a friend, the topics around cap table, like anti-money laundering and so on, is that also something that your tool encompasses? Can I do my KYC checks with you guys?
So cap table is definitely also included. That's also done in the onboarding because we need to know exactly the voting rights of each shareholder and the share classes. So that is properly displayed. And regarding KYC, there's a place where you can upload all of that. And it's not live yet, but what is planned in the future is, since we will have many companies' KYC information, they will be able to share it on Fides. So if you would not have been an investor in us yet, you could have requested the KYC information of Fides on Fides and the other way around. So in case we change our managing director, the tool would automatically alert you. And so you would have it for your documents.
Okay, one question. So if I'm in startup and I don't have the capital to afford Fides, and also it's actually the same question, what did people do before Fides was there? How can you sort your compliance thing? Like, what's the best practice in terms of life before Fides existed?
The best practices, which is also our, at the same time, biggest competitor. I mean, the only thing you can do are workarounds on different tools and reading articles. So I guess legal is just something that I would invest in very early. And Fides is not too expensive. We have some startup customers, but more corporates and bigger companies. But before Fides, it was just very manual, and it is very manual. It's repetitive, and it's also a shame because looking, for example, at resolution templates, law firms have these lying in their on their desks, and they just charge every company for the exact same template over and over again. And we think it's also time to democratize that, but a lot is actually also public. So. But the problem is when you Google it and then you take a shareholder resolution from some IHK website, that always feels bad because then you're not sure, is that really right? And so it's also connected with a lot of did I actually do everything right? Which is such a bad feeling that I also know, even though I studied law, because everything is so complex, and then you end up going either to a law firm or hiring an in-house lawyer. But the things are actually very standard, so it's possible to implement a tool for that, but it has not been built before FIDES.
Originally, we thought about this panel, and our idea was to talk about legal tech in general, and I still think it's a really interesting topic, so I would like to use the last 4.5 minutes to go into that. Can you explain why legal tech is on the rise nowadays? What happened?
I think the term legal tech is actually around since the last 10 years, and it hasn't delivered, that's for sure. There were a lot of hopes regarding legal tech, but if you go to a legal department of a big corporate today, actually they have not implemented lots of tools, even though there are some. But so now only with generative AI, actually, and since the last 1 or 2 years, legal tech is really getting an uptick. But for example, in Germany, we don't talk about legal tech anymore, but we founded a new term which is called legal operations, because legal tech never worked out in the last 10 years. That's a bit unfortunate. But what legal operations means actually is exactly that, automating all these topics. And one of the software categories that is now very much in fashion is a contract lifecycle management tool that I think many, many companies are currently looking for. And that's really a very smart idea to start automating that as a company, because so much time and nerves go into managing companies. And it's actually crazy that we can send people to the moon and grow meat in a petri dish, but are still manually going through hundreds of PDFs when I don't know, some companies looking for a special clause and see how many customers have this clause. It's crazy.
My last question is, and this is because I really want to know where I have to look. Basically, what are the trends in legal tech or legal operations or in this whole scope, and what do you think is going to come next?
Yeah, claims and litigation is a very big topic. It's way bigger in the US than here. There's a very cool startup I would recommend for everyone to check out. It's called Do Not Pay. It's by this, also he studied law. He's called Joshua Browder. He's also a very genius guy. And Do Not Pay is basically a robo-lawyer. So you can just upload your ticket, your speed ticket, or your employment contract, or your apartment contract, and the robo-lawyer, it's an actual AI, within seconds will tell you what are your rights and what can you claim from it. And it's legally compliant. So they've saved millions of dollars for consumers. And that is not so much a topic yet in Germany and Europe, but of course also because our legal system is just very different. We don't have these huge claims and settlements. But I think it will come. And there are lots of startups around that are already doing that and trying that. One thing, and I think you're also invested in that, is all about inheritance, because that is a topic for every consumer that is super worrisome and is also very standard. The good thing about law is actually, and especially German law, because in Germany we are bound by case law so much, but it's more, all is written in the law. And the law is built in a way that's very systematic. It's about conditions. If da-da-da, then da-da-da. So basically you could take any law and make it into a tool that just understands these conditions and translate the law into features, basically. So if anyone is looking for an idea still, take any law and translate it into a tool, I would say.
But it's not scalable because it's only in Germany.
The thing is, actually, a lot of other European jurisdictions are similar to Germany, so that's good. And I think with generative AI, you can actually also scale that pretty quickly. You just need a little database in one jurisdiction, and then you can already let the AI do the rest.
Thank you so much, Lisa. It was on the dot, the time. Thank you for listening, and have a great day.
Lisa and Gesa, please stay in your chairs if you want. If you want to open it up like for 1 or 2 questions, we're in time, so we can do that. Thanks for finishing in time. Makes my job a little easier. Guys, so quite a serious topic, right? Compliance, you heard. Like, if I was a founder, I would definitely like spend an hour or 2 on that matter. Nonetheless, you made it sound somewhat fun as well, so I'm good on that one. Do you guys have questions? Yes, we have a question over here. Just give me a mic. Thank you so much. Do you mind if I just pass it? There you go.
I love the tool, and I was just checking out your website, and I was just wondering, there's
just
only...
put the mic closer to
Okay.
you. Yeah, thank you.
There's only like a sign-up form to schedule a meeting with you. What does the pricing model look like for startups, especially for early stage startups? What sort of pricing? Is that something that you have already found yet, or is that something you're still working on?
Did you hear the question? So the question was about your pricing model?
The number of entities, and since startups just have one entity, they're in the lowest package, which starts at $250 a month.
$250, that sounds affordable to me. Very good. Other questions? Not for now? You guys in need of a break? I mean, that's all right. We got some time here. Thank you very much. Once again, please make some noise for Lisa and Gesa. Great to have you, and see you after a short break, if you guys don't mind. We're gonna go on at 3:15 here on the Builder stage. We're gonna have kind of exit buyout story that will be told. Sounds quite exciting, so be back in time and enjoy your break.
Sunshine. 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 Sunshine.
Alrighty, lovely people. Welcome back, my friends, here on the Builder stage. It's a pleasure to have you back. I see some familiar faces, which is awesome. I mean, I just got some daylight, which was quite energizing. I can just recommend to do that every now and then. Since we just had the break here on the stage, that was possible. So, I mean, as you know, here on the Builder stage, we've been kind of following that trajectory of a founder. And we have hired teams, we have spun off from university, we found co-founders at the very beginning. And then at some point, as some of you might have experienced already, some others haven't, you might get to that point where the question is, what now? You've been starting up, you've been scaling up, and then what might come at some point is a type of exit, type of buyout. And in order to share a couple of experiences, how such a thing can actually happen and what you can take as best practices possibly as well, we've got two fantastic speakers that will talk about this in our next fireside chat. On the one hand, we've got the moderator of the session, which is Reggie Bien-Aimé. Oh, can you have a more beautiful surname? I mean, that's amazing. I really envy you for that. He's, I think, a lot of things, right? You're an advisor, you're a startup coach, you're a mentor, and a lot of settings for business and innovative venture topics. He's also a host, so I feel kind of like observed right now. And he's gonna host a session together with John. He's from CVC Capital Partners, one of the global leading private equity firms. And I gladly invite you to put your hands together and to make some noise for John and Reggie. Please come on stage. Thank you. Enjoy. Thanks.
That is incredible lighting. First of all, thank you, Chan. Thank you so much.
Good to meet you.
Same. From as Bastien was saying, I used to be a host. I was host once, so I knew his job and did it very well. So we're here to talk about many things, but I think the first thing is obviously to introduce you. So, you know, I do my research. I went on LinkedIn. I looked you up a little bit, and as any people in finance, it's very cryptic, but what I did learn, like, I mean, I can share with the audience, is that you studied at the Fernuniversität in Hagen, you did your master's in the Universität of Mannheim, so that's traditional. Then you went to JP Morgan for 4 years and a half, and then for the last 12 years, you've been at CVC Capital Partners. So I guess that's the official presentation. I guess how would you present yourself slightly better, just to give a better frame to the audience?
Yeah, so first of all, hi, nice to meet you. I've been here 15 years ago, the last time in St. Gallen, when one of my fellow students in Mannheim wanted to do an exchange year in St. Gallen, so I drove down with him here and he did his test. He eventually failed, so, but I was amazed by the city, and of course you guys have an excellent reputation to build a best-in-class breed of business students. So it's a real honor to be here. How did I end up here? Yeah. So obviously, considering you sit here, you may already know what CVC Capital Partners is. It's one of the leading global private equity firms. We invest out of a fund with a size of 25 billion euros, which makes us the largest PE fund based in Europe. And we typically invest by control majority of companies which are more established than obviously your typical startup. Yeah? So one attribute which is similar across all of our portfolio companies is that they're cash flow positive. Yeah? So we are deep value investors. We value companies based on your typical corporate finance class cash flows, future cash flows. Yeah? I think the reason why this nevertheless might still be relevant for you guys and this summit here is, of course, you build your companies, you found them, you find your co-investors or your co-founders, you get your venture funding, and then, of course, at some stage, there's an end to a founder, yeah? At least a biological end at some stage, but typically also more earlier when a company needs that new government model and a new investor which will take it to its next scaling game. Yeah. So the question you will face yourselves, supposedly, if you were successful, what will be the next step after venture funding in terms of a shareholder structure? And that may take 2, 3, 4, 5 years. In the case of the Quality Group, and I'm more than happy to talk about it, that's what TQG stands for, the Quality Group. Yeah? It's a terrible name and a terrible abbreviation. There's 2 consumer brands sitting behind that. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. And for them, they've established the company in 2017. 2 founders, one out of university, one was a typical influencer. Yeah? They came together and they were product nerds, but not digital native people. And they've built a company which does sports and dietary nutrition, distributed mainly through their own web shop and marketed to the broader audience via the influencer marketing channel. They founded 4 years ago, 5 years ago. And the one thing which is interesting about this company is that it was bootstrapped from the beginning. So it was cash flow positive from the beginning and was growing extremely fast. So by now it does $500 million of revenues within 5 years, is EBITDA margin profitable double digit. And we bought the company for roughly €1 billion last year. Wow. And the reason why these guys wanted to sell, so one is still 26, the other is 31, is they're product geeks, product natives. They love developing food products, protein bars, protein powder, flavor powder, protein chips, all these type of things. I always say the products is for people who like to be less fat and more muscular, yeah, and that happens to be pretty much everyone out there, so the audience is very large. They like to develop new products and they like to communicate to consumers and the audience via influencer channels, social media, TikTok, Instagram, you name it, right? So they're influencers and product geeks by heart. What they are not is they're not company builders in the classic sense, yeah? They don't know. They woke up one day and they're amazed that they actually have built a company which does $500 million in revenues by now, yeah? But they have no clue how to take the 500 million revenues of sales and build it into 2 billion or 5 billion. They don't know how to expand the channel, the communication channel beyond social media, beyond TikTok and Instagram. They don't know how to build the sales channel outside their own web shop. And they don't know how to build the business infrastructure to cater for a company which actually does these 500+ million revenues, which includes, of course, professional procurement. It includes supply chain, logistics, fulfillment, IT, building a performing web channel, having a CFO who manages the business properly, who prepares it for an IPO, etc., etc., etc. So these guys at some stage realize this business becomes larger than we are in terms of our skill set. And we're going to go out and we're going to find a partner, a shareholder partner, who, number one, provides a cash flow event for us. So they sold a significant stake in the company to us, and they, of course, realized savings, which allowed them to throw that behind the wall, and it's safe in their bank account, and it will never be at risk again unless they spend it very unwisely, and who knows, maybe they do that. But they also have a partner at their sites who helps them build a business and now further scale it and eventually IPO it in the next 4 or 5 years. Yeah. That's what we do. That's, I think, what brings me here. In terms of my personal background, as you said, I studied in Mannheim, which is, I guess, somewhat of the equivalent of St. Gallen in Germany. I worked at Deutsche Bank prior to that, did something called an apprentice, Bankkaufmann, then started at JP Morgan, worked there for 4.5 years, and have now been with CVC for 12.5.
Yeah. So how do you transition from, I guess that's more like on a career path, from banking all the way to private equity? How did that happen?
That's a very natural path, yeah. So I sometimes envy you. You're bound by who the people are around you and the influence which you get from these people. So I truly envy you. I have not been at a summit such as this when I was at your age or when I was at university. And if I had the exposure to the startup scene, which you seem to have here, I might not have ended up in an investment bank, and I might not have ended up as an investment professional. Yeah. But for me, it was a natural path into investment banking coming out of university. I mean, this: the banks, and the consultants, they literally jump over you guys as graduates and try to hire you and pull them into their big machines. And then once I was in the investment bank, I remember I had my inaugural day in New York at JP Morgan, 200 people, just a little bit like an audience like this here. Everyone just started, and people already started to talk about private equity as the next career path. So it was something. It's a natural progression.
And investment banking is quite close in a way between investment banking and private equity.
Yeah, it's seamless.
At a bigger scale, obviously.
It's seamless, yeah.
And so there's a lot of entrepreneurs in the summit, in the room, but obviously they all dream about funding for many reasons. But how do you get to that level where CVC is even interested, or you're on the radar as CVC?
Yeah, that's, So for us, as I mentioned in the beginning, we invest from a 24 billion euro fund, and that somewhat defines the companies in which we invest. So out of each fund, you will see that most private equity players will try to make 20 to 30 investments. And if you take 24 billion and divide it by 20 to 30, that gets you into the target range, what we try to invest in any single transaction. Yeah, so we look at unicorns plus, very basically spoken. Having said this, there's sufficient private equity players. It's a fairly mature industry in itself by now, who have smaller funds and who will look to place investments for smaller tickets as well. The playbook is typically fairly similar across these different size brackets. But for us as an investor, it needs to be at least 500 million euros of equity.
As you explained to me, you're in charge of portfolio companies. So, for example, in your day-to-day, how does that translate? How do you interact, for example, with the quality group?
Yeah, so I sit on the board of 6 companies, supervisory boards of 6 companies. One is Douglas, the beauty retail chain, pan-European beauty retail chain. One is Breitling, the Swiss luxury watch manufacturer. Tipico, sports betting business. The quality group, which I discussed a little bit earlier. A company called Syntegon, which is the former Bosch Packaging, and they do primary packaging machinery for pharmaceuticals and food. So basically, take your KitKat, and when the KitKat is being pushed in its first envelope, that's the machine which does it, and we bought it out of Bosch, as the former name, of course, says. And a company called Messer Industries, which is the divestiture of the antitrust disposal assets coming out of the Linde Praxair merger. Wow. Very complicated way of saying it's air separation units across the Americas, which basically very big refrigerators. They suck in atmospheric gases, cool it down into the boiling points, and then separate it into different molecules, and you sell it to various end customers such as hospitals, automotive, steel, everyone who needs oxygen and nitrogen in its purest form. So those are the 6 companies where I sit on the board. It's a fairly diverse set of universe, of course. What's special about CVC, apart from the things I mentioned earlier, is we are a regionally focused organization. So I sit in Frankfurt together with 10 other colleagues, and we as a team, we cover the whole German-speaking region, including plus Israel. Yeah. So we always say the DACH region, and within that region, we are industry agnostic. So we look at pretty much everything which is interesting.
Once you start collaborating with a company, let's say, or you start basically managing with them.
Yeah.
How can you describe, let's say, the things? Are there things that you have like a method of things you implement directly, or you look for changing board members or like C-levels hiring?
Yeah, I try to differentiate maybe to venture funding, which is probably will be your first source of funding and money when you found a company. Yeah. So when you raise money from venture investors, what you will probably experience, you will have 1, 2, 3 lead investors, and then there's a club of other investors sitting behind them, and you end up with 10 to 20 people in your capital structure, who all of them will have a probably pretty short attention span, and it will be hard to get more quality input from them other than the money that they have given to you. Yeah? It's the nature of the game. Yeah? They are also much more diversified in their fund. So whenever a venture fund invests money, you know this, they try to spread it across 100 different companies, hoping that 10 of those will have breakout returns and the other 90, it's Streuverluste. Yeah? They might go down the road, don't care. Yeah? So there's only a little bit, so much time a venture investor can dedicate and invest into each and every single portfolio company they look after. For us, the game is totally different. Yeah, I mentioned earlier I have 6 portfolio companies, which actually is quite a lot in our industry. It's more typical that you have 2 or 3 as an investment professional. And each of these investments matters significantly for me personally and my career, both in a wealth and material perspective, but also in terms of how I can progress my career later on. Yeah? That also means that I spend and I dedicate much more of my time to each of these single portfolio companies than a venture investor will ever be able to do. What also is different is that I have control. Yeah? I own 65% in the quality group, so I can actually decide what's going to happen there. Yeah? I can decide who the manager is, I can decide who's going to be incentivized how, and I can also decide on the strategy. I, of course, don't do it because that's why I have the external or professional management in the company. They ideally know some of these things better, but they need to sparring with me and need to get my input and my approval.
So,
and
sorry.
Yeah, go.
No, I was going to ask the question, when are you matched like with a portfolio company? Is it from the moment that you invest? Are you picking them, or?
You have to find your own stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little bit like in venture investing as well. So we are extremely entrepreneurial in our setup as well. You only participate and get to invest as an individual in those companies which you find. You source yourself. So 1/3 of my time I probably spend on the road in Dachi, in the Dachi region, trying to find interesting companies. Yeah? Entrepreneurs, stakeholders, managers who may or may not be associated to a business which is up for sale, and finding basically the quality group opportunity. Yeah? And each year, coming back to my earlier point, each single transaction for us matters much more than in venture investing. If we do one investment a year out of an office with 10 professionals, that was a good year, actually. And we will start looking at 75 to 100 companies throughout 12 months. We narrow it down to 10, which are potentially interesting, 5 where we spend significant time and money. And then at the end, if we convert one single deal, everyone claps on our shoulders and says, congratulations, that was again a very good year.
Yeah. There's this idea that people dream of like being either a unicorn or getting bought out, exiting, and all this stuff. How would you tell a founder to go about reaching a point where, for example, CVC would be even interested in them, or reaching that point, or what would be the challenges ahead, or the tips you would give?
Yeah. If I would only knew that, I would found myself a company. Yeah. Now look, product market fit is at the end of the day the buzzword. Yeah. In case you haven't read Peter Thiel's 0 to 1, that I find is an amazing book. Yeah. It's always the question, what is the purpose of my product, and is it value accretive to customers, and do customers actually pay for it? Yeah. So getting to that approach where when you found a new company, really thinking about, is this product worth people spending money for and buying it, and getting out a minimum viable product and making sure you have that product market fit is probably the key concern I think you guys should have. Yeah? And once you have proven that you have product market fit, you have gone through that creative process of establishing something truly new, which doesn't exist in a slightly derivative form somewhere else, something truly new, which people need and want and pay money for. That's when you start to scale up. And once you scale up and you're successful, we would love to get your phone call, and we would love to help you at the next phase and bring your company further up.
So the CVC partners capital partners take a majority stake, so you basically buy out or become owner of the companies. How is the interaction with founders who, they put a lot of ego and energy and heart into it? The dynamics, how does it play out?
Yes, yeah. Different from founder to founder. Yeah? So one thing that's special about all of our portfolio companies is all of them are different, not only from the business characteristics, as I mentioned earlier, the business model, but also the people who are involved. And one challenge which we face is you need to build a turnkey solution for your partners. So in the case of the quality group I mentioned earlier, one guy is 26, the other guy is 31, one sits in South Africa, German, the other sits in Cyprus, also German. There might be, a commonality why they went either to the sun or to places which are tax efficient, don't know, but they have a certain interest and they look for a partner who has an aligned vision, what to do with the company over 4 or 5 years, who they have trust in, that they don't mismanage the business, and who allow them to focus on the things that they really like, in their case, building products and being an influencer on social media, and at the same time build that infrastructure around them for a business which can scale up further. Yeah? And it's a process which took 3 months from the first interaction which we had with them until when we signed the deal. 3 months of close interaction and understanding what their company is. Is it interesting? Is the market attractive? Can it earn money? Can we do something with it? But equally important, what do you guys want, the two founders? What do you guys want? What are you looking for in a partner? How can we help you? Are you guys sure that we are the right partners for you? Because this is how we are, and you guys also need to make sure for yourself that we are the right partners for you for the next 4 or 5 years. So it's a little bit like a marriage. Yeah? You need to make sure that you make the right decision. And yeah.
One last question. You worked at the highest level in investment, so investment banking, private equity at a high level. Isn't there a moment where sometimes you just want to, you ever had the itch to get in the game in the earlier stage and be like, maybe join earlier?
Nah,
no?
I'm
like
good,
the big
I'm fine. The beautiful thing about capital is that it scales very nicely. Yeah? So a 100 million euro investment takes the same amount of work as a 1 billion euro investment. And if you make 2 times money on 1 billion euro, that's more than 2 times money on 100 million euro. So I'm actually quite happy where I am. But I still repeat myself what I said earlier. I do think there's something amazing and very enviable about being in a position that you guys are. In having that freedom to build something truly new and unique is something, an opportunity and an option which was not so aware and available to me 15, 20 years ago, because I also think the times were different. And if I were in your shoes today, I probably would also go down the startup route. I wouldn't go down the venture investing route. As I said earlier, there are scale benefits behind investing, and it's just good to be able to do big ticket investments rather than small ticket investments.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have. I guess we could thank Chan, and thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure. And I think we're done. Yeah, I think we're good. It was awesome.
Thank you very much, Reggie and Sean, for shedding some light on the private equity perspective on things. I mean, as you can see, obviously quite some differences if you compare to the venture capital mindset. Can be very complementary at the same time, of course, as well. So take it as a serious option whenever you should get to that point with your own venture. So let's give you guys 1 minute to quickly settle, to think about which session to attend next. I definitely recommend to stay seated or to just join the round here, because we're going to have another highlight fireside chat here on the stage, which is kind of about the question, what do you guys do? I mean, we talked about like problem solution fit, right? Go to market, how do you do that? What happens if you don't manage to actually figure out how to bring your nice idea like to the market? You might most probably, or ideally, what you should do is you should pivot your idea. And we've got 2 speakers with us who are not just talking about that, but they have been walking the talk in the past with their multiple ventures that they've been active with. We're going to have a fantastic moderator of the session who is an HSG or University of St. Gallen alumnus himself, probably one of the most famous entrepreneurs we've got here from our university. It's Julian Teike, who is obviously one of the founders of the famous insurtech company WeFox, and he's co-initiated and co-founded a couple of other companies, one of them being Luca, and he's accompanied here today by Patrick Henning from Luca, and they will have a talk about the question, or rather like that thing that could happen, pivot or perish. Sounds quite brutal, it can be, and certainly you will learn from them how to avoid that. Please give them a big round of applause here on stage. Julian.
Hello? Oh. All right, so 2021. What was the most downloaded app in all of Germany? WhatsApp? Google Maps? So what was it? So this guy right here created a miracle. So he got 40 million Germans to download his app. So Patrick is one of the most inspiring and talented entrepreneurs I've ever met, and I'm happy to talk to you about your journey, which has been not like people might imagine, a straight line, but a lot of ups and downs and a lot of pivots. So, I mean, first of all, I would like to understand there really has been two major pivots on to where we are today. So first, when you left university, you built a company called Nexenio, which was the ground for what then became the COVID tracing app, Luca. So maybe tell us a little bit about that very first business of yours and the learnings you had that helped you understand where to take Luca.
First of all, thank you, Julian, for this intro, right? So maybe the most difficult part was because it was Germans that downloaded this app, right? And maybe something we come later to this point, but you're right, we started the first company out of university, a very traditional agency business actually, where this was about building secure software systems. And the first one was for the Federal Mint, actually for the government. It was a lot about cybersecurity, and we were really into this area. Something completely different that we do today, and completely different what we have done during COVID. Because it was a traditional agency business, a very long-lasting relationship with customers, not the very overheated 2-3 project business, so projects that lasted a couple of years in the beginning, and when we scaled it up to 40, 50 employees, not a single one quit in the beginning, right? And then really early we experienced quite the other side of the venture business when it was tough for us to keep the employees, right? Because there were other people in the Berlin bubble that were able to pay higher salaries. So we experienced a completely different side. Yeah, like WeFox, right? But we never lost a single one to WeFox, right? I know who the ones are, so I'm quite happy about this, right? Because we took them to that point, and so really long-lasting relationships. And also from a technical perspective, this is something where we learned a lot from that time, building new cybersecurity stuff for the German government. There were different projects we were into. And out of this bubble, actually, also the whole idea of Luca has been created. So the bubble that we created within Nexenio, and also the private bubble during COVID when this idea of Luca has been created.
But there was one moment that I know you told me about that was really instrumental at Nexenio, your company, that has actually almost forced you to pivot and almost forced you to create Luca, and that was the first big pivot that you've done. So maybe explain us a little bit about that.
There was one project with the Federal Mint, the government, where we're doing a project like a Dropbox for super secure areas, and this project got terminated. It was quite in the beginning of the first lockdowns and during COVID, and we said, okay, what are we doing next? And it was not that we are sitting down getting some ideas, but it was just that it came to us because someone from our private environment asked us, hey, there are these shitty paperwork everywhere in Germany. Is this not something you could do? Because it was back in the time when there was the official Corona Warn app that was officially done from the government. But due to the decision of Apple with this data privacy preserving tracking, it was not possible to do to actually fulfill the requirements of the laws in Germany that you had to fill in your personal contact details everywhere. And we jumped actually in and thought it might be a weekend project, but it turned out not to be a weekend project.
So then this tremendous adventure of Luca has started. And I know that it wasn't clear from the beginning how you're going to scale. And I also know it wasn't clear from the beginning how you're going to get funded. And I think that's one of the first real lessons here, is that at the beginning, every day a pivot is required. It's not like one event. It's like a constant pivoting until you find product market fit. So maybe tell us about the beginning of Luca and your pivoting.
So very important, right? So in the beginning, we haven't had any business model for it, right? So we just had from a private environment, a friend of mine said, hey, this couldn't be something you could solve all over Germany, and could this not be a solution where we can bring together people in the cultural scene, in the hospitality industry. And then we put in our own money that we had back in the time together with some friends of us and just started, right? It was not a governmental contract or where they asked us to build this app for. We just started with it. And in the beginning, we started it also for restaurants, for events, festivals, things like this, because we also asked friends of us that are well-known musicians in Germany, so we said we should join forces for. And then we just started developing it. And then, we were part of the lockdown, right? So all the restaurants where we built the app for, directly when we were finished, were closed. And the question is, shit, what do we do now? And then actually what we did is one of the musicians that were part of it is an educated caretaker, right? And said, hey, maybe there's the same challenge in elderly homes where people book time slots at their family members and they stand in the queue for 7-8 minutes. So what I did, I ordered shopping cart coins from Amazon, and we just put a QR code on it. And together with him, we went to one of the elderly homes in a very not in an urban area, somewhere in Sachsen-Anhalt in Germany, and we just put it there. We got the attention of the media, and then all the story started, but it was not straight that we went into restaurant and just started because it was lockdown. And I think this was our biggest advantage back in the time, because when everyone was sitting at home waiting till the restaurants opened to get up their app because there were 50 other ones, we just jumped into the elderly homes. And this got us so much more other stuff and unique features that no one else could then afterwards come over again.
And that's the crazy thing, right? So I sit with a lot of entrepreneurs, but when I sit with Patrick, it's taking the feedback immediately and implementing it in scalable technology within a few days. I mean, your tech team is just amazing. And testing it immediately and getting real time. I mean, I've never seen a integration speed and getting something on the ground and testing it as fast as what we're seeing today with Luca. So that was really at the beginning, I guess you guys learned, because it was a crazy time, right, for all of us. And there were so many opportunities, and there were also a lot of projects like yours. But what made you guys successful and then get to 40 million downloads was this ability to, from one day to the next, build and test, right?
I think so, yeah. I think this was the most important part, even if the product was not perfect. And this is also what I tell people today when they talk me about the time of COVID and how this press attention went. Maybe it was not perfect, but we have since done it. It never stopped working. And I think for project in the digital area in Germany, this is very special, right? It's not something that we are used to. And I think whatever we did, we changed it a lot. We were quite fast on it. And if something broke, we fixed it. And I think this is what we have done all over again. And I think there were many moments in time when I thought, okay, we don't know who is going to pay for the solution at the end of the day. It was very in the late stage of it when it already had this public attention that then the government said, okay, we pay for the operation of the app, right? So quite in the beginning also that we said, okay, we have to do this together with the health departments was for us a natural case because we went into these elderly homes. But later on it turned out this is the unfair advantage because this created a hyper-local approach for it, right? So because we took the health department on this journey as well, the restaurants in there, the elderly homes, everyone was like, oh, okay, if they recommended a very local, trusted entity, then we use it. And this is what we have done one by another. Then the island of Sylt, the German island, right? We just went into 160 restaurants. We gave them the same solution.
Just a true hustler until today. That's the piece that amazes me.
Yeah, that's true.
He does it all himself, right? He goes into the restaurants, he pitches the technology.
But there's a big team around, right?
Yeah, but
and
a big team led by that mindset, right? That's important.
Yeah, so we all share the same mindset, right? I think this is really, we are a tech company and we like to build these technologies and we like to make complex processes much easier than they have been before. And then we went on to Sylt, 160 restaurants. We did a press conference with the 5 mayors of the island of Sylt. And as we gave the solution to all of the restaurants, they recognized, hey, we don't have to explain it all over time. We got rid of this crazy paperwork, and the people that were packed in for a week on this island, they registered once and they make use of it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, right? So we came into this hyper-local approach. Many other local governments followed, and then the federal states followed, and at the end we had this public attention and all the crazy shit that the rest knows.
Yeah, I mean, then the storm started, right? Because the government funding was a huge success, but then also turned into a big pressure for you. So maybe tell the audience a little bit about the time of huge success and huge pressure at the same time.
So I think also the audience or the media attention that we got, it brought us to where we were at that time, right? But also having this attention, a really emotional case, 80 million data privacy officers in Germany, 80 million doctors in case of COVID, so very high emotional case. Really different areas of the society. It was served for 15 to 80 years old, right? We had to take into account, look, there are people in the age of 80, it's the only app they have downloaded in their life back then, right? So this created a lot of emotions, for good and for bad.
What was your cost per download?
Well, the thing is, at the end, it costed the German government 20 million euros. We spent 5 million euros on SMS, on sort messages for verifying the phone number, and we got the 40 million downloads. Right?
But yeah, you didn't have any marketing
Yeah,
budget.
we haven't spent.
So
that's
it's
not
virtually
true.
zero.
No, we spent I think a couple of €100 on masks.
Okay.
So this was our marketing, right?
Yeah.
And some T-shirts.
That's like, I think, one of the most genius growth hacks of all times.
Yeah, well, we're very efficient on the marketing side compared to the official governmental app where they spend, I don't know, 50, 60 millions just on marketing promoting the app, right? So this shows what the pressure from the bottom, from all the people that live there, that said, hey, what the shit is going on? Why we are not having the data that the health departments are requested? And they did create the pressure, right? No matter if at the end they made use of it or not, it's another story, right? But I think it created a lot of pressure because it was created by all the people in Germany that wanted to have the solution. And at the end we rolled it out and got everything that we have today.
And then with fame comes pain, right? And you became enemy number 1 on Twitter.
That's true.
So and the media. So how did that feel for you?
Well, there are different feelings. Now it's much easier to talk about this, but there were times where it was really tough because there were messages every second, right? And in the beginning, as said, right, we had a positive part. We also had a negative part. If something broke, and even if it had not any influence on it, but it went live everywhere, right? So there were things you can't hold back if something happens and someone asks you about this until you have the answer ready. And we ever till today answered every press request, and we had 200 press articles each and every day, and we had a press and media team of 2 people, right? So I think we really tried as hard as we can to be successful in there and deliver everything what they wanted to know. But it was very hard because also sometimes the people, sometimes they don't want to know the truth, right? And it's about a lot of stories that has been created and a lot of data privacy stories that we had, right? But not in a single case, a single data set got lost till today. 100 millions of check-ins that happened. And when we built this based on the network that we got from our first company in this cybersecurity network. We have built a cryptographic stuff together with a good friend from Fraunhofer. He was taking care of the German ID cards at the Department of Interior before. So it was an infrastructure that was well built And very important is because I was asked every week by the police, can we get this data? And I'm very, very happy that we built it in the way that we were never able to access this data that we collected from 40 million people. That's also the reason why it was very easy for us to decide beginning of last year when we said, okay, let's take this as a foundation, that we were able to delete this by not thinking about this because we never had access to it, right? So I think the case that we have built it made us getting through this time, even it was painful at some points. When you're sitting on Twitter at, I don't know, 7:30 in the morning, there's a video on, 4 minutes later you get a press request like this and say, can you really write this message in 4 minutes? I don't know. And if we ask, hey, maybe you should wait for 2 hours until you get a statement from us, it's already out there and you can't stop it anymore. So things you can't really control, but you have to live with it. And I think the good part is we recognized today that you can't just take the positive side, you also have to take the pain.
So then the next major pivot. So thank God for everyone. COVID was about to end, which is a good thing, except if you're a COVID tracing app, right? It's a bit of an existential crisis, right? So how did you prepare for that end? I mean, you knew that end was coming. And how did you choose for where you're going to take Luca as a company that now had quite a lot of employees, right?
To be honest, we haven't had a plan, right? As always in life. And there were different situations where, for example, very in the beginning in Hamburg, we went to a well-known chef. And when I showed it to him how it worked, he said, can we know what bottle of wine he likes when he comes into my restaurant? I said, no, you can't. Yeah? But let's wait, maybe I come back to you. So they were the first sign. People asked us, restaurant asked us, can you integrate menu cards if we have these QR codes there? We know from other parts of the world that these QR codes, we brought it back to life in Germany, right? They were dead before. And I think they are great use cases to save time and money with it. And so we said we need to be at the space where we always have been, so we don't want it to do something completely different. So that's the reason why we said restaurants, all these cultural parts, events, cafes, all these areas, these are the ones that we have a natural fit with and where we see great potential, especially in Germany, what is very cash-driven, and this is where we started it from. But we really focused on these parts and left out the other parts. There were also parts where we never thought about, right? For example, there was a story that someone called us up from a funeral, and we had these QR codes, and underneath there was a small claim, German, something, enjoy life. And they said, guys, you have a great app, but for a funeral, might not be the right case, right? It's like, okay, we removed this claim. So areas where we have never thought about it is going to be used, hospitals, right? And if Jan Böhmermann checks in at the zoo because someone shared this QR code on social media, to be honest, we never thought about these cases, right? So it was very natural that we said we keep the big base in the restaurant hospitality industry, and this is what we do now.
So 450,000 restaurants, 40 million users, and then there was a success case, Sunday app, that just got 100 million from Cotu back then. And you were then able to raise the largest seed round, I think, of all times in Germany, a 30 million seed round at the beginning of 2022, just before the crisis. And tell us the pivot to processing restaurant payments. How is it going? And how are you coping with the everyday challenges of having a early stage businesses that needs to pivot again and again? How are you coping with that?
Also, since then, we pivot a lot of stuff, right? Actually, every day. And in the beginning, we had an easy idea and said, okay, the people are paying cash in Germany. If they have the QR codes there anyhow, we can save a lot of time because personally, I'm sitting in the restaurant very often waiting for the waiter, right? This was the basic idea. And we said, okay, let's just build this. Also, from a technology perspective, this is quite complex to build a payment infrastructure into it. And at the end, it turned out we have to go again and focus on this very hyper-local approach that made us successful during COVID. We said we not only have to focus on payments, we really have to get the consumers with us, right? So we have to have an impact where they're going to spend the money on, what restaurants I'm going to visit, where do we have availability, how do I get people so consumers and merchants, restaurants together in one platform and save time, reduce risk, and reduce a lot of friction in this whole process. And especially in a crisis like this, in a recession like this, it's more important than ever before because the restaurants, they're running low on resources, staff, waiters, and the people, they are going to spend less money, so we have to take care where they're going to spend the money. So we try to bring these demands together in one platform.
Yeah, personally, I've never seen a company reach 10 million transaction volume in such a short period of time as you guys have. And it looks like a super straight line when I look at the KPIs you're sending to me. But I do know that there's a huge amount of challenges. And I do know that you personally, again, are the best salesperson that is in the entire company. So next to your job of CEO, you also do the sales. So what are the biggest learnings from the first few months?
Maybe that's the reason why I like being in restaurants, right? But I think it's also important that we focus really on getting these processes right. In the beginning, building a QR code that you can pay with is something you can do on a weekend, right? But thinking about the processes, not having a payment in Hamburg, Frankfurt, and Munich and Berlin, but thinking about a restaurant, how the processes look like, how we can get adoption up to 70, 80%, that the waiters get used to, that the consumers get used to. I think these are how we can put up also the KPIs in terms of recurring users. I don't want to have someone paying one time with the QR code. I want to get them into the platform. I want to get them back into it, discover new restaurants. So I think we're actually building 5 products at a time, and there are so much challenges in scaling this. There are POS systems out there, 160 POS systems in the restaurants where we have to find an integration. Well, I think we got what showed you, right? I think we got really smart ways of doing this, but I think we have to continue pushing very hard and changing whatever we recognize that doesn't work. We have to change it and make it better, and I think at the end we will see it everywhere in Germany again.
And you started this pivot, and you raised this record amount in a time where I call it the paradigm of growth. So now we're in the paradigm of profitability, right? So what does it mean for you now, going forward over the next few months? What are the most important milestones for Luca to achieve?
Well, the most important milestone right now is closing this flywheel in the consumer journey, right? And really getting up the customer adoption and the recurring consumers. So we started in December with 7%. Yesterday we were at 29%. So we really get it up, right? So we have to continue that part. We have to build out the product features and meanwhile scaling it, because we not only want to be a payment solution with a high transactional challenge and a very low margin. We want to really deliver a value, and we have to show this value. We have to prove it, and we have to work it out and take all of our consumers with us. So there are so many challenges ahead, but I think the top challenge that we have is we really focused on the product in the last couple of weeks and months, and I think now we have to scale it to all over the Luca restaurants that we know from the COVID part. They all have still accounts with us, and we want to make it available for everyone in Germany. I think this is our top priority now.
And I personally have no doubt that your team is going to achieve it, because I've never seen a team that is able to pivot and react to change circumstances as much as you and your team have in the last few years. A crazy roller coaster, and we thank you for telling your story, Patrick.
Thanks, Julian. And you know, he's also part of this journey, so I think that's the reason why we're going to make it.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Julian, for this amazing fireside chat. Awesome. Holy, 40 million downloads in a year. Are you kidding me? Imagine how you feel like once you build your kind of like app and then you pivot somewhat and all of a sudden like 40 million downloads. There you go. That's a true builder story, isn't it? That's exactly the type of flavor we like here on the builder stage. Ladies and gentlemen, as we progress in this afternoon, and I'm responsible of your well-being and happiness here at the builder stage, please help me to just get a quick sense of where we stand. Are you guys feeling all right? Just give me maybe a thumbs up, thumbs down, somewhere in between. Yeah, not seeing too many yet. You guys so tired? You gotta be ready, huh, for our next fireside chat, which is very promising as well. Super interesting topic that we've got in store for you. from CEO to chairman. I mean, once you get to the point where you either already exit your company or you just decide, you know, it's not the right place for me anymore to be heading the company from an operational point of view, you might get to the point where you're asking yourself, does a good entrepreneur actually make a good manager? Or is there maybe some other type of role that I should be taking in after a certain period of time, just because, like in some other cases, as a serial entrepreneur, you start to build your own venture, or because you feel like your know-how is better used at the board level of a company. We've got with us two fantastic speakers in a fireside chat that will be moderated by Fiona Matthewson from the Gründerszene platform. And she brought along with her Mathis Buchy, the serial entrepreneur and founder of TaxFix Small PDF, certainly a tool that a lot of you guys use. I did so during my studies and throughout my career today. And then last but not least, Genova AI. Please, guys, put your hands together and make some noise for Fiona and Mathis. Hey, welcome on stage. Hey, good to have you.
Hi there. How are you? Good?
Hey,
Good?
everyone.
Perfect. Hi, Mathis. Super glad to be here with you today.
Really nice.
How are you?
Yeah, good. Exciting conference. Love to be here.
You just came with a shuttle today, right? From
Yeah,
Zurich.
from Zurich, so it's not too far for me.
Amazing. You live in Zurich, you told me, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, since a year again. So I've been away for 15 years, now coming
Berlin,
back.
right?
Yeah, Berlin and other places around the world. So yeah, it's nice to be back.
You know, I'm from Berlin, and yesterday I arrived in Switzerland, and I went to the grocery store, and I was searching for Toblerone, and as you all probably know, the Matterhorn is missing. How, as a Swiss, you know, as a native, how do you like that?
Well, I'm glad you didn't mention Credit Suisse, but
I didn't, what? Mention what?
Credit Suisse.
Oh, Credit Suisse, yeah.
That
That's
would have
another
been
topic.
The harder topic,
But-
I think, for a Swiss person. But yes, the Toblerone, it's a scandal.
It's sad, right?
Outrageous, yes.
I was pretty upset, but nevertheless, well, you founded several startups. You're currently the CEO of Genova AI after having left TaxFix, a huge company. You were living in Berlin when building TaxFix. Before that, you did Small PDF, also a huge company, document portal with over 4 million users per day. That's huge. Now after that, with TaxFix, you started helping people doing their taxes. You founded that company in 2016, and then you left in 2021.
Yeah, that's right.
Why?
Yeah, look, I mean, so I did several companies. First one was a small one, like 2 years. Then Small PDF was like 4 or 5 years where I was actively involved. Then also I found a CEO person to take over, right? Like, so I became chairperson at that stage. And yeah, basically like with TaxFix, it was a really wild ride. We scaled very quickly. We raised a lot of investor money, 350 million in 5 years, and yeah, you know, like from every 6 months or so, my job description would entirely change, right? Because like in the beginning, you are with 3 people in a room, and you're doing all the crazy stuff like the early stage startup thing. Then you're 30 people, 50 people, 100 people, 300 people, right? Like, every single time, like it just changed so much my job description, and I love that. Like, it's so cool because like every single time I would be so challenged, and the learning curve was so steep. So I really enjoyed that. But I felt like also that over time, like after 5.5 years, 6 years, I felt like, okay, now I'm at a point where my job has changed quite a bit. And
like how? What kind of tasks?
so yeah, I mean, in the end, like it was really like more management, right? Like you, in the beginning, you are really the one building stuff, like you're creating things, and that, right? Like that's kind of the typical founder drive that like you want to create things out of nothing, and that's so exciting. And then over time, like your job becomes more and more to empower other people to build, right? And like to enable them and raise the money, manage the board, and empower your team to just do a great job, which is really exciting and rewarding. But it's a very, very, very different job than like the you do it yourself kind of job, right? And typically a person that would go in a corporate career ladder, right, would maybe take 30 years to kind of go from like I individual contributor to I manage 400 people, right? Or at least quite some time, right? And as a founder of like a successful, crazy high growth company, you basically go through that in like 5 years, right? So it's extremely demanding, but so exciting. Like,
do you remember a day at TaxFix when you like noticed, okay, you know, that management, that kind of management that you were doing at that time, you didn't enjoy at all? Like, do you remember a situation like that?
Yeah, there's probably some days. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you have good days, you have bad days. But I think it wasn't like one moment that I really felt like that. And it's also actually hard to realize because, you know, things move so quickly. You're so deeply connected to that business, your baby that you build, right? And now it's growing up, and it's so nice to see. It's like a parent, you know, like being happy that the child is growing and growing, but also like the child is very different now than it was when it was your baby, right? And that's again like super exciting and rewarding, but different, right? And different doesn't have to be bad at all, right? But what I have felt like for myself that I'm just a bit more passionate about that early stage when I'm really close to the problems themselves. Like in marketing, how do we run a marketing campaign? How do we build that feature? You know, what technology are we going to use for this software? That is something that I just find that I really, really deeply passionate about and gives me so much energy. And it's, you know, all in any job, right? Like there's things that really give you energy and things that take a little bit more. And you always have both. And I felt like over time, the pure management, the board, like the investor fundraising and stuff, like that was also really exciting, but I think it hit a little bit of peak, and then it didn't give me as much energy maybe as other things. So,
like in a podcast, you said you didn't enjoy the tasks you were doing at some point. If I think about that, I think about waking up in the morning and being like, I don't want to go to work anymore. Was it that kind of like I didn't enjoy it, or were you really that like, okay, I like to do that, but were you upset at some point? Because there's founders out there that might be asking themselves, okay, how do I notice that I want to leave, that I'm not okay with the tasks anymore?
Yeah, I think for me it's kind of the energy balance that I was just a bit talking about. That like if you feel over a very long time that basically, like, and it doesn't necessarily change, that a lot of your tasks take more energy from you than give you, then I think it's maybe time to think about like, right, like, is that fun for me? Am I really the absolute best person in the interest as a shareholder of myself and like for the company, for the team, for the investors, for everyone, to be that person that has that job title, right? Like in the company. And I think what often, it's just as a founder, because you're so deeply identified with what you did and what you build, right? It's very hard to even imagine that maybe you could have a different role in that org, right?
Did you know that in the very beginning of building TaxFix?
Well, the good thing was that at Small PDF, we actually had gone through that, right, already. So, and that was a little bit because I had to make that decision to kind of start with TaxFix, but I also had a huge learning curve of like, okay, how would that even work? Like having a CEO, being there, but not actually being there, you know, as a chairperson, just helping when I can, but like also really handing over the baby and trusting like another person or team to kind of really like, you know, grow it. And yeah, I think because it worked out so well for us, like that gave me a lot of confidence and I had that perspective. But still, like, look, I mean, it was really hard. Like, even the idea came up, like, I don't know, you know.
Who was the first person? Who was the first person you told about that?
Oh, my co-founder, of course.
Your co-founder. Yeah. How did he react?
My co-founder, he's the best. Like, we know each other since we were 10 years old. We are really best friends. So I think it was more than understanding. And but that was like very long time before it actually happened. I was just like, look, I don't know if I will do this another 10 years, and I'm not sure if I'm the right person. And then that started kind of a longer conversation. I asked him the same question: what do you think? You know, how is that?
He stayed, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's still there, and he was like, you know, I'm excited actually about the stage, like about my job right now, new challenges, and yeah, like that was very fortunate for me, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able maybe to do that as I did. And yeah, like, look, I mean, I'm still close to the business. I'm spending like half a day like talking to management, to the CEO, like. I know what's going on. It's still there. It's still like my baby too, you know.
But sorry, but this is really interesting because you're still there. You're watching everything, but you can't really make decisions.
No, I can't. Yeah.
How does that feel? Has it happened that some management leader at TaxFix wanted to go one way that you didn't like?
Yeah, for sure. I mean. Not a lot or so, but I think, I mean, obviously as a founder, you have your 6 years of like, I know how this stuff works, and of course I'm an opinionated person, so I do have opinions and I will voice them. But I did have some training, and I think, like, you know, I mean, the same is kind of with management too, right? If you hire a great CTO, you don't want to have that person like constantly bothered by like your ideas of how you think we should use technology. So at some point you just need to blindly trust and say like, so you have a little bit of that already, like also in the scaling process, but I also had it at Small PDF, so I learned a lot there. And in combination, so I know now better when to shut up, but
when is that point?
Well, in the end, I think, as you said, right, like I can give my input, and I can give my input strongly and have a long discussion. But in the end, I do need to also want to empower the management to say it's my call in the end, right? It's their decision, because they need to go follow through with it, and they need to like be fully convinced. So it's not the same anymore as like as a CEO, you maybe sometimes you will have to say like we go this way, we disagree and commit, right? But then we go.
How often has that happened in the past that you had an idea and you were neglected? Like, has that happened?
Yeah, for sure, all the time.
What were you suggesting? If you want to share that with our crowd here.
I think it's not as exciting like the particular things. It's like, you know, there's usually you talk about options. Also in the board, we discuss about those things, right? And the board has maybe an opinion, and then like, you know, the management, you feel like, oh wow, they feel very strongly about this. And then it's like, okay, then like, you know, we gave our input, but we go your way. You own up to it, you deliver the results that you promise. So it happens all the time, like, but it's on a very high strategic levels of like, which countries should we do next, right? Like what should be the investment level? Are we buying another company or doing an acquisition? Like these kind of like really high level board discussions.
From the podcast that you were at Gründerszene with, that I'm not, you know, asking you guys to listen to because it was very interesting, but you said it took you 2 years to find Martin Ott, who's the current CEO of TaxFix.
No, it didn't take us that long to find him. I think like to go through the entire process of like first idea, like should we have a change, to like actually like getting the company to a level like that was really great, and then like of course talking to my co-founder, talking.
Who was the second person you told?
Sorry?
Who is the second person you told about you wanting to leave?
The second person, my COO, yeah. So another member of the management. I mean, I told the management first because I really wanted their input. And then I talked to the board.
In a meeting or at lunch? How?
Yeah, I think it was a walk actually, yeah.
A walk outside?
Walk in Berlin, yeah.
Okay. Where? Do you remember? It must have been
in Mitte, yeah. It was actually close to Rosenthaler Platz, yeah.
It was Rosenthaler Platz, okay.
Where everything happened.
You find the best döner there, by the way. Hakan Koch goes there every time. But yeah, okay, you told them while at a walk.
Yeah, that was a walk, yeah. I remember that walk, yeah.
You remember it. What else do you remember?
No, I mean, like, I really appreciate it. I think, like, you know, I think a lot of the management member gave me the feedback that said like, look, this is why I joined this company, because you guys, like me as founders, are so reflected about how we're doing stuff, and we're really thinking about it, and we challenge everything, also ourselves, all the time, rigorously. And if we feel like it's not the best thing for the business, we will even take ourselves out entirely, right? And that I think was that was the feedback that I got, and I really appreciated that, because yeah, I never heard that, right? And I was of course concerned, like what does he think, or what do they think, right? Like about me leaving, and then yeah, like basically hearing that kind of feedback was really cool. So and also like for them, like, look, we'll figure it out. I'm in for this. I'll support the company, and you know, he's still there. So that's really cool.
And then you search for someone else to take this to be CEO, Martin Odd. Right. Was that before? When did you tell your management? Before you knew Martin was going to be next, or?
I know. So it was really like talk to the management and talk to the board, and then with the board together, we had a long think, like how exactly are we going to do it. And then we started a process, and that took another like 6-7 months, I think. So we talked to a lot of people with the board, with me, my co-founder, and then we found Martin really, really lucky. I always said, like, look, if this takes 2 years, I'm going to be here for 2 years, so no matter what. But we were extremely lucky, and it could have taken much longer. My expectation was 12 to 18 months, like, to go through a process like that. But yeah, 6-7 months, very lucky to find the right fit.
How did you meet the people that applied for that job? How did you meet them? Did you invite them? Did you go out for lunch?
Well, it was a mix of like our network, investor network, and like really great agency that we worked with together, and yeah, it's a lot of conversations. But it's true, it's a lot of like, you know, in the beginning it's a lot about like taking a walk and like getting to meet the person. It's not a very normal interview process. But then, of course, you also have a bit more formal steps.
You talked about trust, and it has like a cultural fit, right? Right. This is more about just more about what that person has done before, but about trust. So that's a very individual thing. How do you know if you can trust someone? Is it just your gut feeling, or do you have tips for founders?
You mean in recruiting, like finding someone?
Yeah,
or?
Finding someone.
Yeah. I mean, we have always still a very, very structured recruiting process around our values of the company. So the values are ingrained in basically in a lot of meetings, in all recruiting process, in all performance reviews. Everyone actually knows the values, which is not the case for, I would say, 95% of companies. And we use those also very deeply then to evaluate CEO candidates or management. This is a very important part. And actually one of our values is trust. So we have like a series of like 15 questions and very, very clear things, and also reference calls. You know, you do like 9-10 reference calls for someone to hire someone like that. So you really dig deep, like, was there anything like, you know, that possibly could have showed some lack of trust or so? Yeah, because it's extremely important and not so easy to figure out. And then, of course, trust only grows over time to like larger extent, but to a degree, you also just need to go at it and just say, I trust you, and, you know, and just go for it a little bit. Yeah.
Did you invite Martin to your home? Like in the evening, did you play games? What did you do?
We did actually a lot of walks in the Friedrichshain Park, Volkspark, the Friedrichshain.
That was
quite a few.
Corona time, so...
Exactly, yeah, it was Corona time, so it was a little bit limited what you could do or what you should do. But that was the one thing we did a lot. Yeah.
How long were those walks?
Oh, 2-3 hours sometimes, yeah.
And did you talk about personal stuff as well?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a very important aspect of getting to know someone like that, especially for the trust level, right? Yeah.
And did he also invite you home? Is that a good thing to do or not?
Well, not so much home, I think, at that point. It was really just, but look, we had dinners together. We had like, you know, so there's quite a few steps there, that were more on a personal level, not as formal.
You know, I think we all have good and bad days. All of us. You probably too. In that time of finding Martin, Did you have bad days, and why?
So you mean bad days in?
Like bad days in a way of, I'm not sure if I can trust him. I'm not sure if I actually want to leave TaxFix.
I think the leaving part, that was pretty clear to me, or that I had reflected on for a very, very long time. The question was, for me it was very clear, I will only be able to go if I have a really great solution in place, right? And that was for me, Martin. And in the end, of course, that was such a big decision. And yeah, all big decisions, I'm constantly challenging, sleepless nights, constantly like, oh my God, is it really right? And that's why you invest so much, and then your gut feeling grows into like, okay, yeah, no, it feels right. Absolutely, let's do it. You know.
And looking back at that time, though, did you make any mistakes?
You mean in terms of?
In terms of just the whole process, from knowing you want to leave to finding Martin. Were there mistakes you've made?
I'm sure.
Or things you would have done different now, knowing that? I mean, you've gone through that process with Small PDF, but still, looking back.
I think definitely not a mistake for me. Like I wouldn't say I regret anything. I think we did it really well, and also thanks to our board and everything. This could have gone also in weird ways, or could have gotten a little bit like the board could have lost trust in me, and wouldn't have like let me also be part of all this process. So I really appreciated that this went so well. But yeah, I think for other people, I think I've also talked to some people that had like an internal solution where they had like someone like over many years already being part of the business, and then really being the perfect person to become CEO. Then I think that's always just better in the sense of like that you blindly trust a person. We are now very lucky with Martin, but of course you never ever know, right? So the risk is always like a little bit there when you make that decision. And I've heard also from others that it didn't go as well as it did for us. And that I might be the one way to mitigate that a little bit, to like find an eternal solution. But I wouldn't say like I don't regret it in our case, but I think like as an advice, like what could even be better for others is to find an internal solution.
And you worked with an agency searching for another CEO, right? Like you don't post it on LinkedIn or Facebook, hey,
no.
Who wants to be CEO of my company? You don't do that. Why shouldn't you do that?
Well, I think depends which stage you're at, but like executive hiring usually is better done not through job postings. It just saves you time. It's usually the network of these agencies are like there's so few people that are currently maybe looking for something that might be a fit in Europe. That's so few, right? It's a handful basically, like or maybe a few more handful, but all of those are extremely qualified, amazing people. And like it's not even a question like are they good or not? They are amazing, but it's more the question, are they exactly right for what you need? Are they a cultural match, right? It's more a kind of a match question in that case. So yeah, it just works a little bit different.
Did you know at that point when you left that you wanted to find another company like Genova AI because you also became a parent, a little boy?
Yes, exactly. It was a lot of changes. So basically I was doing the handover at TaxFix, and sticking around for quite a few months, like together with Martin. And then I moved to Switzerland, then my son was born, and then I basically only worked around 50%, so I took a little bit of a break, or that's a break for me. But then I got bored quicker than I thought, so I really wanted to take a little bit longer break, but that didn't really work out. So in the end, I was too excited to jump on new things, and also being able again to build stuff, which gives me so much energy in life, actually way more than just relaxing. It's too many exciting things happening, especially in this generative AI technology. So I couldn't hold myself back and wanted to go for it again.
I mean, your exit must have been, there must have been a huge amount of money where you're like, okay, you don't necessarily need to work again, right?
Yeah.
Like but you still wanted to. Some founders, they have from one day to the other, they might, okay, you had a child, you had work to do. But how about like the, part of like maybe becoming depressed, not knowing what to do, from being super busy to being super not busy. Did you have a fear that was going to happen to you?
No. Well, I mean, when I did it, I still had 3 chairman positions. I had several investments. I had stuff going on, so I was definitely not getting bored. And then with a child, very intense actually. But boredom is my biggest fear. So basically, I always go for new things and the next adventure. But I always will go for it. So in the end, I don't think I'm very scared. But of course, it can happen. And I know people that have gone in this mode. And then also it can be that like maybe you stay a bit too long on the beach, and then you might not be able to pull the switch again to like, okay, let's build another thing, because then you might not have that energy again. So for me, it was also important to kind of like at least not take too long of a break and become operational again, not to get too rusty.
You told me you were just in a FAQ session with young founders asking you questions. And you were telling me that they were also talking about, handover and stuff, like handing over the company. What are most founders scared of when they talk about that, when they think about that?
Right. I mean, when this actually happened, a lot of like founders reached out to me, and a lot of founders of very well-known big companies, because they were just like, well, I have never thought about this, and it's not currently right now on my table, but like...
Should it be taught in school that you prepare for that, or is it not that big of a deal?
I don't know if in school, but I think people should talk about it more, right? And it should have a bit more exposure, and people should just be more reflected, I think, in that sense of like, where is this company stage at? What is my job description right now? Am I doing this right? Would there be another person that could do this job even better? Am I excited about doing this job every day? Does it give me energy, right? Like, is it all the right thing? Like, often we just don't ask those questions because we ask other questions. And I think sometimes we limit companies' growth because of a founder that is like so excited about it, but also doesn't have like what it maybe will take to bring the company to that next stage. And there's many stages right in that. And I feel like there sometimes we don't ask the right question. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to leave your job, but that it might mean you want to have a co-CEO or have a strong other management person or another executive chairman or whatever gets you the help that you need to get to that other stage. And I feel like there, as founders, we need to be very focused on our vision, believe, and strongly go for it, that what we want to build, but at the same time, constantly challenge ourselves fundamentally, and be reflected in all ways, and also on ourselves.
I guess the time's out. We don't have any more time to talk, but I think this was very interesting. You gave us really good insight into your experience leaving TaxFix. Guys, make sure to talk to Mathis while he's here, and thank you so much.
Thank you. It was fun.
Thank you very much, Mathis and Fiona, for being here with us at the Builder Stage and Start Summit. Thank you so much, guys. All right, how are you guys? All good? Getting a bit tired or not? Like, where are your friends? Bring them back here to the Builder Stage. Want to get this audience crowded again. Fantastic. Yeah, bring your food as well, drinks, whatever you need, like, to stay on top of things. Was that interesting? Quite cool, huh? I wish I was at a point where I could think about like how to hand over my company. Maybe first I should start off one. But very insightful. And great tools they are building, huh? TaxFix, I don't know, for those of you living in Germany, I think way better than the actual solution by the government. Very helpful, small PDF, lots of very useful stuff. So think about, obviously, customer and users, how to make and build valuable products after all. Guys, some of you might have companies that do already work cross-border. Is there any founder that has built stuff that works not just in Switzerland, Germany, but maybe beyond? Not yet, okay, but hopefully you will get to that point at some moment. I mean, I hear all those entrepreneurs again and again in Europe that are like being disappointed and kind of like, unhappy with the fact that maybe their companies, their applications, their solutions are not scaling as rapidly as maybe like their American-based competitors. I mean, that might be partially certainly to the VC funding. That might be, on the other hand, due to like that American mindset and to look at things. But it's, last but not least, certainly also due to the fact that we have a very scattered kind of geography in Europe, and 44 countries that have their own domestic markets versus that one huge American domestic market with more than 300 million potential users. How you might still be able to actually grow and build moats in that very fragmented European landscape will be the question that will be debated and explored from our two next speakers that we will have on stage. First of all, we have lovely Zoe Fabian from Eurazeo. She's working for a growth capital firm based in Paris, and she will come along with the founder of her portfolio company, Doctolib, who is Nikolai Kolev, and they will talk about all these issues that I've just tried to illustrate. So please give it up for the two of them. Thank you.
That was the most fancy intro we ever got on a panel, I think.
Absolutely. Hello.
So it's great to be here. I think that the goal for us is to hopefully share a couple of insights for entrepreneurs and those who build, but maybe also for those who invest. So as Bastian said, we're both from the operating side, and I think you, Nikki, bring obviously a lot of wealth of expertise and experience, and I'm from the investor side. And we have a very long and complicated title for our fireside chat, which is all about building moats, and especially in these markets, is more important than ever before to build moats that are deep. If we look at Europe, it can be quite complex, and so this is what we will address. To take a step back, and I know you're very humble, so you're not going to talk about it, but Doctolib is one of our portfolio companies. We've actually been proud investor since Series B, which for us is early. We're a growth stage investor. And we're proud because it has been a financial success, but more importantly, you have a huge impact. And so please correct me on my numbers. I tried to rehearse them before this talk, but you have 70 million patients worldwide. Every second, there are 6 appointments that are being booked on Doctolib. And last but not least, you have 2.9 million documents per year. Is that correct?
Per month.
Per month. Thank you for correcting that. So 2.9 million documents per month that are being uploaded and used on Doctolib. And just for reference, I did not know that, but that compares to 170K documents per month on any of the incumbent systems. So it's really a huge success. It's a success, but it doesn't come without challenges. Can you tell us a bit more of how you, from on the ground, look at the challenges in your role like Doctolib?
More than happy to. Hi, everyone. Can you hear us well? Because it's super difficult to... I can barely hear my own voice. Okay, good. Good to have you. So, challenges. When you're operating out of Europe, each and every market is so subscale and so small compared to US, for example, that it all looks fragmented. So it's, first of all, a matter of perspective. You know, when you look from the US glasses, it's a very fragmented market. To operate in markets like France, Germany, and Italy, where we operate, you have a massive challenge to, first of all, understand regulation. Regulation, especially in healthcare, has multiple layers. You have a national layer, you have a federal layer, you have a communal layer. So there's a lot of understanding and work that you need to do before you can play. So identifying the sport that you're in and the fact that there's a ball, you still haven't understood if you're playing soccer or handball. So number 2, it is a massive difference in what kind of stage the industry is in. We're in healthcare, and obviously we've digitized all the industries. You know, we've digitized gaming, we've digitized commerce, we've digitized banking, etc., etc. And health was saying, we can wait, you know, and just standing there. So it's a massive challenge to go into a market. We're still in Germany today, 144 million paper letters were sent between doctors and patients in hospitals last year. Who of you has a fax? Do you know what a fax is? It's a serious question. Who of you has a fax? 95% of communication between doctors and hospitals works via fax. So the stage of the industry is a massive challenge. And last but not least, you need to be able to build a very strong team on site that operates with high degree of independence before you can crack a market that is highly fragmented. But let me ask you back, as an investor, not only for us, how is it to invest in fragmented markets and startups and companies that are operating in those, and what's the challenge for you?
Right, so for us it's actually, it's an interesting question because I guess each investor, each fund has their own DNA, and our DNA is very much to invest in businesses that are not single country TAM businesses. So we try to invest in companies that have the ambition and have started to ideally scale across at least one other country, if not several. So what we spend a lot of time on is, first of all, the markets. I mean, you also alluded to it also from kind of a regulatory perspective. I think we start one step back even and look at market size, and just to make sure that from a size perspective and assumptions on monetization, we can build a sizable business, because by the time we invest, we really need companies to be several hundred million of top-line revenue and obviously high margins. And so for that, you just need to have reasonable assumptions on market sizes and penetration capabilities. So that's the first point. And then the second point, it's a bit softer, I would say. The first one is very quantitative, but the second one is equally important, if not more important. It's about the team ambition, right? And so the team really needs to want to scale internationally. And, and there's no right or wrong necessarily. I think my mic stopped working.
The mic?
Can you hear me now? No.
I think now we're back. We're back.
We're back? Okay.
Can you hear us?
Perfect. Great. That's definitely much easier than without a mic in this situation. So I think I was saying, though, so there's now right or wrong on wanting to internationalize or not. It's basically a personal question of the founder at the end of the day. But we need to see that, yeah? And you see that early on because there's curiosity about different markets. There's obviously then the related analysis that you could do in terms of the sizes, but also the regulatory setup, the legal setup, and everything that is relevant and actually shows you what market opportunity are we actually looking at. There's also the curiosity about competition from other markets. So all of these are signs that a founder, a management team is actually actively looking at internationalization. It's super important to us. Then you will also see, do they actually hire internationally? And when they do set up their, for example, French business as a German company, or as a Swiss company, I should say, are they serious about it? Are they hiring somebody with the right caliber on the ground? Are they able to one, obviously spend time themselves, so it's definitely a COO job, but also delegate reasonably and give autonomy and the capability to truly execute to that team. And all of these are factors that together we analyze when we meet companies, when we diligence them for sure, and give us kind of a sense on their abilities to really grow into something that can be maybe global, it depends on the business, or regional. It really depends on what we're looking at. I think Doctolib, and again, you're being very humble, but you have the luck that you have super deep markets. I mean, think about all the general practitioners. You can stay just in this one sub-vertical of the healthcare vertical, and you can build a huge business, and this is what Doctolib has done. So I think that is just something that is super, super interesting for us.
But being at a startup summit with a lot of young entrepreneurs, glass half full always. So what about opportunities?
That's right. I think the opportunity for us is very simple, and we've seen it many times across our portfolio of, what is it today, 37 companies. It's hard. It takes time in the beginning. It costs quite a bit of money and a lot of nerves and requires a lot of resilience. But ultimately, you build a moat, and I think that's also part of our title here. You build a moat and a defensibility against your competitors that is really, really valuable, because as hard it is for you, once you crack it, it will be equally hard for anyone else. Notably from any competitors from overseas will be almost impossible. And this is really the strength that we see in the European startup ecosystem and scale-up ecosystem. You have these companies that by DNA, once they really choose to, are by definition very international and are able to succeed on that level. And this is the huge opportunity that we see. What about you?
So, I think we are a good case of how out of Europe you can build in a very highly fragmented market a multi-billion company. And the opportunity that we see in that is, on the one hand, what I mentioned as a challenge, the high fragmentation, the high barrier of entering those markets and actually getting it done is a massive opportunity. And the truth, there's no secret, but the opportunity in this is to build the strength to be as precise as possible, as close to the customer as possible, because you just have no other choice. In the markets that we operate, you need to be at the doctors, at the GP's front door. You need to be in the local hospital, and it doesn't do the trick to have one large hospital that serves then multiple hospitals or a GP connected to many others. The other thing, which is, I think, a massive opportunity, is the fact that when you build a tech company, every investor and everyone tells you need to build a scalable technology. That's true. But you also need to build a product that has a massive customer obsession. So you need to bring that customer obsession with you. And it's very easy to talk like this, but it's very hard to deliver customer obsession every day. And when you operate in highly fragmented markets, it is customer obsession by definition. So building the combination of a scalable technology combined with customer obsession, what we call co-building, so we literally build features and parts of our product together with practitioners, with the healthcare community, that is a massive, massive opportunity that we see. And last but not least, I think, so we are named as a hyperscale company, but we still have the ambition to be at hyper growth. So that is a complicated animal. You're at hyperscale, pretty sizable already, and you still want to go at the pace of hyper growth. So how do you do that? Something that is normally not recommended, to do two tricks at the same time. We go into different markets, so we grow geography because it's so fragmented, we have to. And at the same time, we expand in product. So we've started as booking, appointment booking. Today, we are the largest patient relationship management. We've started into prevention. We're now big into, as you mentioned, documents. So going into vertical and horizontal is something which we see as a huge opportunity and is not that easy, I can tell you, by design to get this done.
So how do you take the right decisions? How do you do the trade-off? Because, as an investor, we would always recommend, do one thing very well and then move on. And now you're doing many things at scale at the same time. And we obviously know how hardworking the Doctolib team is. But how do you make those decisions?
It's a good question. It's a very good question. So I think everything at its time, what you would consider at an earlier stage too many decisions, too many things, too many balls up in the air, is at our stage a must-have. At our stage, at the capacity of the executive team, at the capacity of the capital that we have, the capacity of the product, you need to be able to do multiple things at the same time. So, and how do we do those decisions? Because we still can be too many balls up in the air. We have a very clear framework of what really makes a difference for the whole firm, what takes us as a firm north, and that's where the decision is being made. and then sometimes, in some markets we can't advance as quickly as we would like to, but for the benefit of the entire company, we take those decisions.
Super clear. My next question was going to be about best practices. I feel like you've shared some already. You spoke about customer centricity or obsession. What else can you share in terms of best practices? Again, I think this is a key pain point for many of European firms to tackle. What can you do really well, and what should you avoid at all costs?
So I think in general, in Europe, we do good, but we don't talk that well about it. There's the saying of do good, but talk about it. So I think it's very key to understand what are the USPs that you're creating. I will tell you one that you might find surprising, but GDPR is something which is considered in many parts of the world as a kind of gold standard. There are not that many things in digital and in tech and in regulation that are considered as a gold standard coming out of Europe. So when you operate in these kind of markets, you need to understand, once you cracked things, how do you turn them into your USP? The second thing is the customer obsession. And I cannot highlight this enough, because the way you are obsessed about a product is not ultimately reflected in the pace of scale. It is really reflected in the NPS. So how much usability are you able to create in your users? How much also network effect are you able to create? Do you need a massive sales force, or do actually your customers, in our case doctors and practitioners, do they recommend you? So this is the customer obsession. And the last, which to me is the most important one, is find and build a team without a single millimeter of compromise, which brings passion and enthusiasm. Passion and enthusiasm is something which sounds super high level and every entrepreneur needs and so on. When you operate in fragmented markets and everything is complicated and looks impossible, you need every day passion and enthusiasm, because otherwise you don't get out of bed. Secondly, you need people who are willing to appreciate a step-by-step approach, considering that technology can go exponential, but in those markets, it is a step-by-step journey that takes you forward and nothing else. And last but not least, have the humility to consider every day being the beginning.
Makes a lot of sense. Sounds easy, but it's probably hard on the ground. Anything to avoid?
What are yours?
That's a good counter question to avoid a question. I think from our perspective, again, coming in probably with a slightly more high-level investor perspective, I think quantitatively, and again, I'm speaking more about growth stage companies, those Series B, Series C, and beyond. It's super important that you try as reasonably fast as possible to show profitability. In some shape or form, in your core market, in your core product. Investors will look at that. They haven't in 2020 and 2021, but they for sure do now. And I think it's actually one of the strengths of the European markets, or it's an advantage, because you have these fragments and you can analyze them fragment by fragment. So you can see, are we profitable in our German region? And maybe, there's things that are, or companies that are hyper-local, and you guys actually are. So you can go basically location by location or region by region. And I think being very analytical and data-driven to analyze what actually works and how you create the network effects that ultimately will give you operating leverage at scale is super, super important. And doing that as early as possible is something that investors will definitely appreciate as a best practice. I think the next thing is around embracing it. There's no way around it if you start here. So you better embrace it. You better have fun with it and see it as an opportunity. I think this is something that is super important because, as you said, it's a very long journey. It's a long journey for investors, by the way, as well. And we've seen many times that it is hard, that it takes several turns to find, as you say, the right people, to empower them in the right way, to coach them in the right way. It's not binary, it's not linear, and just embrace that. And I think that's actually a very good closing recommendation. I'm not sure I find a better one than this one. So I'll just stop here, and hopefully you can relate to that.
Do you guys have any questions? Any questions from the crowd? We have 2 minutes, 3 minutes left. If you have any questions, happy to take questions.
Okay, it doesn't look like it. Then I'm going to put you on the spot. So you have a very interesting career overall. That's also why we were so excited to have you join on Dr. Lieben, what is such a key market for the firm. You also have a past at WeWork. So what are the learnings you can share with that from that part of your career? Equally complex, equally fragmented. What can we learn from you on this one?
You know, funny enough, intensity is always, you know, a measure of in what kind of room you've been. So you walk into a company and you think it's super intense, and then you go into a free fall and you think, oh no, so this is super intense. So it's always a bit dependent on the room that you're in. I think a key learning from WeWork is to be crystal clear what's urgent and important every day, every hour, every week, every year. Because as an entrepreneur, everything looks urgent and important at the same time, but it is not. And in moments of free fall, you realize that because you have to make very, very decisive and just very important decisions in a very short period of time. So you need to digest information, trust people, and make decisions. So that was a key learning. The other thing is this head in the sky, feet on the ground. I think if you lose head in the sky, you're in the wrong place. Because you need to have head in the sky. That's what I meant by this being passionate, enthusiastic. Not blue-eyed, but passionate, enthusiastic, because a lot of people will not be. But at the same time, keep your feet on the ground. If you lose your feet on the ground and start believing your own press releases, that's the first of your last days. And last but not least, no matter what, just stay human. You know, I think when people were on this high journey, they really thought that they have reinvented the world, and it was not the case. It was an incredible business model, but on a very low margin in commercial real estate. And actually, the pandemic drove it into the center of commercial real estate. When things went south, people thought that they've done the worst thing in the world. So in each and every moment as an entrepreneur and as a leader, you need to stay human and respect people, no matter if they fly high or if they fall.
And share your views, which is what you've done today. Thank you so much for taking the time and all these great answers and insights. And yeah, thank you all for joining us.
Thank you, Zoe. Thank you all.
Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, Nikolai, for that very interesting fireside chat. Very great to have you here at Start Summit. Thanks, and see you very soon.
Thank you.
Cheers. Awesome. Guys, we're ready to take a break. Don't miss the opportunity to talk up to also like Zoe. I mean, she's managing a fund of like 32 billion euros AUM. I mean, we're talking some serious money here. Use all these great opportunities here at the summit, especially, of course, also like in the coffee breaks, etc. We've got one upcoming now, but make sure you're back here at 5:20. We're gonna have, I assume, and I can promise that, quite a fun panel session here among a couple of friends that will come here and discuss all sorts of things from their entrepreneurial endeavors as serial entrepreneurs. So make the best use of your break now and come back then at 5:20. Thank you. All right, guys, welcome back here on the Builder stage at the Start Summit. We hope that you had a lovely break and that you're still enjoying yourselves. Did you guys get some daylight in between? I did. That helped massively to get some energy for the rest of today's program. Some of you are certainly already looking forward to the pub crawl and all the side sessions taking place later tonight. I can definitely assure you that the next panel we will have up here is a good proxy for what might happen later tonight. I promised you a fun session. I promised you an interesting and very entertaining panel here up on stage, and having seen just how our next speakers were warming up in the back, I'm pretty sure you won't be disappointed, right? So we're having up here on stage with us today 4 serial entrepreneurs that know a lot about the very good sides of starting up companies, etc. But actually, they've also gone through very challenging periods with their ventures as well. Those of you who do already know them, or who might follow their Instagram accounts, they know they're actually not just befriended entrepreneurs, but they are friends for life. And they actually know how to enjoy themselves while still putting a lot of effort into all their ventures. You know, guys, as a moderator, you obviously try to prepare all these introductions as good as you can. However, in their case, it's just hopeless because you're going through endless CVs and, you know, achievements and companies and exits. And I will just drop a couple of names here: Crypto Finance, Amorana, DeinDeal, Usgang.ch. So there is a whole bunch of companies that were exited already, some other ventures which are ongoing, Susi Partners, Maximon, a venture builder and investment company that is trying to figure out how we can have fun for even more time in our lives because we're going towards longevity. That is a fun experience for sure that they will tell us more about, and obviously also Merantix from Adrian Locher in Berlin. And having said so, I mean, obviously another credential, Tobias, who's also in the Swiss version of the Shark Tank TV show, a very well-known judge, and we're happy to have them all here on our stage at Start Summit with a beer in their hands. So I guess it's absolutely okay if you guys join them in having a good time throughout that next panel. But guys, before I ask them on stage, we've got one important task to do, and I really urge you to join me on this because else it'll be quite awkward for me. We got Adrian, who is actually spending his birthday here with us today, and we're very happy about that. So please help me and tune in on a wonderful and beautiful happy birthday. We got some music, I hope, else it'll be too bad, like a cappella-wise.
Infobells!
There we go. Oh, so beautiful, Adrian, just for you. Come on, you guys go with me. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to dear one. Happy birthday to
Version I've ever heard of happy birthday. But guys, okay, give it up for these people. Great to have you here. Enjoy yourselves on the stage. And just take it from here. I think Alan is gonna take the lead.
So let's get this party started, and I would appreciate it if we could stop the videotape. That would be much better. It would be helpful for our careers in the future. So about half a year ago, Max, the president of Start, and we were drinking, and I had the idea with him to have a panel with 3 of my closest friends. And we decided to have this panel here, not on the main stage. It was not enough for the main stage. It was enough for you guys. And then like about 3 days ago, we have this chat. Like 3 days ago, there was like, so what are we going to talk about in on this panel? And everybody had like ideas, and Adrian was like, ask ChatGPT for questions. And Tobias was like, let's drink and show entrepreneurial freedom. And so we're trying a bit of both. We are drinking here on the stage, and there's one rule: if somebody of us mentions the word AI, we need to drink. AI, let's drink. And we will try to give you as much value as possible, so keep it very brief. I wasted already 3 minutes of our time, so let's get this party started. Could you start very quickly and tell who you are in a short sentence or two?
Yeah, hello everybody. Pleasure to be on stage in front of you and together with you, my very close friends. My name is Mark, serial entrepreneur. Literally started my first company right after college. Always interested in new and emerging technologies. And today focusing on longevity. That was really short.
Adrian?
So my name is Adrian, and I work in machine learning.
Let's drink twice. It's twice. It counts.
So I can also not say machine learning.
Drink. This will be a disaster.
My name is Adrian. I'm a serial entrepreneur like Mark. I think pretty much for the same time, 20 years. Helped to build 10 companies so far. Some of them successful, some of them not. Right now, building Merantix, that is a venture studio in the space that I previously mentioned, and I'm not going to mention again. And I'm very close tied together with Start here, because I am part of Start for the past 20 years. I think my first summit was in 2003, which makes me look and feel quite old. That's me.
Tobias?
I also do longevity together with Mark.
That was very short. And for me, I sold dildos the last 10 years, sold the company. Now I'm unemployed, and that's why I'm doing here the talks and asking the questions, because I have no job at the moment, alcoholic. And thank you very much for ruining our punchline, because we wanted to sing for Adrian at the end, and that was really bad. So in the end, we will sing together, and I hopefully much better than the first time. Very disappointing from all of you. So let's get a bit serious, and we were talking about, so our topic is about building in crisis time, and we have a crisis right now, looking at the banks and everything. And I want to start the question with, what were the key challenges you guys had while starting a company? And all three of you started also companies in crisis.
Yeah, I can take that. In 2009, I built Suzy Partners, an infrastructure investment fund fighting climate change. And as you know, 2009, this was just after the financial crisis. And the biggest problem at that time was to convince people of a new topic. Everybody was like hiding a bit, you know, like, oh, we don't know yet. And what I realized then is investors don't have troubles with bad times, but they have troubles with uncertainty. And much like today, people didn't really know what is happening. And I have this déjà vu last year. People didn't know, okay, this war in Ukraine, is it over in 5 days? Will it take longer? The crazy thing is now people know this war will go on, you know, for a while, and they accept it, yeah? Which is sad. But for them, for most investors, that's a topic they have understood. Now they're worried about the banks. As soon as this is settled, they might be more open again. So what you have to deal with is uncertainty, and maybe also what you can do against this. You need to be very clear in your message why you want money from investors and what it will do. The clearer you are, the less certainty you can give. And so this was a bit the recipe. And the second thing is, it's all about cleaning door handles. Yeah, you need to speak with 100 people in order to generate 30 meetings, and out of the 30 meetings, maybe you have 3 or 4 investors. So it's just a lot of work. And this will change over time. The more successful you get, the easier it is to get investors. But in crisis, it's a lot of legwork you need to do.
Yeah, I can take that even earlier, because the first company I started was actually right after the dot-com bubble burst. And we started an internet company. Back in a time when, I still remember one moment when there was a guest lecturer at the uni that was the CTO of Lufthansa. And it was the year 2001 or 2, I don't recall that exactly. And he did talk about a lot of things. Among others, he talked about the internet. And he said, yeah, you know, we tried it, but now we stopped it again, so this is not going to work. The internet. And you have to imagine that was just right after the dot-com bubble. The trust in internet was completely gone. So people would think, okay, this was just a fad, and it has gone, and it will not come back. And we were like, no, we believe that this is going to be the future, so let's build an internet company. And obviously, what it took there was a lot of grit to try to convince people that, yes, the internet is relevant. And I think now also looking in the nearer future, when we started to build Merantix, this whole topic of, that I'm not going to mention now, was much less in the heads of people. And I think getting ready in a moment when you're not actually in a favorable market environment makes you like really, really ready when the wave is coming. Because you have tested and tried a lot of different things, and then when the wave is coming, you're actually ready to really ride it and rock it.
Mark, you started even earlier, right? When did you start your first company?
I mean, the first serious one in '99, also in the internet space, and I think it's similar to what you just said, Adrian, that if you're early in new emerging technologies, you're normally completely on the other side, so you're an outsider. And that's why I think, I mean, the general macroeconomic ecosystem is definitely relevant, but you're already used to fight against the status quo. So that's why sometimes maybe it even helps, because if you're early in a new emerging technology, and especially after the first dot-com bubble bursted in something where some people really think that it's going to disappear, you literally have all the odds against you. And I think as an entrepreneur, that's quite a cool and challenging way, because if you believe in what you're doing and if you're passionate about it, maybe that's the ultimate combination you need. You literally fight against everybody, which is, I think, quite a cool challenge, honestly.
So, Alan, do you have another question?
So, for me, it was very easy, so I don't mention anything in my journey. No, to summarize it very quickly, is that riding the current wave, you are too late, and the wave before, and when it's a bit harder, nobody's in the field, you can build up your trust and your funding. So let me get to the point of funding. How did you guys, or how do you guys in these times right now, how do you fund your company? You're entrepreneurs, not as successful as I am, but you're pretty successful. So was it easy? Is it easy to find money the third, fourth time in these challenging times?
Yeah, I mean, maybe we changed the order, right? So it's more exciting. No, I would say when I, in my view, or in my personal case, when I founded my first company, we started with 3,000 francs of pocket money. That was literally all my wealth. So without having much, we were able to build a sustainable, profitable company. But I mean, as soon as you reach the first or second success, it's definitely easier because you can put some own chips on the table, which ultimately doesn't mean that it's more successful. But I would say the funding situation is definitely getting far more relaxed. I mean, also with all the friends on stage, if you have one or two successes, normally you have more and more people in your background and your network who are willing to join your ride, which is definitely far more difficult when you do it for the first time.
Yeah, it's funny because I might contradict my good friend here, as I don't think raising money gets easier along or over time, because what naturally happens is you start to think bigger. So after your first successful company, then you actually want to have a bigger impact. You want to build something bigger, and so you're obviously also going to raise more money than before, and raising significant more money is always more challenging. So after we exited DineDeal, of course, it would have been super easy for me to get more money for e-commerce. But building something new in a space
In which space?
Again,
Which
not gonna
space?
mention.
Was it AI? This kills the vibe completely.
And you know, people trust in you. So they invest money in you, of course. But then when you're about to raise larger amounts, and so for us, it was also then at some point we wanted to raise a fund. And then we were confronted with a totally new funding environment because investors that invest in funds are very much different than the VCs those LP investors usually invest in. So again, it's a completely new game where you also need to build your track record and build people's trust. So maybe the second time is going to be easier, I hope so, because we're actually going to raise a new fund this year. Perfect fundraising environment. We could have not have chosen better, but yeah, I don't think it's any easy. It's a lot of grit.
How about you, Tobias?
Yeah, well, I think I'm very much the same here as Adrian. I would call it the entrepreneur's dilemma. Yeah? And maybe we should do a Wikipedia entry on the entrepreneur's dilemma. Anyway, what is it? As an entrepreneur, you want to do new things, exciting things, meaning you change your topics normally. Yeah? You build one company in e-commerce, and then you build one company, whatever, in renewable energy, and maybe then you go to AI. On purpose. But the thing is, what I realized is if I would build now another crypto company, we did crypto finance, and I would do now a new one. People know, oh, Tobias knows how to build crypto companies, so it's safe to give him more money. Unfortunately, it's quite boring to do the same again. And so I'm now super hot on the topic of longevity, but I still need to prove together with Mark and my partners that we can do that. And so we chose a new terrain, which makes it much more difficult to do fundraising again. And that's the entrepreneur's dilemma. Either you are bored and you do more of the same, or you're excited, or you do and you have to do the hard work all over again.
I think the good thing is now, first we can fund our companies ourselves until the wave comes and people believe in it. And then it's probably with the reputation of built startups in the past, it's a bit easier to raise, but it doesn't make it much easier. So maybe to the next question. So which opportunities arose during a crisis? What are the positive things in a crisis?
I think there is much less competition, both on the founders side, because a lot of the founders who love to be founders when times are good and the weather is nice, don't show the passion and grit that it takes to actually go through these times when the weather turns bad. So a lot of people decide to go back to safer options and jobs. So there is less competition for money. On the investor side also, there is actually, you could say, less investors, yes, but the ones who remain are the more competent ones, and also the ones who like to take bets in these moments because they have experienced in the past. And you know, when I look to Silicon Valley VCs, they have 40, sometimes 50 years in experience in investing. And so they know these cycles. And they know exactly that in these times, the deals are especially interesting, so they will double down. So it's a great time to build a company.
Tobias, we discussed something in the car you mentioned with the employees that's easier.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I would say your chance to be successful is much higher if you build a company out of a crisis, because you will build it on a shoestring. And you know, you have to be on a shoestring as an entrepreneur, no matter when. But some people forget it when there is like super high valuations and everything, and they start to pay, and now I come to your point, crazy salaries. And you don't want to do that. Yeah? You always want to find people working with you because of the upside and not because of the salaries. And this is sometimes getting forgotten. I mean, in 2019 or 2020 also, yeah, we saw people wanting to be co-founders. They wanted 10% shares and 250,000 francs salary. And we told them you can have 10% shares and 80,000 francs salary. Which is what I think you need to money to survive, yeah? So 80,000 in Switzerland is a minimum, but it's fine. And today, again, out of the crisis, you find those people because they realize that, for example, if they work at Credit Suisse, their job is not so safe anymore. So out of a crisis, you bring your costs down. And this is, I think, the key message here. So I think, you know, when I'm investing in startups, not only our own at Longevity, but others, I'm far more interested in crisis companies, you know, starting in 2009 or now in 2023, than those which started in 2020 and were throwing money around. And in crypto, you had a lot of these examples.
I want to jump to another topic, and I want to ask you, Mark, in crisis, how important is the network and, you know, friends you have? Did you use these networks during crisis? Because you are probably one of the people who know the most people in the world. I don't know anybody who knows as many people as every time you meet somebody, you need to meet this guy, you need to meet this guy. So was that useful in crisis times?
Yeah, network is always useful. I think, especially if it's an authentic network, and then we maybe go back what you just said. If it's a connection which goes further than just knowing somebody because it's a topic or a field where everybody is just jumping in because it's a hype. So that's why I think also network is something you build in times where it's normally maybe difficult and you only find the people who are really passionate about. And again, if you're early in new technological developments, the people you meet there, completely unrelated if it's the industry or place to be or not, are somehow in it because they're passionate about, and that's why you build really trust and relationship. And I would say some of the people, I mean, business-wise, but also private-wise, I have close relationships since many years, are the ones you really meet when you are, I would say, lonely, or you're on the, again, outsider side. Because if you have a room full of people chasing into the same direction, then maybe it's not about the topic and about the passion, and it's more about the hype. So that's why, to summarize it, it's very important, but it has to be a close relationship to really build on this network you just mentioned.
So we don't have too much time anymore, but if I summarize the advices you are giving, it seems to be a pretty good time to start a company in crisis. And I believe also large companies like Apple and Microsoft were started during the 70s when there was the oil crisis. But let's switch gears and take it to a personal note. You know, it's not everything positive, probably, and it's also hard from a perspective of a work-life balance when you need to steer through a crisis. How do you do that? What are the tools you're using to, you know, keep sanity and keep track of the important things?
Alan, you can go first.
So maybe I will answer my own question, which is really selfish. I realized that cutting things drastically, things that are not important, helps tremendously. In the end, all the stress comes from having not enough time. And not enough time means having your inbox cluttered, your meetings cluttered. So when I'm in a time of crisis, I really delete all my my meetings, the ones I don't need. I don't do any coffee meetings. I don't take any phone calls. I just strictly focus. And this gives me a lot of time to balance my life. And I don't look that, but I do a lot of sports. And to focus on sports and having like me time. So cutting the crap, cutting the meetings, cutting the events helps me a lot. And I think especially these times that are tough help you to refocus on important things.
Yeah, it's almost like you have to think of yourself as a resource. So I can say from my own experience, because I went through a burnout and sort of a depression a couple of years ago, in which I brought myself by just going too hard on myself and trying to build too many things at the same time in too many countries around the world. And I completely broke myself. I think focusing on yourself as a resource, and in a way it's like when you're in a plane, they tell you that when the masks come down, you should first put the one on you and then help your neighbor. Well, because if you're passing out, you can't help your neighbor. And that's the way I like to think about myself, as a resource for my family, my friends, my kids, but also my business. So if I'm not sane, then I can't help it. And so I need to find this balance between investing in friends, family, the business side, but also not to forget the side about myself, which I just recently, or a couple of years ago, found out, and I'm now really trying hard. And it's also okay because you're not succeeding all the time, but it's still okay to keep that goal up of balancing these three pillars.
And I think in addition to what we have heard so far, what I experienced is it helps to have outsiders, friends, where you can complain. So my advice is don't take all your best friends in your company. I mean, the advantage we have is so far we have built different companies. Now Mark and I, we build one together. For Mark and myself, it's more difficult to complain to each other how difficult it is today, yeah? Because we are in the same boat. But, you know, that's cool that for the last 10 years, we always were able to complain to each other, doesn't work, you know, that's an idiot, whatever. And I think this keeps you sane, yeah? So I like to have this sounding board of people who understand entrepreneurship, yet they are not in your company, so they can give you a shoulder where you can complain. And partying makes a lot of sense, and AI is important.
Yeah, so we need to sum it up. And I think what's really important, and I hope you can feel that we are really not so close friends. No, we are really close friends, and we helped each other a lot during tough times, not only business-wise, but also on a personal level. I want to close the round before we open it for the audience. Like, what is the advice you would give to entrepreneurs in here, young entrepreneurs, when they want to start in a crisis? You have like each 1 second.
Go for your passion.
Do it now.
Yeah, do it now, because opportunity cost will only get bigger. You don't need a corporate career.
It's much safer to work in a startup than in a bank. So maybe we open the question, we take like 2 or 3 questions, and the first question will get this champagne sponsored by Wingman. Ah, great, great, this is for you. You're welcome. What is your question?
Give her the mic.
Hello. First of all, thank you so much for the panel. I'm Samantha, and I love hearing your experience about doing company in crisis. And my question actually focused rather on the other keyword, which is serial founders. So if you could only pick one essential attribute to become a successful serial entrepreneur, what would that be?
I would have one word to that, and it's continuous, no, that's 2 words. One word, optimism.
Vision.
Okay.
Passion.
Alan, what do you say?
AI. No, it's not one word, but I believe to become a serial entrepreneur, you need to start being a serial failure. The thing in Switzerland is that people here in Switzerland are still afraid to fail. I believe that's the only reason why the US is much better than everybody else in the world concerning startups, because they wear their failure as a badge of honor. We don't do that here in Europe, not yet. And as long as we don't do that, we won't succeed as much as the Americans. So start as a failure, a serial failure. Nadine, I don't have any drinks anymore, but you can have 5 cups.
Alan, wie viel Mal bist du gefailt? How many times did you fail?
I will tell it, but I would love to hear from the others. How often did you guys fail? And I will tell it afterwards.
Yeah, I didn't count it, but many times. Because you normally only talk about the successes. But I think, as you just said, failure is a big part of it. And ideally, you learn out of your failures, right? But I didn't count it.
For me, it's at least 2 times with my own companies, and probably beyond 10 times with investments.
So it's much safer to invest in your own company than in others. But I think I had 2 uncomfortable failures. One was with my ex-girlfriend when we wanted to build a cryptocurrency based on real estate. Great idea, but FINMA was against us. And the other time I decided to build a vodka company without understanding the alcoholic beverage market at all. It was a lot of fun, but it cost me a hell of money.
And I had 51 projects that failed. None of them worked. The best idea was selling sex toys. You imagine how bad the others were. So the last question from the gentleman over there, you won't get anything.
My question would be, you talked a lot about trust, building trust. How do you build trust in your person, about like for a funder, but also in your startup, but also your product? How do you build that?
For me, that's a very simple question. Walk the talk. Like, be true to your word. And you can be uncomfortable, that's okay, but walk your talk.
I think as an external as a startup, and the startups I'm invested in, the ones that do really a good job are the ones who have radical transparency. And they send a monthly or quarterly email with the things that worked out nicely and the things that were really bad and what they learned. And I think nobody, you know, the worst thing is if you start a startup, you say everything is great, 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 and then, oh, we need to close it. People don't like that. Your trust is gone. But if you do something and you fail, but you show transparently why it failed and on the, what happened, you build trust. I failed so often, but people trusted me because I was standing with my mistakes and was telling about my mistakes.
But I think as a first-time founder, it's not so easy because people don't know you. You might be the best one out there in topic like AI. Hey, I said AI. No, but the serious advice I have here is build an advisory board of people who are known in the sector which is relevant to you. They bring credibility. You know, other people will say, oh, you have X, Y, Z on your board. Wow, that's cool. And secondly, these people really are willing and able to help you. So you should incentivize them. But that's what I have done in almost all the companies I built so far. I got people in where a general audience said, oh, wow, I mean, they have this professor for longevity. That's crazy that they got him. And secondly, this professor of longevity really knows more in longevity than I did 2 years ago. So you get a lot of help. It doesn't cost you much. I would say it's a very good investment.
So thank you very, very much for listening. Oh, one last question. And
okay,
then we will
make it a quick one.
Yeah.
First, thank you, all of you, for an excellent panel. I have a quick question. How do you continue compounding momentum? Because if you want to start up, you need to go fast. And then how do you continue driving and compounding that momentum into exponential growth?
How do you keep up momentum?
Let's just sing happy birthday for Adrian. Happy birthday.
No, we will do that, but let's answer the question quickly.
Look, I think serious answer. I think this is happening automatically if you're a true entrepreneur. I mean, in 2020, I have sold 2 companies. I was thinking about should I retire and be, you know, business angel. And after 3 months, I was so bored. Okay, there was also the lockdown. But the momentum was coming back. I want to do something. Yeah? And now I'm fully in again and I have much more fun. Of course, I work too much, but it's fun. And I think as an entrepreneur, don't worry that this question will always be answered by itself.
And the thing is, you need to, it's not a passive thing, it's an active thing. You force momentum. And the good thing is if you surround yourself with good people, you know, sometimes you're down, sometimes you don't feel that you can push forward, but if you have a great co-founder, he or she will help you to push forward. And sometimes, you know, it goes up and down, and if you are having great partners around you, you force this momentum. Adrian?
I would like to double down on that because us being a good team, apparently, on stage here, I think we did not talk much about this factor of the team. And I think the team really makes or break whatever you do. You can have the best idea, the best investors. If you have a shitty team around you, you will fail. If you have an amazing team, you will even make unsuccessful or stupid ideas work out quite well.
Sex toys.
And I think my personal attitude to that is raise the bar. Hire people who are smarter than you are, and then your company is going to be a success.
And that's very easy with the 4 of us. So let's sing, all of you. Happy birthday to you. I see you guys. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Adrian. Happy birthday to you. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for being here with us. It was great fun. Thank you, Mark. Cheers. Thank you, Alan. Fantastic job. Good job. Thank you, Tobias, Adrian, and Joy. Where are you spending your dinner tonight? Okay, he's gone. All right, guys, that was a lot of AI, I would say. I don't know. I got a slight hiccup. I don't know about you guys. Anyways, that was great fun, right? We didn't overpromise. I think that's exactly what we needed to keep energy levels high, because we've got another highlight of this afternoon coming up. The next panel that is focusing actually on an extremely important topic. Because, I mean, as you can imagine, particularly going through that kind of hype phase over the past couple of years, you know, there were startups that just got into that kind of vicious circle of fundraising, hiring, fundraising, hiring, fundraising, hiring, and kind of like growing and growing, like, you know, until the maybe more difficult times were coming up. And some of the companies saw, I mean, they overhired, they grew too quickly, they were maybe not lean enough. And how you can actually prevent that from happening is pretty much at the center point of the discussion of our next panel. For that reason, we've invited some fantastic experts on the matter. Sahar Meghani is a partner at the Visionaries Club, who's founding partner we just met earlier here on the Builder stage. She will be leading the discussion as the moderator, and she brought along some fantastic people and entrepreneurs. First of all, like from La Familia VC, a fellow investor, Paula Hübner, and then Ivan Osmak from Quantiv and Sebastian Bayer from Bionomics, and they will all together discuss the secrets of scaling lean, how you optimize growth and profitability with your startup. Please put your hands together for the 4 of them, and guys, come and join me here on the stage.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this panel. I'm really honored to be sharing the stage with 2 founders who I deeply admire. We're investors in Ivan's business, so it's great to be able to talk to him about that. And also with Paula, who will be helping to moderate the panel with me. Ivan is founder of Bionomics. I'll let them introduce themselves in a second. Sebastian is founder of Bionomics, Ivan is founder of Quantiv, and Paula is with La Familia. Just to talk about the topic a little bit, I think anyone who's been following startups and VC at all in the last 18 months, there's been kind of a paradigm shift in the way both VCs are investing, but also how founders are building their businesses. So we've kind of gone from a growth at all costs mentality to we need to build some sustainable businesses here. And so that's kind of what we're going to be talking about a little bit more. So first off, I would love it if you could introduce yourselves, tell us a bit about what your story is and your background, so everyone has a bit of context of who we're talking to. So Sebastian?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm the founder of Bionomics. Bionomics is building a SaaS enterprise solution, and what we are doing is we take data from our clients, the likes of Danone, Coca-Cola, Vodafone, train a model with that, so create virtual customers, how we call it, and allow our clients to question those virtual customers about how they would change their buying behavior, if they would change the product offer, the pricing, the promotions, basically everything. You can think of it like a real-time market study with very high accuracy. That we're providing purely based on data.
Ivan?
At Quantiv, which was formerly GTM Hub, we just rebranded. We do strategy execution software. which really is a portfolio of things from OKR management software to data analytics, KPI tracking, and anomaly detection. We've been doing this for quite a while, for about 7 years now. Yeah, we tend to work mostly in US and Europe. And I guess that's it.
Yeah, hi, I'm Paula from La Familia. So we are an early stage fund from Berlin, but investing in the best B2B founders in Europe and the US. And we're actually also proud backers of Binomics since the seed stage. So I've kind of seen Sebastian and Ingo, his co-founder, grow and really starting to learn how lean scaling really works, which they're great at.
Amazing. Well, before we jump into the topic of scaling itself, let's kind of rewind and start a bit at the beginning. Can you tell us a little bit about how you started your companies? What were the early days like up until you got to the point where you were kind of ready to scale? So maybe let's get the story up until then.
Sure. So my co-founder and I, we know each other from consulting, where we basically try to solve the problem we're now solving as a software or parts of that problem as consultants. And for us, it became very clear that basically this needs to be solved with technology. And basically, we had this pain on a daily basis for many years, and we were very unhappy with the methods that existed. We also had spend a lot of time in academia, and if you compare the standards you have in academia and the standards with which really the biggest companies in the world make literally decisions where tens of millions are at stake, you see there's a big discrepancy. And then we, or in all honesty, my co-founder came up with this very smart method to solve it. And then it was just okay, this is super strong, we have to found a company. I was never okay, in the big picture, consulting doesn't add enough value anymore, so I have to become a founder. So that was never the case. But for me, it was just, okay, I saw this technology, I saw the potential, and then we just said, okay, let's found a company.
Okay. Yeah, as I said, it was about 7 years ago. So in hindsight, it's going to look and sound much more elegant than it was. We started with the idea, basically, that because we were all engineers, that at some point in the future, everyone in the organization will have to be agile. Back then, we went from waterfall, I'm dating myself a little bit now, to agile in the software organizations. But then as we saw, marketing and finance and everyone else was still planning on a year or 2 year cycles. And that was also the time when it became quite obvious that on-premise is going to go to cloud and people will go to SaaS. So the two problems we kind of saw, and I said it was more a gut feeling, and it's kind of easier to justify this today, but was everyone needs to be agile, everyone needs to move fast, they need to have data at their fingertips, and at the same time, there is no more such things as SAP shop, Oracle shop, because now there's 200-300 systems, so you don't have data. So we started building this, whatever it was. I don't even know what it was, but we had some idea. And then about 4 months later, as we were doing customer development on Skype for Business, that's how long that was ago, we did about 60 of those interviews, and no one really got what we are doing. But what we got, what people told us, no one wants a dashboard, no one wants a KPI. What everyone wanted, I want this number to become that number, and I want to tell someone to make it happen. So then we settled on OKRs. So we said, okay, let's do OKR software. And to the point of scaling, for the first 3 or 4 years, we were just walking around trying to explain people what OKRs are. No one knew what it was. And there was no scaling at all.
And OKRs are objectives and key results.
I think everyone knows today.
Perfect.
Should I talk about? Yeah, so maybe really quickly on La Familia. So we're actually kind of a startup ourselves. So we started in 2016, have just raised our third fund, getting bigger ourselves. And I think in VC it's a little bit different because it's actually a very, very tough business to scale at all. So you kind of always stay, sort of lean for what you're doing because you can't infinitely hire
to do the job, and you just kind of really get better and better at prioritizing.
Amazing. Amazing. Well, let's jump in. I think what's really fantastic about this panel is, Sebastian, you're kind of at a Series A stage in your company. Ivan, you're had raised a Series C about a year and a bit ago, and so you're kind of at very different stages in the life cycle of your business. And so as the market has changed, especially over the course of the last 12 months, would be really like great to understand in your different stages, how are you thinking about this topic of kind of scaling leanly? And by that, I think there's really the tension or maybe the harmony, I guess, between growth, efficiency, and of course, runway. So Ivan, maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, almost everything changed in the last 12 months. So we are now we are all doing now this novel concept of making more money than spending, which was very foreign to everyone for the last 5 or 6 years. I mean, I think, you know, what has changed is maybe just for the people that are doing it first time. But actually, it's really the same as it was 10 years ago. So I would say like 2 years ago, we probably had like 20 bets that we placed. Let's try this. Let's open Spain as a market. Let's open New Zealand. Why not? Why wouldn't we do that, right? Let's do a new product. Let's do a new campaign. Because money was free, right? And no one paid attention. And I think what happens now is that every project actually gets scrutinized, every idea gets scrutinized, every product gets scrutinized, every feature. Like, why are we doing this? From our experience, like now, for the first time, I think ever, we actually have a business case for every new job opening that's being done. Turns out that about half of these job openings don't pass even that first thing because the person writing the business case cannot write it, right? So I think it's kind of back to the future. It's how it used to be back in the day, but it's quite a big change.
Can I ask you, so like, you were obviously doing it one way when, you know, you said money was free, and now it seems like the business is being run in a very different way. How did you make that change in your organization? Was it top down? Did you have to get, like, it's quite a different way of running a business. How did you kind of trickle that change down? And how was that process?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of peer pressure. So we were a bit, I think, ahead. And, you know, I've been called like a grumpy Eastern European and all kinds of things. But it was actually March last year when we kind of said, you know, the party is over. So I remember at first, like, the board and the investors were like, you know, are you sure? And then, you know, we started kind of tightening things all over the place. And yeah, there was a lot of people in the company who were like, oh, you know, are we in trouble? Everyone else is, you know, throwing like parties with branded shot glasses, and we are here, you know, counting pennies. But then I think around summer, when the layoffs started to, you know, to be public, everyone was just holding like for dear life. So, I mean, the decision was made at the top. It was top down. It wasn't accepted right away. It took a while for people to process it and to accept it. But yeah, towards the end of the year, you know, everyone's kind of in a, okay, new reality kind of thing.
And I think it's actually really, really special that you kind of were ahead of the pack and realized quite soon from the top that it was necessary, because I think there was also instances where it took founders a while to really realize, oh, this actually also applies to me. So I think the ones that kind of got the message first really, really sort of took a shot at goal first. Maybe Sebastian, how was it for you? When did you sort of change gears, and how did you implement it across the organization?
So I think for us, the situation is slightly different because like we only kept growing so far. I mean, we raised the Series A last summer. So now, I mean, even though in much harder circumstances, et cetera, but still, I mean, it's still, we had much bigger funds than what we had before. So I've never had seen these excesses. So for us, it's like, I think we look at it a bit different. So as I said in the beginning, we try to solve a really difficult problem at our core. And like perhaps almost 1 year ago for me, like the company was more like a research project. We had like the business to keep kind of alive enough so that we get money from investors and stuff, but it was all about this one technology, making that work. I don't know if you know this analogy from Astro Teller. He's like, was the head of Google X, like those moonshot projects. And he says, if your task is to train a monkey to recite Shakespeare on a stage, don't be tempted to build a stage first. So you have to train the monkey, right? So you have one task, you have to solve the difficult task first before you do anything else. And for us, it was all about, we just have to be good enough with UI, etc., to just convince people that, and people means big companies, to give us their data so that we can train that monkey, that it really works out. And we are coming much more out of that, and now we are in a phase that we have high confidence that this really works, and now we're building everything around it. But we were always very focused on that one single problem.
Yeah, I really like the sort of, I think that's also an advice that we give really often is find the one thing you're trying to actually solve for and really focus on solving it. So in your case, get the method right and kind of only hire people that can help you do that without sort of doing a lot of other things that are tempting to do. So I think that's great. But now since you've started scaling a bit more, do you have maybe an example of a tough spot or a decision where you had to choose between the two?
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's just doing more consequent what I guess everyone already knows, right? So I guess everyone in this room already know that you have to focus, right? So you have to decide what not to do. But then in reality, you have all those great options that you could do, and you have to be very, very hard about saying to a lot of really great options no to make the ones where you think those are the best things. So I think that the central thing is really just doing more rigid what you already knew you had to do.
Perfect. Yvonne, we spoke a bit earlier, and you said that you really love this environment, right? You love this environment where it's not just chasing your tail and just growing, and you're really business building. Can you talk about that a little bit? What do you love about it? Talk about your culture and your team, and how are you thinking now of building for kind of the long term?
Yeah, I think, we started in Eastern Europe and then expanded to US, and it's, it wasn't the easiest, I would say, most default path. And one thing that happened, I guess, to the culture of the company, to us, is this built-in resilience. There was periods of time when we would call ourselves cockroaches. We would, say that you cannot kill what is already dead. Those are all the kind of slogans we had, right? And the reason why I like it now, because the last 2-3 years, while they were quite, they were go-go years, right? You could go, you could raise money, you could hire all kinds of people, but so could everyone else. And it was basically impossible to win the market or to make the difference bigger. So we would, I could think of 3 features that our competitors would copy 6 months later. And the way they would copy it is they would just go out and raise, another 60 million. Why not? Make it 80. Hire someone, acquire someone. And right now, it feels like a bare fist fight. There is no weapons anymore. There is no, pistols or knives. And it's just, whoever survives more. And I think that's our natural position. When, shit hits the fan, we feel the most comfortable.
Amazing. I love it. I'm mindful of time, so I want to shift to the topic around fundraising as well, kind of in this environment, because we have here 2 founders that have had to fundraise in very different environments. Yvonne, you touched on it already. Sebastian, you raised kind of mid-2022, which I can imagine was quite a tricky time in the market. Can you talk to us about what were investors asking you? How did you position yourself, and how did you find that experience as well?
Yeah, so, also here, I think I'm only stating obvious things, right? It's just doing more and doing this more diligent. So it's more being prepared. So we really spend much more time getting the messaging right, getting the deck right, preparing for the discussions, and then I think one thing is really that there's much more due diligence across the line. So many more touch points. Can we talk to them? Can we talk to them? Can we have references before having a term sheet, etc., etc. So that's it's like you feel like, okay, look, I think I really literally told you that last week, exactly the same thing, and there is just more pickiness there, and it forces you to be very, very disciplined. But in our case, I think we were lucky enough to the other like numbers were good, and we had a very compelling case, so therefore was still possible. But yeah, I mean, it's quite a bit of work. Yeah.
No, I think, I mean, from a VC perspective, it's, you know, it had been such a frenzy before, so I think even on our side, it's nice to have a little bit of time to dig into the business and understand it a bit more, because otherwise I think you're, you know, constantly just competing and having to make some pretty snap decisions. So I think it's quite positive in that sense for both.
And you feel it, right? You feel that the VC has time, right? So you feel, okay, they say, that's an interesting business. So let's allocate quite some time there, dig deep, let the analysts do all deep dive research and find out all of those smart questions, and that's what you feel as a founder.
Yeah, amazing.
Maybe Sahar, one question to you, especially because you're a growth investor, which has been a tough category. What is sort of a recent learning in this new environment that you've had on how to successfully fundraise?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a difficult environment, quite frankly, over the last 6 or 8 months. We're seeing companies come to market. I would probably categorize them. So like, if you're hitting your numbers and you're growing super well, people are going to be falling over you to give you money, right? So like, there's a few of those companies, and I think that there's a lot of competition, I think, for that. But in general, I think what's positive is that there was a situation before where I think you would see headline numbers and say, oh, didn't hit numbers and that's it. Whereas I think now investors are kind of digging deeper, right? Say, okay, well, what's the reason, right? Is it just a market situation that prevented the growth? Or is it just not possible because of X, Y, and Z reason? Or is there something broken in the business? Have they not hit product market fit? Because a lot of companies raised a ton of money thinking that they had hit product market fit, but they hadn't, right? And so on the positive, those companies have a lot of runway to figure it out if they need to, and they can kind of experiment now. But I think that VCs are in the business of investing. Like, we want to invest, right? It's not like we want to just sit on our money. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to dig deeper and to really ask the question to say, well, if for some reason it didn't go exactly to plan, can they get back, or can we readjust? And then is it still like a really good business? And I think that these opportunities are actually quite available now, and I think that's good. It'll just take a little bit of time, I think, for some of these companies to come to market. I'd like to end on, we're running out of time, so just a couple questions, just more on a positive note as well. I guess as you're running your businesses day to day, obviously it's been difficult from an environment perspective, but I know, Ivan, you're building kind of an incredible category leading product and business. So what are 1 or 2 things that most excite you for this coming year, both in your business and just generally as you're working?
I don't think I'm going to say anything new if I say AI. I mean, that's literally all that we are thinking and doing day in and day out. And yeah, I mean, I actually think, we are probably went through the worst, and all the tough things that had to be done have been done. So it does feel like, after 6 to 9 months of just, well, I don't know, shoveling shit. I cannot really come up with a better term. It feels like we are working again. It feels like, in the morning when you wake up, you cannot wait to go to work and do something constructive that doesn't include, shutting down the product or firing someone or killing the initiative. So I'm actually super bullish now.
I think for me it's almost like being 2 worlds, right? So there's this investor VC world. I listen to the podcast, etc., and hear like nightmares, and then there's like the real economy world where I basically don't see it. So I try to focus as much as possible on the real economy world because that's where our customers are. But at the same time, I have to make sure that the business keeps being financed, right? So, but I purely look at it from a finance perspective. to be honest. Everything else is the same. And quite honestly, I mean, I'm almost a bit relieved because with this super hype and super hyped startup, I was always like a bit afraid that my picture of the world is completely broken. Because like if that would work out, then my picture would be broken. And now I'm a bit happier because it's not completely broken.
Final question. I just wondered if you, Ivan and Sebastian, had any advice. We have university students here. We have people that are looking to start businesses potentially or join other startups. And I just thought if you had a few kind of words of advice for them as they enter the workforce and the market.
I heard this from someone, and now I think I proved it to be true, that the key characteristic of a successful founder of whatever you want is not to give up. And it's kind of hard because after, for us, it's been almost 4 years before it started to show something. I mean, there's a lot of people that start thinking you're crazy, which you probably are at that moment. But yeah, I would just say don't give up until physically possible.
It might sound a bit like a cheap pitch, but honestly, I would recommend to everyone really start or join a startup first as an employee to learn really the basics and don't make all the mistakes yourself like I did. So I did so many stupid mistakes, unbelievable. You can take them out within 1, 2, 3 years, and then you're in a much better position to start yourself. And I mean, if you're interested in Vinomics, please contact me.
Well, thank you so much to my panelists for joining, for Paula, and also for you guys for being such an amazing audience. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula, Sahar, Sebastian, and Ivan. Pleasure to have you here. Enjoy the time at Start Summit. Thank you, Sahar. Good job. Fantastic. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget your phones. Take everything with you. But don't worry, we're still here for a while. So come back also to this lovely stage. We're about to have our second keynote speaker only here at the Builder stage for tonight. So take your time to switch in between sessions. And those guys there in the background, feel free to fill up the rows here in the front. How are you guys feeling? Some of you already kind of dreaming of like after work drinks and stuff. Yeah, I see some smiles here. Very good, fantastic. So what we've got coming up right now, guys, I mean, we've been talking about the sunny sides of entrepreneurship, right, for quite a while, and everything has been exciting because you're building, and then you're just progressing, and you're fundraising, and you're finding co-founders, and you're hiring, and all of that, like, easy part, right? I think now we got to put together our hands for the probably most courageous speaker we're going to have here on the Builder stage for today, because we've got a lovely lady whose name is Alessa Vogler, coming from Munich. And she's going to talk about failure, like a true failure. It happened to her and her company with the whole team and everyone involved. So they filed for bankruptcy in December last year. And she is open enough to share her insights on whatever happened before that, and actually how she's trying to get out of that even stronger. Because she's saying that she wants to, how she's calling it, failing forward, which is amazing. Don't confuse it with falling forward. This is what's gonna happen after tonight, but failing forward. So we're gonna see and hear and listen to her fantastic keynote speech on the question, how can you fail forward, finding strength in adversity. Certainly not an easy topic, but I'm sure you guys are ready to digest it. So please put your hands together here for Alessa. Thank you, Alessa.
That's the
mic? Ah, yeah, now it works. Thanks so much for being here. I know it's late. I know it's probably been quite a busy day for all of you. I will try to keep the keynote short. I know it's also not the most popular topic and not the sexiest topic when you look at all the other presentations that are going on right now. So I really appreciate you showing up here. So I will not talk about my unicorn startup today. I will also not talk about how I scaled my business to 8-digit revenues within a couple of weeks. Rather, I'm here to talk about failure and how it feels to fail. I want to take you through my journey in the next 10-15 minutes. And my journey began with my dream of building my own company. And it ended with this company going bankrupt last December. So let me give you a bit of context about myself first. I have a background from strategy consulting. I used to work for BCG for 3 years, then moved on to work in e-commerce at Westwing. And when I thought about founding a company, I had no clue what would expect me as a founder. I only heard stories about it. I read stuff online, and I made up this picture in my head about how being a founder was supposed to be, but obviously none of that was real. I didn't know what would expect me, and this is how I started. So I made up this picture in my mind, and obviously once you decide to go for something and to take a shot at something, you usually don't imagine the outcome to be mediocre. You always hope for the best, because otherwise you wouldn't be taking that shot. So I imagined a bright future. If you had asked me 2 years ago when we founded Drop what my first keynote would be about, I would definitely have wished for a different topic than the one that I'm talking about today. And I can tell you that it feels quite uncomfortable to be talking about failure so openly. Sometimes it feels like I'm impersonating failure, like I'm walking around with this huge label on my forehead that screams failure. But anyways, I decided to open up, not just here tonight, but also on platforms like LinkedIn. I had so many good conversations, and the reason why I decided to open up were twofold, actually. The first reason being that when I went through this bankruptcy together with my 2 co-founders, I felt quite alone sometimes. So I had my co-founders that I could discuss things with, but first of all, we took a different approach to coping with bankruptcy and with failure in general. And second of all, sometimes you also want to talk with people outside of the company. So I realized that unless I open up to people, people will not open up to me. So I started to be very open about what happened to me, and all of a sudden I had those super meaningful conversations with so many people that were in similar situations, and it felt so good to be talking so honestly about this. And this was the first reason why I decided to open up, and the second reason was that I had the stigma around failure, which I think many people share. And in my mind, failure was a result of either a lack of effort or incompetence even. And in hindsight now, I'm so ashamed of how I thought about failure. And I think I was wondering and I was challenging myself why I thought that way. And I think it was driven a lot by my time in consulting, because what you do in consulting is that you work in a way that will make sure that you succeed. You are not really rewarded for trying out new things, for experimenting, for innovating. You do things the way that they have been done for the past decades, and this is how you will succeed. So I knew that consulting was this environment in which failure was stigmatized still. And this was part of the reason why I decided to go into the startup world and to found my own company, because I felt like in the startup environment, you are encouraged to take risks. And taking risk means that you also risk failing. And this is something that I admired about the industry, but when I was part of it, actually I got a bit of a different perception, because the first thing that an investor said to us when we talked, so we were talking with them about insolvency and that we thought we needed to claim insolvency soon. And what he said was, guys, you really should try to avoid insolvency at all costs. you underestimate the damage that it does to your reputation as founders. And it will be really difficult for you to fundraise again once you go through this bankruptcy. And to be honest, I was shocked and I was surprised about this statement because, as I said before, the reasons why I wanted to go into the startup world were precisely because I wanted to be encouraged to make mistakes. I remember the early Facebook motto, it was move fast and break things. And I think that was great, especially from the background from which I came from, where failure wasn't encouraged. And it made me really sad to realize that the startup industry is much less mature than I actually hoped it would be. So before I talk about the lessons that I learned and the advice that I would give to you, let me lead you through my emotional roller coaster a bit that I experienced during that insolvency. As you can imagine, bankruptcy doesn't happen overnight. So at the beginning, you start like every founder, and you have so much motivation, and you face so many challenges and obstacles. But these challenges and obstacles, they only make you more motivated. And you face these challenges, and you feel so empowered because you overcome them. And it's so much fun to see how you're growing and how you're developing, because situations in which you might have felt completely uncomfortable a while ago suddenly don't feel so bad anymore. And it's such a cool feeling, so amazing to witness yourself growing and to witness your comfort zone expanding while you keep going beyond it. And I think it's one of the greatest feelings ever, and I really love that about my time at Drop. But unfortunately for us, things didn't continue that way. So yes, we had obstacles, and we had obstacles that were very hard to overcome. We started fundraising in April last year, and we realized quite quickly that the environment had changed significantly. And after a couple of months, half a year maybe, we thought, okay, it will be very difficult to find funding, and we might not be able to make it. And what happens then is that, I mean, everyone reacts differently, but the way I reacted was that it paralyzed me. I was responsible for all the commercial topics at Drop, so I was responsible to bring in revenue, to acquire new customers. So I sat down with customers, and I didn't understand how I could convince them to work with us, how I could talk with them about their 10-year vision and how Drop could support their vision if I didn't even know if we could still operate our business in 4 or 5 or 6 weeks from now. So this uncertainty, it really paralyzed me. And what happened then after a while is that before we claimed insolvency, what makes that part even harder is that even though you think you might claim insolvency, you still try to fundraise all the time until the last day. So you are not allowed to talk to people about this insolvency that much because you want to keep the image up. I mean, the startup world is quite small, so once you leak that you are in trouble, then you need to be scared that investors will know, and then anyways they will not invest in you, right? So I remember this one girl, she was a former colleague of mine at Westwing, and I met her at a Christmas market. She walked up to me and she said, Alessa, I just wanted to tell you, I think it's so great what you're doing and what you're building with Drop. I really admire it. And I stood in front of her. I could hardly look her in the eye. I felt so much shame, and I would have loved to tell her, hey, listen, we're about to fail miserably, but I couldn't. And what I felt was shame, was embarrassment, because I thought, okay, oh my God, she's walking up to me right now, and in 5, 6, 7 days, she will read news about Drop, because an insolvency is always public. The court they publish a list of all the companies that claimed insolvency. So I knew that she would be reading the news at some point a week later, and I thought, what is she gonna think? And I felt so much shame and embarrassment because one of the mistakes that I made is that I didn't really distinguish the company from my identity anymore. So at some point, you become the company, and your work becomes your worth. So once the company fails, it's like you are a failure. You failed, you yourself. It's something very personal then. So what finally helped me after all those struggles was that we did claim insolvency, and although it might sound weird, it was like a relief because finally you could open up about it, you could talk about it. Someone else was in charge of the company, so once you claim insolvency, there's an independent insolvency administrator that is then the managing director of the company. You're not in charge to make decisions anymore. And it really helped me. And it was shortly before Christmas, so I went into the Christmas break. And of course, I was worried about many things, but I let time pass a bit. And I came back in January, had more clarity on my future because we knew that we would be leaving job by the end of January. And then the next thought spiral started, and this thought spiral was about, I was blaming myself. How could I feel okay? How could I accept failure if 60 people that were working at Job that put their trust in us were about to all lose their jobs? How can that be okay with me? How can I sleep at night? How can I distract myself on the weekends? I felt like I shouldn't be in that state. I shouldn't be okay. I should be suffering much more. And this is when I realized that this coping with this extreme situation really requires much more time, much more reflection, much more introspection than just the Christmas break. So that definitely wasn't enough. And the time that I needed is also the first learning or the first advice that I would like to give to you, to say, once you go through such an extreme situation, take your time. Taking your time will put things into perspective. Look for the people that help you to put things into perspective. Sometimes it's people, sometimes it's things. For me, it's hiking up mountains, because once I'm looking from the top of the mountain, I realize that my problems are quite insignificant compared to everything else that's going on. The second advice that I would like to give you is that you are not what you do. So try to, from a very early point onwards, to separate your identity from your work. Because if you identify too much with what you're working on, you become your work. And for me, I must say that therapy really helped. I've been seeing a therapist since 2018, and she really helped me to find the right balance there. The third learning, it's not really an advice, it's just a takeaway that I had, is that what failure does to you, and I think this is one of the really great things about failure, is that it keeps you very humble. The stigma that I talked about in the beginning, it's so stupid, and failing yourself makes you so much more tolerant, so much more understanding towards yourself, but also towards everyone else you meet. And I think understanding each other is one of the basics for building meaningful relationships also with other people. So I think this is actually one of the few very beautiful side effects of failure. So wrapping it up, in hindsight, I can't say that I'm super glad about how things worked out. If someone asked me, Alessia, would you rather choose insolvency or would you rather choose job success? Of course, I would always rather choose job success. But at some point, I didn't have the choice anymore. So what helped me was taking time for reflection, for this introspection, and really learning to find peace again and make peace with the whole process. So I want to make it very clear that I do not want to discourage anyone with this little speech of mine just now to pursue your goals. I want to rather encourage you to pursue your goals despite of everything that can happen. Because what happened with my business, I think, is one of the worst things that could happen to a business. And yet I'm here, I'm doing okay, I'm happy, I'm healthy, I have meaningful relationships with the people around me, even stronger than before, because it also bonds you together quite a lot. And I just really hope that you will never be scared to fail, because if the worst thing that can happen looks like this, I promise you, it's not as bad as people might think. So thank you very much for listening in, yeah, good luck with everything.
Thank you very much, and give it up to the lovely Alessia. Thank you so much. She did wonderful, didn't she? I mean, I know she was a little nervous at the beginning, but I didn't feel it at all. And she made it feel, you know, a bit more human, a bit more kind of bearable. I mean, if we're honest, like failing and filing bankruptcy is actually how 80% of all startup stories end, right? So, I mean, if we were serious about it, we would probably have 80% of her speeches here on the stage and just 20 of the other ones. Whereas it's vice versa. I mean, obviously we want to remain optimistic, but I think it's every now and then quite healthy, like to just get that reality check and actually to learn as well that it's not the end of the world, right? It might just be the starting point for something else that comes up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, very happy to see that our rows filled up again. We're having a very interesting fireside chat coming up. It's going to be the first hybrid one that we have here on the Builder stage. And I think we're going to get some instructions here by our technicians, but it seems like they're ready from their side, like to bring up our speaker that will be actually introduced and then also interviewed by our Starty member, Ricardo, who you've been also seeing here earlier today. And it's my great pleasure to mention that his conversational partner is going to be Christian Angermayer, who is one of the very well-known VC investors from Germany, investing into some very, very future-oriented like innovations and technologies. I guess you're all excited about that too. So please give it up to Ricardo and to Christian, who's here remotely. You guys should see him in a second.
All right. Hi, Christian. How are you doing?
Hello. Good to virtually.
All right. Let's just start. Let's just start in. My first question to you, because you are obviously very well known for psychedelics, and in the psychedelic space, you are a star, and you are very well known for your Caribbean psychedelic trip. So my first question to you is, why should everyone go to the Caribbean and take psychedelics at least once in their lifetime?
Okay, going right in. So first of all, welcome everybody. And sorry that I can't be there in person. I'm sitting in a children's playroom in a hotel in Vail at actually a biotech conference. So how do we answer the question? So first of all, I hope, let's start there. So I'm working on making a whole group of so-called psychedelics, and sort of magic mushrooms, or the active ingredient in it is called psilocybin, making these psychedelics medically available again as powerful treatment, potential and very likely treatment for various mental health issues, addiction, body dysmorphia, or whatever. And we're actually making very great process with it. So I can hopefully say that in 1 or 2 years, maybe 1.5, 2 years, psilocybin first, and then hopefully all the other psychedelics following will be available in Europe and in the US with a therapist together. So we want to make it not at a prescription drug, so people will not be able to go, but like they have to go to a therapist and do it with them practically together. I had, let's call it recreationally, in the Caribbean. Yeah, people can hopefully have everywhere in the world as an approved medication with this. Till then, if somebody sort of can't wait, is indeed that an entire let in Europe and in the US, technically, these substances are illegal, which will change then as well, again, because they're going to be medically then acknowledged. In South America, they're not deemed bad. So you can do it there. There are actually even clinics who are offering it already, like in Costa Rica, in Puerto Rico, whatever. And a clinic in Amsterdam called Field Trip, which is using like a legal loophole to do. People could technically do it in countries where it's legal. Emphasize that I do not believe in the recreational use of it. So psychedelics are not a party drug. You really need to know what you're doing. This is why I'm so adamant that you should do it with a therapist together. And they really unfold their healing purposes.
All right, thank you. So obviously, then there's a problem arising, because thinking in a typical European mindset, we do have some stigmas associated with them, so-called drugs. How would we get rid of this if we want to use them as therapeutics?
So what is definitely true is like we have that sort of society has a completely distorted view on drugs. So we actually need to easygoing and lenient with the real, and we're crazily negative, you say, on sort of actually the good ones, which I would even be called drugs. These are therapeutics, which were put into the wrong sort of corner, for purely political reasons. Back then in the hippies, back then, so psychedelic in the 50s and 60s, and they were actually a medicine for humanity over the last 10,000 years. And in the 50s and 60s, by the way, a Swiss company, Sandoz, had psilocybin as a medication on the market for mental health issues, which, by the way, back then was a niche disease, so nobody was really like watching the market, so to say, because depression or the whole mental health market was tiny compared to now, which is another topic. Why is mental health rising so much? And the hippies took it technically illegally outside the hospital, because even back then in the 50s and 60s, people were just sort of medication in a hospital with a therapist together. So, but nobody cared that the hippies did it outside. So hippies did the good stuff, the positive stuff, and it's very easy to see where the whole love and happiness education comes from. But then the hippie movement became political, and sort of the Nixon administration, unfortunately, the good, evil idea to say, oh, how can we blame these hippies? How can we discredit them? And somebody smart came up with the idea and said, why don't we say psychedelics make you crazy? Because you must be crazy if. So that was the marketing machine of the US government back then. And unfortunately, they falsified stuff. This was the moment when psychedelics sort of got these negative stigma for no reason. It was really like a complete scam of the government. Now it's changing. So I always can mention, like, we bring it back in the medical world. So how do we change society? It's actually happening. I'm on a stage here, very comfortable talking about psychedelics. Why? Because over the last now 7 years, we have funded for hundreds of millions very serious, legit clinical trials. Doing is, I'm not saying, oh, everybody should take psychedelics because I have N of 1. I'm financing clinicals. Would approve any drug in the world, in the US with the European Medical Agency, to once and for all prove that these sort of medications have the potential or can often and cure mental health issues. And once that is happening, and it is about to happen, the data we produce so strong, that sort of the data combined with the need, unfortunately, health over the last 20 years has become the biggest problem in the world, in the healthcare world. It's the #1 disease by far, both in terms of number of patients and in terms of costs associated with it. So practically the scientific evidence combined with the need, in my point of view, is already about to change the view of society on it. And then you have around, like, whoever wants to go deeper, there is a great book. He single-handedly actually also changed the public. It's called How to Change Your Mind from Michael Pollan. It was turned in a documentary, which is amazing. So either read the book, watch the Netflix documentary. Actually positively already about to happen, that society is changing the view on psychedelics.
All right, thank you. So you just said it was the most prevalent disease in the world. And I just want to move in real quick and tell you that I think your second topic is the most prevalent disease in the world, which is aging.
True.
Which I just want to come back to. Like, where do you see the connection between psychedelics and longevity?
Well, I would say mental health is at the moment the most prevalent disease, because we still have the problem aging and ultimately dying, which I do agree is practically the mother of all diseases. But unfortunately, aging and dying from a regulatory point of view today is not yet acknowledged as a disease. So sort of you are correct, fact answer was correct for regulatory-wise. Regulatory-wise, mental health issues, because they are acknowledged as a disease, are the #1 problem. And hopefully very soon, and we're actually having a big lobby push at the moment, the FDA will acknowledge aging and ultimately dying as a disease. And then, yes, then this is the #1 disease. So how do they tie together? Meaning, I would say, what do we all want? Literally every single person in the audience. Yeah, what do all humans have in common? And in startup terms, practically means you have a total addressable market of 100% of the world population. Yeah, is you want to be happy and healthy. That is what every single human being wants to be. And once you're happy and healthy, in my point of view, you want to enjoy this life, which is, I think, fucking awesome. Yeah, you want to enjoy it as long as possible. Yeah, so this is sort of, so for me, almost and then longevity, curing aging are of the same coin. You want to do both at the same time. You don't want to live some 100 years, yeah, if you're miserable, yeah, or if you're not healthy or whatever. So it all has to come together: happiness, health, and then longevity. In generally mental health, with a sort of focus on psychedelics, but we also do broader mental health stuff like brain-computer interfaces. And longevity are sort of the two areas we focus on in biotech.
All right, so tell me a little bit more about longevity, because you are very famous for your quote of saying you won't get into a car with your father. You won't get into a car at all,
he
if
hates
possible.
that quote, by the way. He really hates it. So it's true, because he's like, yeah, and I think there is a mild decline, yeah, in every person, which we're gonna change, by the way. I think in generally cars are bad. Like, I would say that, jokes aside, if you believe, and I really do believe it, and we can go into that more, why I believe it and what is the evidence sort of I have already, but I do believe that I'm sort of in the middle. I do have the potential to live if I'm not dying the next 20 years. So people cannot fully comprehend, who are not in biotech, how big the innovation in the next 20 and 30 years in biotech. Why? Because like you're gonna see the same exponential growth like we have seen in other areas already. Just in biotech, it comes a little bit with a lag time, because drug development, so actually drugs you are taking now when you're sick for anything have been developed 10 years ago, and then it takes 10 years to approve them. So practically the of medicine is the technology of 2010. Yeah, and think about already what has happened, and now think about where we're going with AI and all of that. Like years, I can just repeat it. The progress we're going to see in biotech is going to be mentioned. So, and this is why I always tell it, jokingly but not jokingly, the next 20 years are the most die, because if you potentially give up like hundreds of years of optionality, and if you live like that, you start reassessing risks. Yeah, obviously you want to live like the easiest would be risk, whatever. Yeah, so you want to strike the balance, but suddenly you start actually canceling out. Like, I would never go on a motorbike. I think a German Autobahn is very dangerous. Flying or a train is way more safe. I would never do bungee jumping. I would never do skiing. Yeah, because like I think life has so many other cool things, and I don't wanna. Again, I take because I'm traveling in a plane, and statistically also plane can crash. But it's just like, and you start reassessing risk. That's the short version. Yeah. By the way, one sentence, because I know, there is always two push pushbacks from the audiences when I say, oh, we can live potentially some 100 years. So the one thing is, some of you might, a grandmother who's 90 and not in a good state, you're like, oh, I don't want to be 100 years plus like her, yeah? So there is no way that we extend human lifespan without making the body. So that is important, because then people say immediately, oh yes, then I actually like the idea. You're gonna be much older, but in a much healthier and younger state. So that's the one point, yeah? And then the second, not because people always say, how do you believe you're gonna become? So it won't be that you wake up and the headline and you, I made it, and now we're living to, will not be a jump from the 85 we're now to 200 on one day or with one single pill. So what is happening already now, that we gradually pushing life expectancy with one new intervention by the other. And then somewhere in the next 10, 20 years, I think than people expect, we're gonna have these one magic where we're gonna win more than 1 year of life expectancy. So we lose 1 calendar year, but we win more than 1 year in our life expectancy. And from then on, practically the sky is the limit, because then you can just add and add and add.
All right, very nice. But talking to you, like you said, it sounds like you're very sure of the pace of development, like the speed at which it's coming at us, sort of to say. How are you sure that it's not another situation of something like the quote, we wanted flying cars, but instead we got 140 characters?
Yeah, so that's the Peter, who complained actually, and I think the quote is like 10 years old or a little bit more than 10 years old, because he complained and was like, oh, we were all expecting these sci-fi stuff. And then, yes, we did innovation, but the innovation was mainly focused on commerce, which was right, by the way. So I always say we overestimate how big the innovation really was the last 20 years, because it was innovative, but truly it was mainly focused on social media. Yeah, but we underestimate was wish, because it's already there. So so when we're investing, like, again, it's not dreaming or whatever. I see the drugs we have in development, and not in early stage partly, but already late stage. Like, you see what happening with psychedelics. Like, that are facts. Like, so the public is normally just not aware of it. Respective medication comes to market. Yeah, but I have an overview. I started the 2 biggest longevity companies out. So one in Europe, one in the US. Yeah, and so I see what we have in terms of clinical trials, and I also see what some others have. So amazing, like, it's happening now. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Now to change the topic once again. So you're obviously not only an entrepreneur in the biotech space, you're also a very prominent investor. How do you differentiate? Like, what role do you see investors like yourself play in these areas?
You mean differentiate between an entrepreneur and an investor?
Yeah, both, actually.
So, I mean, generally, like, and it's very subjective, because everybody has a little bit of a different strategy, whatever. But in my case, so I started actually a biotech company with 2 professors of mine, which was completely random, because, like, I actually didn't study biotech. I studied, or had started, I never finished, economics. Doesn't mean, by the way, you shouldn't finish. I'm not the guy. I have a different view than Peter has on sort of dropping out of university. I think it's a very individual decision, and there's no, like, in my case. So I had the luck. So I started studying economics. I always wanted to be an entrepreneur. Economics was the right way to do that, which I think is not. But I also had a science scholarship, and my 2 professors in my first tutoring session, I asked them, oh, what are you doing when you're not tutoring little Christian? And they told me about a thing, and it was nothing more than an idea they were working on. And I always admit I never understood the idea in detail, because this was groundbreaking new science. But I had a good feeling they want to go. And I was the one who said, look, you shouldn't do that at university. And by the way, this was 1999. Like, this was way before the startup boom. I was like, we need to do that together as a company. And I don't know two back then 45-year-old guys trusted a 19-year-old, but the company together. And it's now, I sold very early, but it's still very well, but like it's now a $30 billion guys really had made a genius discovery. So what I started as a full, then I started investing as well. But still in my heart, I'm an entrepreneur. So when we invest, so it's in the meantime, sort of our normal stage, our normal thing is investing. We have more than 100 portfolio companies. Then we're still very, very hands-on. And by the way, every investor, they are hands-on, but like I think we really are like, or we have a different definition of hands-on because we really feel, or I really feel like the entrepreneur in these businesses. But then once in a while, when we have a really original idea, because nobody else is doing it, then we're starting the companies ourselves. So we're doing both in Apeiron. We have our business formation team and our team. But we're not like an incubator who say, oh, we have to do one, I don't know, new company per quarter. Hey, look, we'd rather invest unless there is real idea which we originally have, like psychedelics. We were the first one in the world, and I'm very proud of that, to have the idea to bring to the medical world, like longevity. When I started Tuberon and Cambrian, there was, people were like, you're insane, like really, either they would say you're crazy, this is bullshit, or they were actually of pushback weirdly, where people said, oh no, aging is natural, you're going against the natural order. Yeah, so I was like, no, it's not, but like, I'm gonna do it myself. Okay, that's a short version. Always when we have an original idea, or we invest in companies when somebody else has a better idea. Or.
All right, thank you. So my last question for you to kind of round it out for today is going to be, what are the key factors you see driving growth and innovation in the whole biotech landscape today and also in the next couple of years and decades? Because you've been talking about the future, and it's obviously very interesting. Your predictions are amazing. So what do you think are the main things?
Definitely one of the main things is already, by the way, it's just getting better, is AI. So it's not just a actually, many biotech companies already work with, let's say, machine learning, big data, and now AI is becoming really good. But like, if you look how biotech done 10, 20 years ago, okay, you tried something, you failed, you tried something, so that you can shorten, so process, which took years, partly, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, now take days or weeks because you just can test things quicker, model things quicker in the computer, which, by the way, again, in a way, the public that is not comprehending will shorten timelines and really exponentially lead to a success. So AI is definitely, by the way, AI will in generally be like the internet, like it's gonna be the driver for literally everything. So you're gonna have AI in some years or maybe even quicker production business equally than in biotech. It's gonna be like a, and there's not gonna be an AI sector. I mean, there will be some big AI software for technology providers, but like AI will transform and, by the way, shorten innovation timelines in any, not just in biotech. Hand in hand, I would say, with just a much so practically you have two. You have the sort of, let's call it scientific. In Germany, it's Grundlagenforschung, like really like sort of understanding our body and our brain better. And then at a certain point, you start then developing compounds, molecules, or whatever against problems you have identified. And again, among other things, because of technology, we both understand better. As I said, like 20 years ago, people said aging is a colleague of mine, or he's now a colleague of mine. But Professor Manuel Serrano in 2014 wrote a book where he, for the first time, and was like, look, aging is not one disease, by the way. Aging is a convolute of several diseases. He called it the 9 hallmarks of aging. In the meantime, it's to the 12 hallmarks of aging. But that was sort of the aha. People were like, oh, now we understand aging. It's not these buzzy words don't really know what is happening. Now I can tell you exactly what is happening. Then once you know the problem, you can also start sort of developing solutions for it. So long story short, in biotech, it's a rapidly improvement in how the biology of our body combined with a rapid improvement and drug development because of technology.
All right, thank you so much. Very interesting talking to you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, and hopefully see you somewhere.
I hope to.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Good job. See you for the next fireside chat, and thank you very much, Christian, for bearing with us. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, we're almost calling it a day. Not yet. Bear with us for the next 15 minutes and our last keynote speaker of the day. But before doing so, I got quite excited about this topic, and I can imagine, I mean, it's somewhat controversial, right, isn't it? And I'd like to hear some opinions because we're still just waiting for a few minutes, like for our speaker to join the session. Does any one of you have a strong opinion on psychedelics and its future? No? No? None of you? No? You've got one. I think you do. Yeah. Come on. Do you think it's got a bright future, as Christian?
Yeah, I think it's a bright future, actually. So it can be, it's a great thing. But I'm not a guy about that.
You haven't invested yet?
No,
I haven't. Okay, let's see. Good. Are you guys, you've got one?
Yeah, I think it's going to be the norm.
The norm?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Soon. In a decade or so, probably.
Yeah, why not?
It's gonna come.
Possible. You wanted to say something on the matter?
Yeah, I also think it has a bright future. I also know of some companies who are actually looking into creating drinks. So, right, you don't have the effects of alcohol, but you're actually using psychedelics in small micro dosages. But you have to obviously relearn how to consume it.
Possible, yeah.
Kind of stuff.
I mean, why not? Okay.
I think there's plenty of things that can be done. So.
Cool. Thanks for sharing. Are you guys excited about tonight's pub crawl? You know about like all the different places, right? Did you check it out in the app and so on? Hope to see you guys. No, you haven't yet? Okay. Why not? You don't know how it works? Oh man, I'm over-asked. No, I got a bunch of like places to go and at what time, so I got the list here in my pocket. I'm happy to share it later on. But I think you guys should have that somewhere in the app as well. Like, just check it out again, and obviously don't forget about like the after show party tomorrow. So I'm seeing that we're ready and getting excited here for the last keynote of the day on the Builder stage. Very happy to welcome Frank Brown, who is advisory partner of General Atlantic, a great growth equity investment firm based in New York City with a staggering 220 investments, which they have placed in growth companies. Very happy to have you with us, Frank, for this keynote. Looking forward to what you're going to share with us.
Thank you so much, and good evening, everyone. Sorry I can't be with you in person. I'm coming to you from New York City, where I live. The title of my talk is "The Future is Now." Can you hear me?
Hear you. We can hear you, Frank.
Okay, great.
That's all right. The future is now.
The future is now. Fantastic. I thought what I'd do at first is a little scene setting, give you a perspective from where I come and my career, and particularly my career in terms of technology or lack thereof. So I started working in 1978. I don't know who's in the audience, but if anyone else was born then, bravo, perhaps you remember. But I kind of think of 1978 to 1983, the first 5 years of my career, as pre-computer. And it was actually in 1983 that I got my first, what was called then, personal computer for work. And this personal computer weighed 100 pounds. And it needed to be moved from place to place by a messenger. Crazy, right? It did create a lot of efficiencies and it was helpful, but just to give a perspective in terms of where we're coming from. 1983 to 1990, I call the pre-internet age, really 1991. Sure, the internet was around before then, but it wasn't widely used until Tim Berners-Lee developed the World Wide Web in 91. And that certainly changed things dramatically. And then 91 to 2010, I really call the baby digital age. Lots was going on, usually, and this is a common thing, things becoming smaller and lighter. Not too much virtual yet. And then 2010 to today, tech has really taken over. And it's taken over in terms of the way we think about investments. Everything is tech enabled. You could go industry by industry, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But the real question of the day, if you will, is what is next? And think about some of the big topics that are on the horizon at the forefront right now. Sustainability and ESG, critically important. Lots of views on both sides. My view, 10 years from now, this will rule the day. And it's really important to think back in history about things that we didn't expect to be big and were poo-pooed at the time, and how important they've become. Other ones to mention, the meta world, AI. By the way, I think about AI, and I think it is really in its very infancy. I think about AI in the terms I thought about voice recognition 30 years ago. It didn't work very well. It wasn't terribly helpful. We knew about it, but we didn't use it very much. And voice rec is not perfect yet, but getting there and having a huge impact. I expect AI to be multiples of that. Blockchain and crypto, and think about finance for a moment. And there needs to be a replacement long-term for the way money is moved, for stores of value, fiat currencies versus other opportunities. That will be a huge area as well, despite our friend Sam. So stay tuned on that stage. Quantum computing is another huge area that's going to have an impact. On an industry basis, travel and transportation, we are still in the very early innings. Think about how big planes are still. Think about how inefficient rail travel is. Think about the infancy yet of electronic vehicles. Think about the infancy of self-driving. Healthcare, seen enormous change in healthcare, really positive change. Surgeries being done in minimally invasive ways. Microscopic surgery, robotics being used, virtual care, reaching the masses. Think about education. I am on the board of a university and I used to run a business school. Things are changing rapidly, and organizations that think the traditional methods will continue for generations, I think, are sadly wrong, and serious change needs to happen, both primarily in terms of access. One thing I'll mention that I'm very involved with is an organization called University of the People. And University of the People is currently serving about 150,000 students, all on a virtual basis. All you need is a mobile phone. And a lot of the students of the University of the People are in fact refugees. So that is another area of enormous change. And I mentioned finance and I mentioned crypto, but think about cash just for a moment. Home Depot, where I'm on the board, 160 billion US dollars in revenue per year, less than 10 billion